Ancient science of management of intangibles matter for living longevity and attain youthfulness. Vedic secret for attaining bliss. An audiobook by Guru Yogi Mohan. The teaching of the Himalayan masters. Preface. The formation of the human body has long fascinated scholars and thinkers, seamlessly blending elements both tangible and intangible. Ancient theories often highlight the concept of the five elements are earth, water, fire, air, and space contributing to the corporeal makeup of human beings. However, this simplistic view belies a more intricate dance of unseen forces that permeate our very existence. Intangible elements such as lights, pheromones, sounds, and various cosmic influences play critical roles in shaping our lives, affecting everything from the process of aging to the onset of rare diseases and disorders. Though imperceptible to the naked eye, these elements subtly govern our bodies and minds. The recognition of these intangible elements is vital in understanding their impact on human health and longevity. The very air we breathe carries aromatic signals that affect mood and behavior. Celestial forces, such as lunar cycles, can influence emotions and even physiological processes, creating what could be described as a biological ebb and flow akin to the ocean's tides. With such forces at play, the human condition is in a state of constant flux, an intricate tapestry woven from both visible and invisible threads. In light of such complexity, age-old practices like Kayak Alpa emerge as pathways to harmony and health. Rooted in ancient wisdom, Kayak Alpa is an alchemical health system designed to harness these intangibles, reshaping them to foster a life of vitality and extended longevity. It posits that the intangible forces impacting us are not merely passive influences but can be actively managed and balanced through specific practices. Kayak Alpa employs a holistic approach, integrating meditation, yoga, diet, and the use of herbs to detoxify and rejuvenate the body. Meditation and yoga serve as tools to enhance awareness of the intangible, aligning the body's energy with universal rhythms. Such atonement potentially mitigates the impacts of unseen forces, fostering mental clarity and emotional balance. The dietary aspects of Kayak Alpa emphasize purifying the body, eliminating toxins that may exacerbate bodily disruptions influenced by intangible forces. Furthermore, ritual remedies within this practice are believed to stabilize and strengthen the body, shielding it from harmful influences, and promoting regeneration. By focusing on preventative care through lifestyle adjustments, Kayak Alpa aims not merely to treat symptoms but to address the root causes of imbalance and disease. One of the profound teachings of Kayak Alpa is the understanding that human life is a confluence of energies, and by mastering these energies, rare diseases and ailments that plague humanity can be overcome. It encourages individuals to perceive their health through the lens of balance among the tangible and intangible, rather than relying solely on conventional interpretations of wellness. In conclusion, the intricate network of intangible forces plays a pivotal role in shaping human life, impacting our health and aging process significantly. Practices like Kayak Alpa offer valuable insights and methodologies to navigate this unseen world, promising health, longevity, and the prevention of rare diseases. By embracing the knowledge and practices to manage these hidden influences, one can cultivate a life of balance and vitality, unlocking the secrets of a harmonious existence. Introduction. Vedas are the first published book in the history of knowledge. It is known as Vedic knowledge. Vedas taught the management of the human body and mind for the invisible matters in the living system of earth, the human body, and the universal vortex. The technology of Vedas is taught to the disciples by the ancient masters. India has been known as the land of yogis and monks since the beginning of history. Why? Because of the technical background of the masters and their traditional and spiritual knowledge. Because it was difficult to understand the Vedas without knowing the terms of spiritual terminology and interpretations. Technically, Vedas are the knowledge of science and technologies written and taught to the population of the Indian tradition. We have to understand, the Vedas are similar to modern science and government at all times. The government in every nation provides amenities for the public for their well-being. Knowledge through education, infrastructure, and public amenities is provided by the rulers at all times. In the Vedas, there are non-public and private properties. Instead, the visible and invisible properties are demonstrated in the Vedas. The masters of the traditions have demonstrated the guideline for healthy living to the population. Because knowledge is important to give insight into managing every event in life. The science for understanding calamities and technology for managing every calamity is important in every age of the history of human organisms. It is like forecasting floods in advance to escape from drowning. The role of Vedas towards technology is also like that. Vedic technologies are the major knowledge for the existence of man on this earth. Nothing new and nothing old in the matter of knowledge. It is pointing to the human idol or body. And it is related to health, wellness, living without health issues, and attaining youthfulness. The Vedic teachings are the first-time declaration and remain there in an unchanged condition. That cannot be ignored or substituted with something new. Because the facts remain facts only. There is no substitute in the matter of technology for the human body and administration. The orientation of every piece of knowledge is presented like that only. We know the motor cars running in the street in different names, styles, and colors. But fundamentally a motor car is a mechanism that runs after the combustion of fuel. Whatever the color, shape, and name indicate with its brands, the basic principle of the motor car will not change. Whatever the revolutions happened in innovations, the principles of the automobile mechanism will not change. The knowledge of Vedas is like that. In the history of art, literature, science, technology, and philosophies, the subject and objects are human beings only. Because the final consumer of all such products is the man at all times. All the interpretations described in every literature and sayings are for the well-being of man. Concord to Vedas, are fundamental technologies that will not change as per the seasons. After the orientation of different cultures, races, and ideologies through different interpretations was demonstrated by different people and groups to substitute the Vedic knowledge in various periods. All that is in different names of religions, cultures, races, and in different languages. For the establishment of their imaginary theory towards society, they change the color and style of their presentations. But the adventures they put in action were untrue, and the time has refused, with a footnote indicating the refusal of such a system. I am talking about the orientations of different lifestyles from the various parts of the world toward the global human society. That has been through different religions and politics. Love, consciousness, nirvana, enlightenment, and a lot of other taglines are used for labeling those entities. But basically, people are waiting for the apt solutions for the real challenges experienced in everyday life. People believed, sometimes, their spoken words are the tagline for society. These kinds of taglines became the new form of art, culture, literature, and politics. But basically, that is not helping to change the fundamental problems of society. The human orientation remains the same and no changes are happening in the subject and object. As of day, the background of writing this book is for terminating a cause that is damaging the human population. We have some basic problems in our society. It happened because of wrong interpretations of different untrue propaganda with modern innovations and orientations. They are human disabilities and rare diseases, very crucial health-related problems nowadays. We have almost 7,000 rare diseases in our society in this world. 70% of society is unaware of the basic cause of these problems. Without knowing the proper reason, it's difficult to find out bothered and ask for help from the authorities by believing them, intending they will get help by providing some kind of remedy. But unfortunately, modern systems are not capable of providing any solutions for rare diseases and disabilities. Because they don't know the definitions of this. And the definition of human biology dealing with rare diseases and disabilities. There is no clarity for the modern systems on what they are going to do against the intense changes in human health through the warming and freezing of climate. The leaders have no answer to all those questions and they have nothing to suggest as solutions. Here in these situations, Vedic technologies are the only knowledge for changing the world. Vedic teachings are the fundamental guidelines for the management and administration of living organisms. Vedas are not established as literature or philosophy to proclaim something to someone. There is nothing told other than the technical teachings. It explains the mechanism of human formation, development, and the methods for sustainability. Medical science has failed in finding out solutions to the problems of the human body and mind. Rare diseases and disabilities are major problems for people. That means the definition of modern biology is incomplete and that it is not capable of giving solutions to this human problems. In these situations, I am presenting the Vedic definitions of human biology and life science for the modern world with certainty for solutions. Vedas are demonstrating the complete matter or substance in the universe. That is divided into various classifications. The important classifications are visible and invisible particles. Both visible and invisible particles are included with attracting and distracting substances. Every invisible particle has different kinds of actions and reactions. Every metabolism happening in the universe is based on the repulsion and attraction of these invisible factors. Vedas classified materials that caused the formation of visible matter and invisible substances. Veda describes 5 elements and 9 elements. Matter and substance are defined as the 5 elements and the living organism is formed by the 9 elements. 5 elements are caused to form the body and 9 elements are caused for the mind. The Vedas say everything on the earth is formed with 5 elements. The 5 elements are earth, water, fire, air, and space. Earth, water, fire, air, space, time, direction, soul, and mind are the 9 elements. The human body is formed by the association of 9 elements. In the 5-element principle, earth, water, fire, and air are visible properties, and space or sky is invisible property. At the same time, in the 9-element principle, 50% of properties are visible and the other 50% of properties are invisible. Earth, water, air, and fire are visible substances, and space, time, direction, soul and mind are invisible properties in the 9-element principles. If any form of being, especially human beings, every action and reaction are based on the action of the 5 invisible properties. It is an enumeration of the physical body. But it is not attached to the mind. Mind is defined separately here. Visualization is the primary ability of the human mind. It is based on the availability of knowledge. Knowledge helps to organize thoughts and imaginations in the human mind. Imaginations are the product of the mind only. Without the union of body and mind, there is no imagination and visualization. A physical body is formed by the act of food and water. This food and water are helping for producing worms and microbes in the human belly. Scientifically, it is known as the gut in the navel part. Otherwise, we can understand it is the digestive system as per modern biology. Different kinds of microorganisms are developing from food and water. These organisms help to develop a physical body. It means food and water is helping to form and establish the muscles and physical structure of the body. This physical structure, a mechanism or an object, has no emotions or knowledge. It is a mechanism for actions and movement only as per the directions of the mind. There are 2 more mechanisms also with this body. This physical body is formed within the mother's womb through pregnancy and has no emotions. All the emotions, intelligence, and knowledge are developing in another way. All emotions and intelligence are formed by the act of invisible particles. The invisible particles are formed through the inhalation and exhalation of air through breathing. By the act of breathing, the human brain starts to produce different biome. It is a kind of microorganism producing different genera and species of biome by the brain. These biome are spreading the body and stand as blood, bone, and hormones. If the body does not produce these microbes and is not distributed to the body, it is known as mental retardation and disabilities. All human disabilities and rare diseases are by the act of damage in the alliance of visible and invisible particles or 5 elements and 9 elements union. Furthermore, the development of the human mechanism is happening by the act of thought process. As per the thought process, and for every thought process, A new species microbiome is developing inside the brain and that is distributed to the body through blood and bone marrow. Similarly, there are a lot of mechanisms for dealing with visible bodies and invisible bodies. The visible body is the physical body and the invisible body is the mind. The union of mind and body is the important metabolism in human life. The human body is naturally engaging to get automatic suggestions in difficult situations through the normal learning process. Knowledge about living situations and events is a mandatory factor to generate thoughts. Therefore, the Vedas describe the thought as a system. Teaching the mind is the primary factor for the thought, and as per that, the mind will develop for an appropriate microbe in the wanted spaciousness and genesis. Knowing things halfway and knowing things perfectly is different for the human mind. The human mind understands and learns things through the sensing organs. The 5 sense organs are creating 17 attributes in the mind of every person. The sensing organ experiences every event for the learning process of the mind. This learning process is not for the physical body because the physical body is not taking any initiative in the behaviors. But as per the suggestions of the mind, it will direct the body for any action and movement. In those situations, the body can do anything as per the command of the mind. If there is no proper schooling for the mind, it is difficult to organize the command to the body. Every moment for the mind is commanding to the body for the moment. The teachings of the Veda are helping the mind to organize new species of microbes. Vedic knowledge is the only solution for eliminating human problems like rare diseases and disabilities. The demonstration of spirituality and God are other guidelines for the knowledge of the common man in the ancient period. The entity of God has been given clearance for doubt in the human mind, and that relieved the knowledge of the originator or creator. But somehow, in modern days, doubts and contradictory statements are there in the human mind. And that is limiting to the production of the biome from the brain. The proper knowledge and understanding in the mind of the common man are required. Kayakalpa Yoga is a teaching and guidance for the human mind that organizes and produces appropriate microbes in the brain. And through that, any kind of rare disease, disability, and deformity can be solved permanently. This Vedic knowledge is the final way to save society permanently. Theory, practice, and terminologies are described to the readers in this book, The Hindu Science. It is a complete guide for attaining living longevity, youthfulness, and curing rare diseases. The Hindu Science, this book, is describing all invisible material and their action in the human body, in nature, the atmosphere, and the universe. The characterization, role, and actions of the Padartha, matter, towards the body and mind are defined perfectly. We are facing rare diseases and disabilities in the human body that there is no remedy in medical science. This book teaches the technologies for curing and solving all such rare diseases, antimicrobial resistance, and disabilities. One can practice the methodology for managing such problems. They can learn it through the established definitions mentioned in this book. After learning the methodology for managing such problems, they can be practiced for themselves and for society too. Anyhow, this book gives knowledge for living longevity, attaining youthfulness, and normalizing rare diseases and disabilities. In a few years, we can eliminate disabilities and rare diseases from society. Preface. Kayakalpa Yoga is ancient knowledge for re-establishing the human body from disability, rare diseases, deformity, and antimicrobial resistance, AMR. It is an age-old technology taught by the Mazars. The definition and biology of Kayakalpa Yoga are different from the modern perspective. There are 3 established biological and anatomical definitions in traditional and spiritual knowledge. As per the enumeration of the masters, the theory for the formation and development of the human body is the key understanding in terms of Kayakalpa Yoga. The 3 biological factors are defined perfectly. Without considering the 3 factors and the union of all this 3, the natural metabolism of the body and mind will not be present. They are through the perspectives of worms, gut microbes, and head microbes. As per the definition of the biology of Kayakalpa Yoga, the body consists of sperm and worms. The history of the sperm in the body is starting with the first sperm that is donated by the father. This is the cause of conceiving a pregnancy. These sperm consist of light and vibration, vibration of sound. These lights are invisible lights that we can define as dark lights, neutrinos, etc. The sperm is activating in the mother's womb with light and vibration. This light and vibrations act on the female body to conceive as a biological property for the development of a human fetus. Within 41 minutes, this sperm will be part of the mother's womb and it working as a jacket and incubator for the fetus. After accepting this fetus to the mother's womb, it will start to multiply in an organized sequence at every moment. This is happening in the Fibonacci sequence in multiplication and orientation. The orientation will be in particular ratio and proportion. This proportion is called the golden ratio. The fetus is developing from tail to head in the mother's womb. There is no active head for the fetus during this period. The first microbe is consisting of vibration, temperature, magnetic action, and electric energy. Generally, we can call this energy. This energy will be simulated while multiplying the microbe, and the same energy will be presented in every microbe. Every microbe individually and collectively generates an electric current through electrogenesis. Here the energy of the first sperm or microbe is the fundamental energy in the human body. It can vary in every human body based on the intensity of the energy. The vibrations of energy create a heartbeat. The temperature in the human body is light. Light attracts light and dark light, attractive and repulsive lights. Magnetic action administrates attraction and repulsion. The electric energy of the body creates relation, mind, spirit, emotion, and movement. Collectively it creates the matter of the body and its attributes. In 280 days the fetus will be completed the living period inside the mother's womb. And coming out from the womb is called childbirth. Childbirth and the first cry are technical processes in human life. Upon the first cry, the air goes to the lungs and the breathing process is begun with it. But at the same time, the human body is undergoing another activity that forms an air pocket on the upper side of the head. The first cry organizes hydrogen and carbon dioxide as air in the brain. The air while inhalation and exhalation are absorbed through the nasal cavity of olfactory to the brain. The human skull is a semi-cylindrical vessel that receives hydrogen and carbon dioxide from the discharged air of exhalation. From this stage onwards the body is producing another sperm from the head. The combination of hydrogen and carbon dioxide gases is the basic compound for producing microbes and biomass. This process is producing or forms biomass in the form of sperm within the brain. The production of microbes happens through a hydrogenotrophic process. In the human body, sperm are produced from two parts of the body. The first part is the gut and the second part is the brain. After producing the microbes in the head, that is spreading across the body as per the specific requirements through blood and bone marrow. This microbe is transforming into the body for the development of bone, blood, bone marrow, and millions of species and genus of microorganisms. The sustainability of the energy forces and the production of sperms are the fundamental requirements for maintaining the health of the development of the human body. As per the variation of the energy, and produced by the microbes in the body, individuality and health will exhibit as differently. Eating food is helping to develop worms, microbes, in the body through the development of the muscles. As per the ancient biological definitions, sperms or microbes are produced from the gut and brain other than the sperm cell. It is defining the health of the human body. The brain microbe and gut microbe are connected through the central neuron system, CNS, for administrating the complete mechanism of the body. The CNS is a connector for the gut and head. 60% of the problem of the human body, rare diseases, disabilities, aesthetic imbalance, and disabilities, are caused by the imbalance of the relationship of gut microbes, brain microbes, and sperm cells. The modern medical and biological approaches administrating to the worms-related area for the physical functions. All the medical treatment, drug discovery, and administrations are for this area only. As per the enumeration, this is nearly 30% of the human body. Other 70% are remaining there and will not be considering any administration now in medical science. Rare diseases and disabilities are caused by this area. Managing this problem is required a detailed understanding of solving it. The production and development of gut microbe, head microbe, and sperm cells are the normal procedure of the human body. But the problem is when it is damaging or not working, there is no technology to rectify it in modern science. This is the problem we are facing now. The investigation and research show modern science and technology are not enough for solving this problem. Because all 2 out of 3 ruling mechanism of the human body is formed from invisible matters. Only 1 is produced from food and water. The methodology for administrating the invisible particles is not available in modern science. Because don't know how to understand the orientation of the invisible properties. The invisible properties are air, smells, light, magnetic forces and temperature. Kayak Alpa Yoga is teaching about how to understand, manage, reorganize, and regularize such invisible particles for producing healthy microbes and worms in the body. The human body can be reorganized and recreated as per the technology of Kayak Alpa Yoga. Ancient masters are describing the complete way of recreation of the human body through Kayak Alpa Yoga. The knowledge of Kayak Alpa Yoga is transforming to the subsequent generations through teachings in oral form. Ancient knowledge has been ignored by the modern mechanism, and upon that problems started to attack the human body. Without considering the approach and definitions of the ancient biology of Kayak Alpa Yoga, we are not able to solve human conditions. This book is describing the theory and practice of Kayak Alpa Yoga in 12 chapters. There are various protocols to observe and administrate the human body for understanding and practice in Kayak Alpa Yoga. Fundamentally, one can design and redesign life and health through the knowledge of Kayak Alpa Yoga. The author opens the light of knowledge to the subsequent generation for living longevity and living without rare diseases and disabilities. It can be an academic topic for educational institutions in living science technology, and people can be practiced it. Now we have to give attention to the condition of antimicrobial resistance, AMR, rare diseases and disabilities. This theory is a complete solution for all human conditions. The biological definitions and approaches are different in terms and methodology. The author spends more than 25 years of research and practice together with traditional knowledge to establish a complete theory to write this book. More than 3,000 live cases have been administrated for the practical administration for the accuracy of the definitions. Let us hope, the world will be free from conditions and rare diseases. Kayak Alpa Yoga is the key knowledge and theory to see the human body from a different perspective. In ancient days, it was difficult to understand the common man, because there are no literature available to demonstrate it. Now we have the definition of modern science to support the technical literature of Kayak Alpa Yoga. The formation of every being has a technical algorithm from the first cell to the whole body. In the theory of Kayak Alpa Yoga, it is defined as the factors to complete the theory of the formation and development of the human body. This can be done in an organized room within a home or a school or another place without any medical knowledge. Medical knowledge is based on medical biology, and Kayak Alpa Yoga has different definitions. This book gives you the idea for uncovering the methodology for organizing or controlling a human body with a disability or rare disease. The Kayak Alpa Yoga theory is teaching for how to repair it when the body loses the natural habit. After learning the secret, one can manage the establishment of the body and mind by changing the algorithm. And this book uncovers the secret of the formation and development of the body for practicing it as a profession or for personal use. The major and fundamental process of human birth is happening in the prepartum period. For every birth, the union of a male and female body is mandatory. The biology of Kayak Alpa Yoga is starting here. The step-by-step understanding of the technical metabolism in human birth is part of the information. The well-defined theory about the formation and development of the human body is explained from different perspectives. The understanding of this metabolism starts from conceiving a pregnancy to the development happening in the mother's womb. The same methodology we can organize and manage in an organized place without the help of a mother for a developed human body. This methodology can be administrating to any human body at any age of life. Through this process, a kind of aging reverse is happening. It helps normalize the damage to the body and attain aging control. Disabilities and other conditions disappear naturally during Kayak Alpa Yoga practice. This process is called Kayak Alpa Yoga Living Longevity Technology. By reading and understanding this book, a reader is capable to understand, design, and establish the technology in his mind for establishing a thought. Technically, Kayak Alpa Yoga is the science for the establishment of the human body from the first moment of conception of a sperm. A mother's womb is an incubator for human beings, and it is working as per the requirements of the developing fetus. The mother's body gives appropriate energy and protection for the development of the fetus. There are technical protocols for understanding this process. During the pregnancy period, the mother's body is working as a perfect jacket to facilitate as an incubator for the fetus. This incubation is happening through hundreds of parameters. There are hundreds of thousands of different supporting and repulsive forces around us. The repulsive forces are damaging the human body in every step of growth and development. The mother's womb is naturally facilitated for the administration of these energies. The understanding and classification of the energy forces are the basic aspects of the matter. The knowledge for enumeration and definition of the supportive and repulsive forces are well defined in this book. And parents, teachers, doctors, and social workers can change autism, mental retardation, and other disabilities for their children. One can practice and cure cancers and other rare diseases for themselves and their clients. It is live teaching from a learned guru. A reader is acquiring knowledge about the process of formation of the human body. For example, there are millions of light discharges from stars, comets, and planets. The lights are representing color, temperature, and illumination. We can't see all this through our eyes. As per the capacity of the human eye, we can see it from infrared to ultraviolet. Modern physics has been given these definitions. But we can't see most of the other lights, but the actions of such lights are influenced by all beings, especially human beings. The rest of the light we can define as invisible lights. The invisible lights are more powerful than the visible lights concerned with energy. It is like the air. We can't see the air, but we can understand the presence of the air in different ways. Air is acting as the conductor for different substances. Air carries the sound, smell, and touch. The touch is experienced by the act of air. The sound has a different wavelength and amplitude. Hence sound is acting as vibrations. The wavelength is giving the definitions of vibrations. In smells, there are thousands of smells that will be experienced in human life in different situations. The smells are the chemical presentation of the matter and actions. Every matter and mechanism has corresponding smells in different chemicals. Human beings and other animals discharge smell in every situation. These smells are known as pheromones chemicals. The human being is not able to understand these smells by sniffing them, but other animals can. It is a universal synthesis. They are supportive and distracting forces for the living organism. But the human body has limitations for compromising with such factors. The invisible matters like smells, dark lights, and other repulsive forces are invisible to human beings. For that, we have no parameter to understand through reading instruments. The master's theory of ancient knowledge is described through 64 branches of living sciences. The teaching of the masters is older knowledge practiced by the superior monks, yogis, masters, and disciples. The genealogy of the masters is starting with Lord Shiva, who developed the fundamental knowledge of the living universe. Guru Yogi Mohan. About the author. Guru Yogi Mohan, a student and disciple of Sri Sivaprabhakarasiddha Yogaikal since his childhood. Sri Sivaprabhakarasiddha Yogaikal, a friend of his father, has been a Himalayan yogi, and he was the master of many ancient technologies and knowledge. Guru Yogi Mohan interested to learning Vedic knowledge from his guru since 4 of his age. His knowledge of sound and nature has been a major area of interest for him. He identified a lot of invisible and viable properties, directly and indirectly, acting on the human body and nature. He defined the theory of the invisible for managing the body and mind. He was born in a village near Pathanamthitta in Kerala state, and his early education has been from his village schools. He extensively traveled, after his high school education, across the world, and lived more than a decade in the Himalayas for the study of Himalayan science as the disciple of Guru Narayan Baba. After the Samadhi of Guru Narayan Baba, Guru Yogi Mohan became the next guru for his tradition. He is the last person of his tradition. His major work in his life is, he can cure any human disabilities and rare diseases in few days by using the invisible properties of the atmosphere. It is theory of Kayak Alpa. Through that, he finds out the theory for the formation of the human body and mind. He is able to administrate the invisible particles in the atmosphere. As per his demonstration, every human body is organized and developing by the act of visible and invincible properties. All the visible properties are equally important in the development of the human being. Visible properties are reflected as visible bodies, and the impact of invisible properties is seen as the invisible body. The mind is formed with an invisible body. Both are equally important in human life. Technically, we don't know to administrate the invisible particles in normal cases. Rare diseases and disabilities are caused by invisible particles. Sound, smell, dark lights, taste, and touch are the invisible acts in normal life. They are invisible particles. For the human body, every thought process has equal pheromones discharging from the body. These kinds of pheromones can make a big impact on the human body and mind. His major area of writing is 64 Science of the ancient knowledge connecting to the life of a man. His major studies involved Ayurveda, astrophysics, aeronautical engineering, drawing and painting, photography, sound science technology, and sculpture making. His major writings are the Himalayan Science, Sound and Mantra, Uniqueness of the Life Project, Kayak Alpa Yoga, etc. Chapter 1. Hindu Science, Teachings of the Vedas, the Definition of Mind, Indian Philosophies, School of Thoughts, Ancient Hindu Knowledge. India has been the biggest hub of knowledge, technologies, and findings for several thousand years from the pre-Vedic period. Before developing scripts, languages, and literature, spirituality is one of the important areas demonstrated as technology in Hindu science. Spirituality is defined as the science and technology of the invisible matters which we can't see through our eyes. The ancient masters of Indian tradition developed a lot of practical ideologies to deal with human agony. Most of the social problems have been issues related to health. India has been proficient in demonstrating exemplary models to the world. All that is because of the extrasensory perception, ESP, of the ancient masters of Indian tradition. The technologies of the living world have been classified into various areas. The most important area has been the demonstration of the thought and invisible force of emerges. The ancient masters, the first-time innovators, have demonstrated an unlimited number of technologies for the world. The most important one is the involvement of God and super energies connected to the individual body and the universe. They have enumerated the structure of everything for the understanding of future generations. The primary investigations have been demonstrating a working model of the universe, planets, space, Earth, stars, and living organisms. As part of the demonstration, the Indian masters enumerated the atom of everything. As we know, an atom is the microminute part of a matter. They defined, every atom stands independently and collectively. Not only that, every matter, whether it is with the living or non-living, is interconnected with the whole body. The relativity theory of matter is demonstrated by the Indian masters are the early innovations in the Vedic period for the world. Not only that, they understand that social change is possible through the uplifting of society by giving education for them. Schooling has been the revolution for changing society. The oldest school has been designed in the Himalayan mountains as the school of thought. Every change in nature has indications but no clear evidence to demonstrate it as a visible one to the common man. Natural metabolism is happening everywhere, but society has no idea how it is happening and what is the source behind it. The important investigation has been for getting clear evidence for every metabolism. This task has forced me to write about the complete metabolism of nature. But things were demonstrated as a spirit that is not visible. And the definitions are taught orally to establish the thoughts. This caused to demonstrate the Vedas. Himalaya has been the laboratory for the enumeration and demonstration of all natural events and activities. The extremity of season, the dilution of water from solid hardness to softness, the intensity of air, and attraction and repulsion of natural forces directly experienced by the masters. A lot of natural acts have been given in-depth ideas about the facts and figures connecting every incident. The understanding of the developments of the human being and the life stages has given insight into living longevity and attaining youthfulness for society. The important knowledge attains in the ancient period for the masters is the definition of the body as well as the mind. The human body consists of a two-way system that is developing separately. The body and relations of the mind and spiritual technology have been developed for a deep understanding of the human idol. There are much other knowledge that has been established in the spiritual tradition and the schooling system. Important science and related philosophies have been developed for invisible energies and particles. Enumerating the visible and invisible particles has been a big task since the beginning of the Vedic civilization. How the Himalayan masters finally innovated a deep science for the study of invisible particles and matters connecting with the mind. The answer to this question has been the key subject that wants to be talked about in society. Vedas has been written after its real understanding of the alliance of body and mind. But the definition of Vedas is not available in Vedic literature. The definitions have been taught orally. The Vedic rhymes are the lines for producing waves for the mind through recitation. It is connecting with thought. When the innovation of Vedic knowledge, there are no scripts and writing languages. Hence the Vedas have been described in oral form for the understanding of the disciples. The Sanskrit version of the Vedas is described after thousands of years of real innovation. Because as per the rock scripts and drawings, the real findings have been around 12,000 years ago, the evidence says in carbon dating. But Vedas wrote only about 4,000 years ago now. That means the real Vedic scripts are formed after several thousand years from the real findings of the Vedic technologies. The school of thought and the teachings of Vedas are addressed to the matter related to real events. The involvement of a super entity has been identified by the masters in those days. It may be before the Vedic period. Giving the definition for God and supernatural forces has been the premier knowledge about the entity of superpower. The involvement of supernatural forces is realized by the masters, and they demonstrated that. This has been the idea about the mind and thought. The demonstration of Vedas, philosophies, and associated scripts was enumerated about the mechanism and working principles of the atom to everything and the vortex of the universe. Teaching everything has been a big task for the ancient masters because there are no primary teaching aids for them to have a reference other than their experience in the events. Things are not like what we experiencing today. Today we have a lot of teaching aids, and supporting information, and we can adapt the facts and figures from other subjects. There is no subject knowledge for the imaginations connecting to the events other than extrasensory perceptions. The oldest schooling of the Indian tradition has been started on the bank of the river Indus. Hence the ancient knowledge system started to know as Hinduism. Indus and Hindu are different forms of pronunciations by the population. Schools of thought are developed based on the theory of the development of human life. The birth of a person is the first junction in human life. The enumeration of life is starting here. There are a lot of definitions for the cause and mechanism of birth. Birth is a process of at least 10 lunar months inside the mother's womb. Every minute during this period is a complex situation, and that is creating a new individual. The development or growth of this body after birth is defined as human life, and it is the basic aspect of the definition of individuality as a person around us. One's ability to meet the requirement in everyday life is creating him as a perfect individual. After birth, every person is performing like a fish. A fish is a traveler in the water. Water is a matter that flows as per the slope of the earth. A fish traveling in water is not specific to any direction. As per the flow of water, the fish moves from one place to another place. While this travel, they will get food, sleep, and mate. But no program on this travels. Mating and reproductions are natural processes in this travel, and life are not organized for them. Ultimately, a fish is not learning anything in their life. Here is separating the difference between man and wild, whether it is a fish or animal. Here is establishing the individuality of the man. Man is different from animals, and he needs to separate animal behavior from a cultured man. Culture is an important factor for a man to perform as a social being. Teaching the social aspects are a basic necessity for the human being. It is based on the quality of intellect and non-intellect state. A newborn is experiencing different events after birth. For example, one is breathing the air naturally after the first cry. While breathing the air, he is smelling a lot of fragrance through the breathing air. Air is a conductor for many things. Air carries sound too. Here the question is whether air is sound, or the air is smell. In other term, is air music? Is air having the smell of jasmine? There are thousands of sounds and smells that carry the air. The classification of smells and sounds is a very important thing to learn in life. All those are invisible to the eyes and no perfect idea about their shape and actions. All we are experiencing is an organized life today as the result of the schooling system designed for someone of late. In this schooling system, we are not bothered about what should we learn in our school for everyday life. That is because our educational experts designed the academic syllabus or teaching topics for us. But in the olden days, we don't have a text and existing guidelines for establishing the lessons in practical life. We have a lot of problems with our system of education even today. We are incomplete in so many things. The Vedas and Indian philosophies are the first schooling since the beginning. There are 4 Vedas and 6 philosophies in the Indian school of thought for many thousand years. Most philosophies and thoughts are related to the matter around us and we are not seeing with our eyes. In another way, the school of thought deals with invisible matters, intellectual abilities, and enumerations by the intellect. The common factors and systems are taught in home schools. Vedas and philosophical systems taught the topics connecting to the intellect only. As per Indian thought, schooling is a part of the culture. We are learning everything while we live. In modern days, people believe that life is doing something for a financial return and having a union, eating and sleeping are the life. We have to understand our body is connected to the whole system of the universe. Doing anything in our life is also included in the networks of the universal energy grid. I am describing this topic in the later part of this book. The importance of invisible matters, intellect, and learning to deal with the mind is equally important to other physical traits. The definition of human growth and intellect is not defined in the modern system of education or modern sciences. It is because the thoughts and definitions of the invisible are not developed with modern definitions. That is why we are not able to administrate society properly for their problems. We are classifying society by the merits of qualifying examinations in their modern schooling system. In the ancient school of thought, there are definitions for earmarking physical and mental abilities. The physical ability has been observed by actions, proportion, ratio, weight, and height. And the intellectuals are calculated based on the mind, directions, actions, and 17 attributes. Attributes are described in a later chapter. The relationship and approaches towards the attributes are important in human intellectual ability. But the most important topics in ancient thought are how to develop the intellect together with other knowledge. We can enumerate all other qualities of human beings. If one is not good at performing physically, we can uplift him by providing good food, medicine, and exercise for his development. But the mind is the matter, and without the mind, there is no difference between animals and man. The development of the mind is based on invisible forces. There are a lot of invisible matters around the earth and universe. Most of the human senses arises from the invisible. The enumeration of the invisible is defined in the school of thought. Vedas and great Indian philosophies define the invisible and its action. The Vedas described the actions of the invisible from the atom of every small thing to the universe. The definitions and interpretations are explained for the understanding of disciples of Hindu schools of thought. The definition of formation of everything is defined as the act of 5 elements and 9 elements. 5 elements are the materials or physical properties consisting of the physical particles of matter. They are earth, fire, water, air, and sky. It is a common understanding for everyone. Earth is consisting of mineral particles, metals, space, and whatever is available in this world. Whatever we are experiencing the luxury and comfort today is made out of earthen matters. Water is a substance that works as an agent as well as a matter for dilution to convert one form to another form. Hence water is an agent in formation. Water is consisting 73% of the earth and in the human body. Fire is the processor that creates temperature for changing from one form to another form. Air is another substance that helps to fire, air, and water act in its quality. The quality of everything is defined before the formation. Because the formation is the after effect of the orientation of the particles. The formation is happening within the space of every particle. The existence of everything is the relationship of space with other substances. Space is defining the quality of everything. These 5 elements of principles are the general terms of matter. The definition of living is explained as a 9 elements principle in the ancient school of thought. They are earth, fire, water, air, ether, time, direction, soul, and mind. They are substances for the living organism. The difference between living and non-living redefine the relationship to universal metabolism. The physical properties are creating the physical body and invisible properties are creating the mind, intellect, and thought. The definition of mind and intellect are important in human life. That is expressed and demonstrated in the ancient Himalayan system. The detailed annotation about this system is explained in Vedas and associated philosophies. Vedas are the oldest books in the history of languages and literature. It was established in the Sanskrit language. We don't know exactly when it was written with a date. There is a different opinion about the age of Vedas. Someone says 2000 years, and others say 1500 years. However, Vedas are the first and oldest in the history of language and sciences. This contradiction happened because of the formation of calendars. As of day, for many centuries we are using the Gregorian calendar, also called the New Style calendar. In ancient days they used different calendars based on the movement of the sun, moon, and other planets. And the years were calculated based on the completion of the rotation of different planets. It can be various in every school or master. But we have some evidence and we have carbon dating. Before the writing and formation of Vedas in literature form, the information was written as drawings and figures. We can call it the signatures of the masters in the pre-Vedic and Vedic periods. In my knowledge and experience, there are a lot of different writings on the walls of Himalayan caves. There are different remains available for reference. Such remaining are known as Dropa stones. The Dropa stones are said to be a set of 716 circular stone discs dating back 12,000 years on which tiny hieroglyphic-like markings can be found. Each disc is said to measure up to 1 foot in diameter and carries 2 grooves, originating from a hole in their center, in the form of a double spiral. The discovery of the mysterious discs took place in 1938 in the mountains of Bayan Karaula on the border between China and Tibet, where a Chinese professor, Chi Put, detected regularly aligned rows of graves. Inside a nearby cave system, Chi Put and his team found interesting rock art which depicted figures with round helmets. Engraved in the rock were also the sun, moon, earth, and stars, connected by groups of pea-sized dots. Further inside the cave, the team found a collection of stone discs, most of them half buried on the floor of the cave. We have limitations for the research work and documenting the scripts because most of the remains are in the Chinese part of the Himalayas. And the Chinese government is not promoting Himalayan expeditions for Vedic research. The world and knowledge are not developed overnight. It has been developed over thousands of years. Vedas are consisting of the Rigveda, Yajurveda, Samaveda, and Atharvaveda, which codified the ideas and practices of the Vedic religion and laid down the basis of Hinduism. The Rig Veda consists of Sanskrit hymns with commentaries on liturgy, ritual, and mystical exegesis. The core part of Rig Veda is known as Rig Veda Samhita. It contains 1028 hymns, sukta, in about 10,600 verses. It is organized into 10 books. I shall describe the measuring principles of Vedas in the later part of this book. Most of these contain praises of specific deities. Nowadays, a lot of explanations and definitions of Vedas are available in various forms across the world. All those explanations are colored as religious text and rituals. The real use of Vedas is discussed or dealt with by the intellect class of society in the early days, because it is dealing with invisible properties. And nowadays, the modern community will not digest the code and orientation of Vedic definitions. Even in the ancient days, Vedas have not been for the understanding of the common man but for intellect. The Vedas are collectively technologies and know how to deal with the issues of man. In another way, Vedas are not only a literature or holy text but are a description of technology for the well-being and existence of man. In the modern generation, people are unaware of the mechanism of Vedic definitions. Chatur Vedas, 4 Vedas, are the guidelines for attaining the state of consciousness, balancing good health, attaining youthfulness, disease control, and treatments. For a better understanding, one should know human biology and interpretations differently. In Vedas, the formation and life of human beings are different than those in modern biology. The orientation and definition of human beings described in the Vedas are different than modern human biology. Both ancient and modern biology is dealing the human problems and their needs. Ancient biology considers the mind of the body more than the body. The subject-object relations are based on the single human life and body. In modern days, the human body is seen through chemical analysis. In every chemical analysis, there is a definition of the human mind. Vedas are seeing it differently and priority has been given to the mind. The mind can be used as a tool for changing every problem. Nowadays, human society has a lot of problems and at the same time, we have a lot of ancient technologies to bypass them. In recent centuries, Western fashions and styles spread universally as part of English education. And people at large started to believe in English and Western lifestyle and their innovations replaced traditional knowledge. Now it is the time to rethink the quality of ancient knowledge including the Vedic technologies. As of date, there are more than 7,000 rare diseases as per the Registry of Rare Diseases researchers. And a lot of disabilities and human conditions are there which will not have solutions in the modern system. Moreover, we have to expect a big health crisis in the immediate future by climatic instabilities. The problems already started to attack society in a different form. Coronavirus is a small specimen for that. They are antimicrobial resistance, AMR, and climatic instabilities are ready to attack the human idol. Climatic instability is a dangerous situation for a human body that is not able to compromise the ups and downs of the warming and freezing conditions in the atmosphere. As per the climate forecast, the temperature will be very high in forthcoming years and is not affordable for man. But as per the teachings of the Vedas, there are sufficient methodologies to bypass it. Similarly, when the climate is cool, it will go to an extreme level. Cold and hot will be extreme from both ends when it is unstable. When it is hot, it will be extremely hot, and when it cools, it will be extremely cool. And rain also acts like that. In recent years we felt similar events and that increased day by day. AMR is increasing and is not treatable due to antimicrobial resistance. Antimicrobial resistance must be seen as a developmental problem too. It will be the largest crisis in the modern world and modern science has no solutions for that. Upon the act of AMR, we have to expect health management, and no remedies to manage it effectively in modern science. As per the knowledge of Vedas, with a keen understanding, we will have multi-role definitions and solutions for all existing health crises like AMR, rare diseases, and human conditions. In the ancient days, the Vedas were used as a technology to manage society for well-being and living longevity. The common man's understanding of the Vedas is 1. Rigveda, the knowledge of verses, also spelled Rigveda, is the oldest of the sacred books of Hinduism, composed in an ancient form of Sanskrit about 1500 BCE. It consists of a collection of 1028 poems grouped into 10 circles, mandalas. 2. The Yajurveda is primarily of prose mantras for worship rituals and 3. Samaveda when sung appropriately. The musical patterns in Samaveda have been derived from the vibrations of the cosmos. And 4. The Atharva Veda is the knowledge of Atharvas, the procedures for everyday life. The first Veda and last Veda are very important in human life. All the Vedic scripts are the middle part of the described technologies, and their pre- and post-versions are to be explained. We have to understand how it was described and what is the ground of the interpretations of the Vedas. For every knowledge and technology, there are handbooks describing the key to management. Fifth Veda is the key to understanding the application terminology of Vedas and rituals. The Indian philosophies and mythologies have been based on the experience of the masters for many thousand years. Vedas are associated with great philosophies. The philosophies are 6 in number. They are Samkhya, Yoga, Nyaya, Vaisheshika, Mimamsa, and Vedanta. Veda, especially Rigveda, is a guideline associated with Indian philosophies. The particular technical mechanism of the Rigveda is not mentioned in any modern literature. Because it is not describable in literature, but it is the system of thought. Literature has limitations for expressing the real version of excitement or consciousness, and a real experience is like telling about sugar or salt with an edible substance or an eatable. The content of sweetness will understand based on the previous experience of taste. Without experiencing the taste, one will not understand how sweet is. Indian mythology and philosophies are explanations based on ancient masters and schools of thought. They experienced it from real events. When we are talking about the oldest knowledge, the masters have no examples to mention to their audience or disciples. Today, when we are talking about one topic to another person, we can explain it with a lot of imagination of literature or technology, or visuals. We should have understood the limitations of the masters. They did not have any visual examples in front of them. Hence it was very difficult to explain it sufficiently. In the modern world, especially in Western culture, Indian knowledge is degraded as Indian philosophies. The word philosophy is not apt to explain the science of Indian innovations. Otherwise, people should be capable to understand the philosophies are the demonstration of the invisible facts and findings. Undoubtedly, we can say the Vedic innovations and talks are technologies and sciences. The word science is originally coming from the Latin word scientia, which meant knowledge, knowing, expertness, or experience. By the late 14th century, science meant, in English, collective knowledge. Before the appearance of this word, all the technical and literature has been known as philosophies. Western culture has given a side to modern science that bypasses all the existing ancient terminologies and innovations. Two things have been damaged by the act of modernization. They are the establishment of English literature and the innovation of the printing press. Both things are big revolutions, but they affected badly greatly knowledge. English is a West Germanic language that originated from Ingvaeonic languages brought to Britain in the mid-5th to 7th centuries AD by Anglo-Saxon migrants from what is now northwest Germany, southern Denmark, and the Netherlands. Similarly, German goldsmith Johannes Gutenberg innovated the printing press in 1436, and in 4 years its popularity increased around the world. Associated with the innovation of the printing press, English education started to spread across the world around the 17th century. That the word philosophy is rooted in modern society globally. During this period, the Indian system is established under the category of philosophies and the core has been loosed. But we have to see and understand the Vedic scripts and the 6 branches of philosophy are true technologies that are required for the modern world. The Vedic system is the only solution for the existence of the world and man. For that, we have to refer to how the Indian system is innovated and its definitions. That is the word Hindu science. It is equally important in describing two-side terminologies of human life. One side is the development of visual properties and another side is the development of invisible properties. The ancient Indian schools define the physical and invisible parts of beings. The definition of human biology and anatomy is based on the physical properties that grow in a normal visual way. But for the solutions to the leading problems we have to address the invisible particles and matters. For that, there are enumerations for the invisible particles of man. Hindu science described the structure of a sperm cell and the multiplication and growth of the body and its ordination, etc. We know how pregnancy is happening in human life. After the union of a male and female body, and exactly when sperm is deposited to the female body is the primary part of pregnancy. After the union of the male and female body, the sperm swim up through the cervix, the bottom opening into the uterus, and meets the egg that has been released to an ovary. A single sperm joins with the egg and pregnancy begins. Technically this definition is true. It is the mechanics that a biologist or medical doctor sees like this only. Comparing this to the ancient system is it defined from Anther's perspective. A sperm is consisting of fluid, temperature, and vibrations. By the act of vibration, a sperm will move from one place to another place through the virginal tract. At the end of this moment, it will reach the virginal gate to enter the uterus. As per the theory of modern biology, we don't have definitions for the mind, intellect, pedigree, tradition, and genealogy. As per the theory of Hindu science, a pregnancy is conceiving differently. In this theory a sperm, technically a cell, forms in the male body as the after effect of thought. The desire for a union is the after effect of karma. In this karma, two lights and sound is entering the union. The union of the male and female body is the union of light and vibration. A sperm is consist of sound and light and other several factors. First, technically, a sperm is an independent body consisting of vibration and temperature. It is in liquid form and it has liquidity and fluidity. It moves from one place to another place. It will move independently. It leaves for a few hours without losing its quality. The quality is the value of vibration, light, and peculiarity of genealogy. The vibration and temperature are two independent factors and energies belonging to a tradition and it has a pedigree. The value of the 5 and 9 elements during the formation of the male body is the fundamental value of the genus and species of a male cell. A mild change in the thought of a male body can make a big impact on the quality of pedigree. A cell, the matter of sperm, is the powerful independent unit of a living organism. We have to see the universal metabolism within it. As per Hindu science, the first cell, the sperm, is the largest unit of universal energy. The sperm is consistent with actions. It jumps, moves forward, moves backward, moves left, and moves right. They have 5 actions. This is known as actions in a human being. This is the gift of the tradition or father. A good pedigree consists of good quality, and a bad unhealthy pedigree is cause bad strength. The quality of a man is a factor of pedigree and tradition. Both are based on the karma and thought. Thought is directed on karma and directions towards life. This is the primary metabolism of a living organism. The body of the sperm consists of 0.76 watts of electric current within it. The motion of the sperm cell is working like an electromagnet. It has 2 poles, a north and a south pole. The body of the sperm cell is acting like a dynamo. It generates electric current too. The north pole will attract the south pole. They repulse and attract each other. Attraction and repulsion in a sperm cell is a static behavior. While the formation of the human body, the cells are not growing. The development of a body is not by growing it. The cells are simulating one after the other. It is a phenomenon happening in the human body. And through the simulation, the body is growing and developing. The growth and developments are in a particular sequence of mathematical equations. there is the ratio and proportions naturally following the rules of equations organizing the orientation. The cells are fundamental units for the understanding of everything in a living organism. Because it stands independently for data and knowledge. The mind is a knowledge of the cell. Since the beginning of the simulation, it has been an attraction to another cell. Attraction and repulsion are metabolisms that exist as single beings. Every cell is unique in the human body. The variation of the act of vibration and temperature are defining its quality of it. Collectively, a sperm cell is an independent unit in the human body. It is moving in a specific time direction with a mind of action based on the pedigree of the soul with it. In another way, sperm without motion is formed with 5 elements, earth, water, air, fire, and sky, and adding 4 more elements are making it active or live. The matter with actions is the fundamental state of a being that simulates continuously. It has a specific state by the act of attraction and repulsion, it will stand independently, singly, and jointly. While the development of this organism, at every moment, it is simulating addition and multiplication. Whenever adding it one after another, through simulation, the collective nature of the state will be for the whole thing. Every cell has its mind and state where it stands independently and at the same time collectively. They have a collective sense too. This difference will enact as uniqueness to the multiple connections to the body and mind of man. Collectively, a sperm cell is a single independent body that is restless in its travel and life. The single cell will not exist in its life without an appropriate carrier. It is interpreted in another way, a mother is a carrier for every human being and a father is the provider of pedigree, light, sound, and culture. The temperature and vibration are the traditional properties and it is unique for everyone. First upon we have to discuss the sound and vibration of a body. The sound is received from the father and it is ultimately the life energy working as heartbeat and living energy. Sound and light are 2 important factors interacting with and from the human body. I have mentioned above this as every cell has its mind, soul, direction, and time. This is defining the mind and heartbeat. Mind is consistent in every cell. The mind is a local sense that administrates every cell when its state is within it alone. It is a single mechanism that has a mind also. And collectively the whole body has another mechanism of mind. Hence the body is dealing with single minds and multiple minds. For example, you have serious pain in the tip of the toe in the left leg. You are feeling the localization in the toe of the left leg means, the mind of the local cell or cells are corresponding to this message to your brain. Similarly, we have to discuss the relationship between mind and thought. The smallest part of the mind is a cell. The cells network in the body. And the largest part of the mind is the whole body. As per the thought process, the mind is compromising with new ideas and plans. Every day the plans and ideas will change in the mind. The changes in events, polls, and galas, climate, and unexpected events naturally change the state of mind. The mind is a state that change its orientation as per the new learning for the mind. The static state of mind is based on the attributes of substance. As per this change, the chemistry of the mind will change without additional suggestions. The simulation of the cell is continuing during this period also. As per the change of the plans of mind, a kind of new simulation will start working. It is generating new cells in different species and genesis. By continuing this metabolism, one human body will be changed by a major percentage within the 12-year time frame. 12 years is a statistical time required for universal change. It is by the act of the invisible properties. The localization of the mind will act and attack by excitement and consciousness. The largest excitement for the mind is the orgasmic experience in a sexual union. As per the theory of the Hindu school of thought, a body can be changed at any time in life. The thought is completely changing the body and mind within 10 lunar months. A single spacious cell will be changed in 21 days. Everyone need to do is understand how it is changing. Human life will change in every moment by following the guideline for organizing knowledge. As per the theory of Himalayan masters, in Hindu science, the complete theory is enumerated through 64 science or technology. All this knowledge is interdependable on one another. I have mentioned the smallest part of the mind is a single cell. It is an equation for the understanding of everything. Thought is a powerful tool that leads and organizing to the mind. The simulation of the cells will continue till the death of a man, and the process of simulation will continue day and night. In the initial stage, up to attaining maturity or adulthood, the simulated cells will be organized in the body for orienting the body's structure. And at the same time, the simulation of the cells is not stopping. In childhood, the simulated cells are used for developing the body. Every layer of such cells is changing the shape and appearance of the body. In the female body, this process will continue up to the first menstruation or the maturity of the physical behavior. I have mentioned one piece of information which is not conned with this, but I have mentioned it here. The body before attaining adulthood is very sensitive. If the body is sexually penetrated or cased to discharge by the act of sexual orgasm, that will damage and cause the discharges of sperm cells in both male and female bodies. Such premature discharges damage the growth and orientation, and that will affect the reproduction system. This is causing a lot of problems and anoxia in that body. After the maturity of the body, for female children, the simulated cells are lost from their bodies as menstrual blood. Hence no simulated cells are stored in their body. The orientation of the body will reflect without the updating of new information to the body. In general, females are most respected as per the Hindu system, because they are sacrificing their life after their teenage for adopting the male cell to be a mother. The body is growing after this age with gut and brain microbes only. The sperm microbes exist slightly. But in male children, they will continue the simulation with their body by producing sperm cells for creating another generation with samskara and pedigree. The sperm cells of the male body should be preserved to make a healthy generation, and hence the samskara should be followed. The structure of the body is in a specific ratio and proportion from one to another. He ordered this proportion and ratio is creating attraction from one body to another body. The attraction and repulsion between one body and another body are as per the intensity of light and sound. The sound and light will be varying in every fellow being, and as per the karma of the father, it will be reflected. The attraction and repulsion of every male and female body are also attracting and repulsing one to each other. In this case, the value of the cell in both bodies will be varying. In the same way, the cells are the smallest part of the mind. As per the thought of every mind, the body start producing the microbes. Chapter 2. How to attain the bliss. What is enlightenment? Consciousness, nirvana, mental retardation, golden ratio, orientation of the body, chemicals and pheromones, etc. Consciousness, enlightenment, nirvana, love, etc. are the common word used for expressing the meaning of happiness. There are no clear ideas to explain the state of mind to another person because the mind is invisible. The phrases expressing happiness are closely connected to the culture. Because most of the spiritual conversations are based on the Vedas and Vedic terms. The samskara, culture, of Indian tradition started communicating in the language of Sanskrit, and it is considered the language of God. And more particularly, for the experience of the mind, there are no expressive languages, instead, it is nearly mental concepts. Or in other words, the state of mind is not expressive through a language. Most of the deals and conversations of the mind are not expressible to another person. Because the mind is the secret to them. Vedas intend to establish happiness for society by organizing the body and mind. Body and mind is an association of two independent and interdependent states that stand separately and jointly. Here, for a better understanding, you have to consider yourself for attaining the bliss through the comparison of mental states. What is the state of bliss? Attaining the state of nil doubtfulness and nothing is creating a wow factor within what you are considering as the state of bliss. In another way, you should be in a doubtless state. Should be doubtless in everything. The way of attaining the doubtless state is you should be a knowledgeable person. What is the meaning of knowledge? Knowledge means you have to be aware of yourself first. You have to answer yourself to the question of who am I? Upon that state, you will be an insightful person. For that, you have to understand yourself. You have to look into yourself, the real inside of yours. After understanding about you, you will be a doubtless person. More specifically, Vedas are the key to establishing a doubtless state of mind. Everything is there in the definition of the formation of man. The human body is forming and develops inside the mother's womb. It is absolutely by the act of vibration of sound and simulation of the biome, cell. The basic properties of the biome are biological fluids, vibration, and temperature or light. These physical properties are supplied by the father through a physical union. Father is donating the energies, motion, light, and temperature. Or sperm is consistent with these properties. Energies, motion, light, and temperature are physical and technical properties. The mother is providing food through the umbilical cord for the fetus to grow inside as a jacket. For 10 lunar months, the mother's womb is the living world for the developing fetus. We have to salute every woman as a mother in this state because the state is a mechanism that needs mental and physical preparation for every woman. And it is a state of transformation from womanhood to motherhood. I don't have more explanation than about this state because you can imagine. There are secrets in the formation of every being, specifically for human beings. The development after receiving the sperm for the fetus is happening inside the womb in a specific order as the result of the oscillation of the sound and vibration. Vibration is an associated matter that inbuilt a sperm and osculating from nature. The vibration of sound is generated as the heartbeat. The heartbeat is continuing as an after effect of the vibration from the semen. As per the rhythm of vibration of sperm cells, the heartbeat is also organizing the body as a system. It is continuing till the end of life. When this vibration is stopping, the life of this body is also ending, which we call death. The beginning of the vibration of the sperm cell and the ending of the vibration is two boundaries of the physical life of a human being. The development of the fetus is as per the rhythm of the vibration. I have mentioned in the last chapter it is in the order of the Fibonacci sequence. This sequence is a mathematical order that explains the ratio of orientation. I.e, Fn equals Fn1 plus Fn2. As per the slope of the axis and the spinning speed of the Earth, the ratio of orientation will be vary into the sequence number. This mathematical sequence creates a rhythm in every being and that naturally formed a ratio and proportion in orientation. Fibonacci sequence. The proportion, ratio, and orientation in anything are by the act and application of this phenomenon. This is important to the orientation of living organisms that organize the aesthetics of the body. In the matter of human beings, we can observe the ratio and proportion in every statute for the human body. More particularly it is defined as bimba or idol. Because the ratio of head and body and the ratio of every part to another part of the body is very particularly mentioned in Vedic knowledge. The ratio and proportion in different ages. The development of every being is progressing with the oscillations and vibration of sounds, and the proportion and ratio of every sequence. A learned master can see and read this ratio and proportion anywhere in nature. All the belongings from nature like plants, animals, hills, valleys, and water present in the earth are forming in the same sequence and that is why it is seen as attractive. See a few images of Fibonacci. The orientation of Vedas and Vedic interpretations is demonstrated in the sequence only. The development and growth of the body of the fetus are the primary activities and in 10 lunar months, the formation of the infant will be completed for human beings. This is the preparation for a bimba. We can call it bimba because this phrase is formed based on Vedic terms. Bimba means, the sculpture of the man formed through millions of living mechanisms inside. It has been living in the water for these 10 months. Living in water is experiencing a specific state that is weightless and very sensitive to temperature and sound. The organization of the human body is happening in this period. The water in the mother's womb is more hot than the external temperature. The sound vibrations is 4 times faster and louder inside the womb because the sound travels 4 times faster in water than in the air. Living situations within the uterus sac is providing high prevention for the fetus, and that helps to prevent damages from unexpected situations. We can see this phenomenon through biological language. We have to understand the cell divisions and formation of a body here. During mitosis, a cell duplicates all of its contents including its chromosomes, and splits to form 2 identical daughter cells. Because this process is so critical, the steps of mitosis are carefully controlled by certain genes. When mitosis is not regulated correctly, health problems such as rare diseases and disabilities can result. I shall give you another guideline for a better understanding of the human body. Here you start to understand about your body is a cell. Cells are the basic building blocks of all living things. The human body is composed of trillions of cells. They provide structure for the body, take in nutrients from food, convert those nutrients into energy, and carry out specialized functions. But Vedas has other definitions for the cell. Let us travel through a cell. As I mentioned earlier, the first cell is the primary property of every human being. It is a moving object like a fish in water. It will divide one into another. The process of simulation will not end till the death of a person. The copying is not like doubling to even numbers. It is in the ratio of 1:1.6 for one to another. It is a natural metabolism. In 10 lunar months, it will be attaining near the human body in shape. Because of the ratio and orientation. Upon attaining the completion of 10 lunar months in the mother's womb, it is ready to come out. I am not describing the delivery process here. But we have to understand the prepartum period and the postpartum period is different in technical terms. The child's birth and first cry is a technical process, and upon the first cry, the child starts their life on this earth. Here onwards a man is starting their life. If the body is simulating the cells alone, it will grow to the shape that is available for every day to free space. But it is growing into the shape of a bimba. During the pregnancy period, the growth of the fetus has been from the navel part towards the head. The head is not developed, but a shape is formed as a structure. No proper head, bone, or blood is developed for this body during the prepartum period. The proportions, ratio, height, weight, and orientation will be changed frequently. This variation indicates the age and appearance of a man are changing while the development is happening. Here, I am giving you case studies with a few real-time demonstrations with my readers. I have mentioned to you the development of the human body. You have to imagine a child has no ability and understanding after delivery. After birth, every child will not have the intellectual capacity and physical strength. And they will not understand anything. Here, an infant and a mentally retarded person are in an equal state. Both are not able to understand anything. There are no other words to mention mental retardation technically. A mentally retarded is an ideal specimen for the study of consciousness. We can see and understand how consciousness, nirvana, enlightenment, and love is developing in a body and mind. In my early stage activities, when I am normalizing mentally retarded for retarded children, an outsider will not understand these children are mentally retarded. They seem like other normal children only. But they are completely retarded and have no mind. As per their age, their orientation has been fine and healthy. I am talking here about mental retardation only. Not like retardation with deformity and other disabilities. I shall explain the case of Narayan, a 17-year-old boy with 100% mental retardation. He has good health and good physical body structure. And almost appeared a good-looking boy as per the physical evaluation and medical records. He has no shyness and he doesn't know to lie about anything. He is naked if his mother is not forced to wear his dress. He doesn't know about that. He is looking into infinity without emotions. He will not respond to anything. He is not sensing the touch sensation when I touch his body. He is not sensing the sound when I called him his name. He is not responding to anything when I have shown him many moving objects. He doesn't know about any relationship with his father and mother or any friends. He has no proper place to do anything on his own. He has no toilet sense. All he knows is, he will take his food, chapatis without curry, from one kitchen shelf and he eats when he wants it. He has no timetable for food. When he feels hungry, he will go to the kitchen and will take his chapatis and he eats. His mother Divya is always spending her time with him to make him clean and dressed. He doesn't know about dress, fashion, gender, seasons, or any calamity around him. He is 5 feet 8 inches tall and 71 kilograms of weight. His mother is providing him with the dressing, toileting, bathing, and his every need. When he comes out with his mother, he is a handsome boy and good looking. I am introducing this spaceman for understanding the comparison of consciousness and retardation. It is two extremities of the human state. It is a state that the relationship of one cell to another cell is loose due to various reasons. Most of the reason for mental retardation is the damage to pedigree. That means the light and vibration are loose due to some unnatural management of sperm cells. The loss of light and vibration is the basic cause of this kind of disability. Mental retardation is a disability. This is mentioning two states of the human body. One state is the body is grown from the mother's womb through the simulation of the cells. After birth, the body activation is not worked in his case. The activation is working as the inhalation of hydrogen and carbon dioxide to the brain. In Vedas, in such cases, added hydrogen is recommended for inhalation. I am describing it in the Vedic practice version of this book, not a biological definition. If the hydrogen and carbon dioxide is absorbed by the brain, then only the brain is activated and starts producing appropriate particles. Carbon dioxide and hydrogen are capable to produce biomass from the breath of air from the brain. Refer to hydrogenotrophic bacteria as space food. His body does not seem to be activated. What is the activation? Activation is a natural metabolism that happens from the first cry onward in the brain. The brain starts to produce microbes for the body's needs and developments. The first mechanism is organizing a shape for the body from the mother's womb and coming out to the daylight atmosphere. This is an infant body as per the common term. Light is important in human life. We are living under millions of different lights. Every light has a temperature. We can't see all the lights in front of our eyes. We can see only infrared to ultraviolet colors in the sky. There are hundreds of thousands of colors in the sky. There are colors beyond and under the color wheel too. We are not able to see all those colors with our naked eyes. As per the terms of the Vedas, we are experiencing the color of sunlight in the daytime as the color of the sun. In the absence of sunlight, we are experiencing nil color, that is darkness. We are explaining it differently. Technically they are not day and night. Instead, that is a different color of a different light. We can say, the night color is dark light. The important point to understand is here we are describing and giving attention to the single biome, cell, only for his body. Billions of cells are thereafter simulations or copies of the first cell. The simulation process is continuing till death. In the body of this Narayan, all copied cells are not synchronized with each other. The great knowledge in Vedas is the single cell simulation and synchronization. Here we can give attention to the single first cell, the first cell of the sperm, because all the rest cells are copies of the first cell. Here we are communicating with a single cell of Narayan. You also can travel with this single cell. The billions of copies of the first cell are developing from here. For understanding the relationship to other cells, we should know the quality of the first cell. As per the quality and attribute, the relationship between the cells will be varied. The first cell is a biological body consisting of temperature and vibration. The microbiome and first cell are different in culture and quality. These temperatures and lights are traditional properties. As per the act of vibration, it moves and shows the quality of actions. It moves forward, backward, move right, move left, jumps and spins. These basic qualities are there in every cell of every sperm. This quality will not lose, and if it is lost, life will not exist. But as per the quality of the vibration and light, the strength of the action will be vary. In a retardation state, the quality will be the same and no changes will be accrued while copying one to another. In retardation, the vibration will be low in every cell for the same body, and while in simulation the quality will not see as progressive. In such cases, the casualty may be expected. Then what is happening to these cells on getting consciousnesses? I have to describe consciousness, nirvana, enlightenment, love, and all other excitements happening in the human mind. All these are the trades of mind, not the body. Still, the body is a fish only. Of course, excitement and enlightenment are happening, not the physical body. Every such act is the acknowledgement of the networks between the cell across the body. It means, for every new experience there shall be a registration of a new biome in a new species. Upon the presence of such a new species, the body will show an excitement that we can define as consciousness. The scale of this enlightenment will vary as per the registration of such events. I have mentioned to you it is the acknowledgement of the body system. There is, naturally, a question that arises about acknowledging what? The first excitement in human life is getting light and temperature. This knowledge is getting you when your body is synced with the air after the first cry. Inhaling the air is the first phenomenon in human life. Inhale or first breath is technically absorbing the gas or air for activating your lungs and brain. Lungs are for organizing your breath or inhalation. Every inhalation is sucking air into the lungs. And the same time the brain also absorbs the gas or air into the brain. This term is available only in Vedas, not in modern biology. As per the theory of Vedas, air inhalation is for two purposes. One is for breathing and the other is for the hydrogenation of the brain. We have to understand, so far this body has not started to produce blood, bone, and hormones. After starting the breath process, a small amount of exhaled air is going inside the brain. They are hydrogen and carbon dioxide. The combination of hydrogen and carbon dioxide mixer is the matter for the formation of a new microbe. In modern days, NASA is using this technology for producing edible meat for astronauts in space travel using the discharged air of human exhalation. The brain starts functioning only after the first cry and breath in the human body. The consumed air, the combination of hydrogen and carbon dioxide, is working as the matter or substances for the production of microbes in the brain. It is a kind of biological formation. It is consist of the microbiome. These beings are converted to blood. It is flowing throughout the body as blood veins, bone marrow, and functional chemicals for the endocrine system. I have mentioned earlier the first knowledge is the temperature of a human being after birth and the first cry. Because, technically, a human fetus is growing inside the uterus at a high temperature than the external atmosphere. During delivery, when a child comes out from the mother's womb, they come to nearly half temperature in the labor room and the child is with soft skin. It is an extremely freezing situation for the child. This makes the child into freezing sensations. Hence it is the first learning in life that the child required warming to his body. And upon getting the warmer supports, he is experiencing the hugging cover, and that is the first consciousness in his life. Similarly, experiencing the first new knowledge or excitement we can define as consciousness, nirvana, and enlightenment. The first enlightenment is getting a hug and covering from the mother against the cooling crisis. This enlightenment is creating the first attachment with a person, that is mother here. The next and second enlightenment is the smell. The very first smell is for the giver and protector. Here is a normal case, it is the mother. It is given by the mother while giving the breast milk for feeding the newborn child. Here the presence of the mother are understood through smell for the child. The smell is the second great enlightenment in human life. I have mentioned other notes connecting with the smell. There are hundreds of thousands of smells in human life. The impact of smells is acting differently in human life situations. I have mentioned different events in the last chapter for the association of the relationship between cells and smells. For better observation, you have to understand, the cells in the body are working as a chain or a necklace. You have to imagine, every cell in the body is the beads of the chain. Every cell stands independently in the body. A cell. In a human body, all the beads in the chain are linked to other beads. Hence whatever shows every bead for their quality, orientation, actions, temperature, color, light, actions, etc. will present every cell individually and collectively while copying on simulation. Not only that, attraction, repulsion, actions, and reactions will be immediately reflected in every cell and the complete body. Hence the lights, color, sound, magnetic forces, and smells will be absorbed by every individual cell and the whole body at a time. It experiencing after the simulation of the first cell for the attraction, color, and other invisible and visible forces to the body. All the reflections are enumerated differently and that act anytime. The human body is like an engine and its action and mechanism are like a clock. An engine builds with many hundred parts. All the parts will be small or big iron pieces. In raw form, it is iron pieces only. When this iron piece is the part of the engine, that will start working as an engine and it will show the quality of an engine. Similarly, the cell of the body when standing independently will show the quality of the pedigree, and when it is a part of the living organism that cell will be a part of that complete mechanism. That means the feeling and experience of a particular cell are established. More specifically, the complete body exists with one cell because all the cells are a copy of the first cell. Hence the behaviorism actions show only the first cell. Hence mental retardation is a quality that no cells are simulated with new behavior. Whenever the cells and microbes are simulating various culture and quality, then only the behaviorism of the body come into action. Vedas taught the cells of everybody are directly connected to the universal mechanism. The communication of the cell will be acted to the body and the sound's electromagnetic field. In another way, the cells in the body are interpreted as gods for a different purpose in Vedas. Upon completion of the formation of an adult body, there are 330 million cells are calculated. It is said as 330 million gods in the human body. Here the interpretation of God is considered differently. In ancient days, it stands with the terminology used for the administration through thought, in everyday life by the Vedic knowledge. In every new event for the body, a new species of the cell is developing. The addition of these new entities will be in new species and genera. Through that, every thought or every new event is caused for a new species of the cell. A new cell here is a new species and genus. A new genus and species of microbe mean, a new branch of microbe developing in the body to administrate a new thing in the body. Here the definition of a cell and microbe is different in interpretations. The cell is formed by the simulation process as the continuation of sperm and microbe is formed by the thought and is from the brain. There are three kinds of formation of cells and microbes in the human body. The gut is producing microbes from food and other eatables. This is a kind of worm for establishing the muscular strength of the body. By all means, the worms and microbe generate in three different ways. All these three biomass are working differently in the human body. They are, the sperm cells working for the mind, relation, and thought, and gut microbes working for the muscular presence and establishment of the physical body to act actions and emotions. The third one is producing microbes from the brain for establishing the blood, bone marrow, and hormones. I shall define the act and responsibility of every kind of this organism. Every thought is the case to create a chain of information for creating and generating a database and organizing it in a particular chronological order. It is working as the memory of the human mind and body. It is a process of simulating new cells and microbes as new layers. Memory is the layers of cells and microbes. The gut microbes will not include in that category. This process produces auto-response inside the body. As a result of this, the body discharges different kinds of smells. In modern days, These smells are known as human pheromones. In every thought process, the body produces a corresponding pheromone scent and discharges it through the sweat holes. The pheromone scents are body chemical substances for resisting, attracting, and repulsion for the body's system to adjust to the situation. The formation and discharge of pheromones have no control over the person. It will frequently discharge from the body as per the thoughts. In most cases, this discharge of scents will damage other beings including humans around him. Technically, every thought will be processed in a body and that will express through the skin hole as pheromones chemicals. It is a chemical messenger too. This is a social cause since the Vedic period. The people who frequently discharge harmful pheromones. These discharges are a social problem and it was known as demons or the Rakshasa effect. Harmful pheromones discharges have been a social problem in society at all times. Vedas have been advised some kind of ritual for the control and organization of harmful pheromones chemicals. The understanding of the harmful discharges from the body given the knowledge for the masters, the thought is giving equal and corresponding action in a body, and that leads to the innovation of purposeful thought described in Vedas. To control and organize the poisoned pheromones, some kind of ritual has been advised by the masters in Vedas. This is the one reason for the establishment of Hindu science. The advice and guidelines for control of this are known as rituals and devotion. Rituals are organized with the adoption of smells and substances with anti-pheromone scents. There are 49 kinds of anti-pheromone substances that have been used to prevent the attack of such scent. They are considered holy substances. A holy substance can resist the material action and provide an anti-action. Fragrances and scents are used as the substance for decorating the body too. The materials used for this ritual have been selected based on the material chemistry and are suitable for neutralizing the poisoned effect of the pheromones. Hence the Vedic masters always taught society what to think, how to think, and when to think. There are designs and advice for thinking and realizing life in an organized way. If one is thinking wrongly, they are making a worse effect within their body and around them. Hence, Vedas are recommended effective fellowship and ritual with substance and God. I shall describe it for you connected with the yoga and rituals later. The most of social problems today are by the act of poisonous pheromones attack. I shall describe his topic in the portion on vital points. Pick. Vital points of the body. This social problem has been classified based on trade and profession. Most of the thoughts and engagements are considered professions and careers. Social organization has been the remedy for organizing the pheromones attack in society. As a remedy, the Vedic principles advised, classifying society based on the need and want of man. For the classification of the society to control and organize, the masters find out the branches of the profession that are required in the society. A man is traveling through his life from birth to death. Considering various occasions based on the state of life. There shall be 64 junctions in life in the normal course. The need and wants in everyday life are calculated as 64 kinds of service. It has been identified as the need of a child to an aged man in everyday life. The need and wants of teens, young, adults aged, and old aged has been considered as 64 branches of skills and professions. Every skill and branch of the profession is considered into 4 classifications. They are master, skilled, semi-skilled, and expert layman. All the social requirements have been classified under these categories. The Vedas are teachings for the great social requirements and town plans for every place. The steps of classifications for organizing the living area for the society have been in order. It has been prioritized as a nation, a state, a district, a village, and a param. This param, the smallest part of local administration like a village, is advised for the organization of every place. All the Vedic sciences, rituals, and administrations are established based on this primary planning. Astrology, Ayurveda, architecture, etc. have been based on these theories. A very specific standard has been administrated in establishing it. What are consciousness, love, enlightenment, and nirvana? I have mentioned the cause of mental retardation. The cells of the sperm are simulated one by one in an organized order. The human body is not growing, but the development is happening through the copying of cells through simulations. The cells are networking together within the body. But every cell has the same as the other cell because it is a copy of the former one. Hence, the body will not show additional quality without forming new microbes and cells in new categories of species and genesis. In a normal living situation, there is no thought for the common man. Whenever a thought process is starting in the brain, an associated new species of microbe is produced in the brain and that circulates to the body. Whenever new species of microbes are produced and circulated to the body, a new orientation is presented naturally in the body. This is an experience of the body as enlightenment or consciousness. Consciousness, love, enlightenment, and nirvana are the state of the body and mind for presenting new species of microbe. Another and third enlightenment is experiencing the lights and color. Through this enlightenment of light and color is the process of seeing. It is a seeing process. The human eye is discharging and absorbs light and color through drishti. We are experiencing the light of the sun because we are seeing its color of it. Similarly, there are millions of lights around us in the sky. All those lights are very specific in describing their illumination and pressure. The illuminees of the light act the cells differently. Every light has color and pressure. All planets and stars deploy the light and associated pressure. In Vedic terminologies, the most powerful light is the dark light. It is 2.5 times more powerful than the daylight of the sun. The nature of it is static and it is available everywhere. It is known as neutrinos in modern physics. In the human body, it is consisting as inborn and gives pressure on all metabolism. The other light sources are described as stars and reflections of planets. The stars are distributing light to the beings and the earth, but planets are dispersing against the pressure to the beings of the earth. We are experiencing the color of the sun, other planets, and stars. All those are natural lights only. This impotence is because every human body is inbuilt with its color and temperature by birth itself. The body is reflecting and absorbing temperature and light. Every planet in the zodiac will be attracted to each other and the earth. Hence, Vedas are considered the planets that attract and repulse in their rotations and transit. The planets are not placed statically, but by their motion, they change their place continually. Upon the change of the place of the planets and stars, the circle of attraction also will change. The Vedas say, the planets, sun, moon, and human body equally attracts each other. Every planet and man is moving and rotating separately, but all together they are attracting each other. The complete system of the vortex is interconnected. The human thought process, mind, and mechanism of the planets are interconnected. The interconnection is using the cell and simulated. The other two biomes, the gut biome, and brain biome, are not connected to this relation. In another way, all the planets in our solar system, the Earth, and every cell of the human body are always connected. This is happening because of the vibration of sound. How sound is connected with human cells. There are nearly 2,000 lightning happening every minute on the surface of the Earth. This is a global electromagnetic resonance, generated and excited by lightning discharges in the cavity formed by the Earth's surface and the ionosphere. The height of this sound frequency is 60 kilometers on the surface of the Earth. It is a continuous wave with a frequency of 7.8 MHz and a static phenomenon. In modern physics, this phenomenon is innovated by a German scientist named Winfried Otto Schumann in 1959. Hence it is known as Schumann resonances. NASA is using this theory and they scan the planet Earth for studying this sound. You can download the scanned sound of Earth from YouTube. The file name is Voice of Earth by NASA. It is known as Schumann resonance. In Vedic knowledge, it is known as Om. Schumann resonance is a ring of sound covering the Earth in 60 km thickness. That is interacting with a wave of thought of the human brain. The relationship between planets is considered between color, sound, and attraction. Every planet has sound on rotation and movement. Sound and Om. The fourth enlightenment is the consciousness of sound. The vibration of sound is known as Om in Vedas. Every vibration inside the mother's womb establishes an attachment with the fetus inside. The specific relation through sound is another phenomenon between the mother and child. From this state onwards, the communication and attachment between the mother and child are established. Because this vibration helps to stimulate the cells while developing the fetus. Here you have to understand the colors, attraction, and sound together are the actions of the planets and stars. What I want to tell you is sound is caused to organize everything through vibrations, and at the same time, it is working as a messenger for cells. And it is working as a relationship builder from one cell to all cells in the body. And it is networking from one cell to another cell, and one body to another body, and one planet to another planet in the vortex of the universe. In other meaning, all the beings, planets, and stars are vibrating together in a static frequency and wavelength. This frequency is working as a single network through the electromagnetic system in a single grid. In other means, it is building a relationship from one cell to infinity or the universe. Image, Schumann resonance. Vedas described all this as working as a single engine, and the relationship of this mechanism can be maintainable through thought. Hindu science has described the technology of sound before the Vedic period. In another way, the Himalayan masters find out this theory from their extrasensory perception. As per the Vedic definition, Om is the first sound, and everything vibrates by the sound frequency of the earth. Every planet has vibrations of sound because those planets are moving by themselves and together with other planets. The planets in our solar system and the cells of the human body from the earth rotate in a magnetic field, and they have attraction together. So the magnetic connection between them binds the cells of living organisms and human beings together. The scanned sound of Mars is also available from NASA. Sound has a lot of things to connect with beings, nature, and the universe. Sound can be traveled in the air only. A continuous rotation of sound around the field of the Earth in 60 km radios is creating a wave field and electromagnetic field around the Earth. Vedas explained that similar metabolism is happening on other planets also. The greatest finding of the Vedic masters is, a thought process, a single cell is capable to interact with the entire grid of society, Earth, and the universe. For this statement, I have results for my experiments. Vedas are describing pieces of knowledge based on the findings of the masters regarding invisible matters and the thought. The cell in the human body is vibrating by the oscillation of the frequency of sound. The same vibration is spreading to another cell, and through that to the whole body too. Again from one body to another body and the bodies of the society. The Vedas teach us that all the forces in this universe can be controlled by a powerful thought. I have been discussing the story of Narayan. I want to tell you about various events for Narayan, and how he got conscious. Consciousness is a great topic that one wants to experience for themselves. His father brings him for normalizing mental retardation to my home. I started a kayak alpa yoga session for him. On the 5th day, he lifted his face up and looked at my face. He called me with his voice Amma. He started to make a sound for the first time in his history. A very different sound. It was new to his mother and father. He started to look around him. He was trying to pinch his body. He wanted to see his hand, leg, and his shirt, and he wanted to touch me also. An explainable state for him. He is repeatedly looking, touching, pinching, and laughing to make me understand his happiness. He was inviting my attention to him. I have informed his father and mother about this event. I have forecast for him, on the 5th day, he will get consciousness, and I want them to attend that occasion. This is a state for attaining consciousness. He started to receive a sense of touch, smell, sound, and light. He can see and understand the visuals. Earlier he will not get this sense because he has been retarded. Now he wanted to experience jumping, and see the outside of the wall. It is a wonderful experience for his father and mother too. Now he can understand at the age of a 1-year-old boy. Normalizing after retardation is in the mental age only. And that mental age will be matured very quickly in a short period. Sometimes it will take up to 1 year. Because the body needs a seasoning with the physical body for experiencing the body's actions. All he is seeing and experiencing are for him now. He is watching everything and observing everyone now. All my readers should understand the terms of consciousness I have mentioned here in this chapter. This is not a word for use simply. For every new experience, one will get consciousness. Consciousness is getting information for the cells of sperm. I have mentioned that the cell of sperm is one kind of cell and there are 3 kinds of cells in the body. Consciousness is the first experience of everything. For the first taste, the first bath, the first touch, the first pain, the first light, the first rain, and anything feeling the first time will provide enlightenment and consciousness. Narayan is a 17-year-old boy. He is normalized after retardation, that is because all his consciousness and enlightenment are present for the first time. But getting conscious for a normal person is different from Narayan. Narayan experienced this because he has been with a blank mind and he did not have any good or bad information in his mind. I shall describe consciousness for your understanding. For everything, you will get consciousness. All those are classified as physical consciousness and emotional consciousness. If you are dreaming of something that is not available within your reach has been the matter of your agony, then consciousness in that particular one is within your reach. For a long time, have you been dreaming of that to be experienced? One day you got that in an occasion we can define it as consciousness. A person with color blindness or blindness is getting eye vision is a consciousness. A new food with good taste also provides consciousness. The union of an equal matching partner also gets consciousness. The wrong information and experience are the basic factors and cause for the absence of consciousness. Fundamentally, the absence of knowledge is the darkness. Sexuality is a confidential topic based on the culture in India. I have mentioned to you earlier, that curiosity at premature age will harm the genital organs. In the early age group, people experience a different kind of orgasmic touch to the genital area. It will provide a simple organismic experience. And it is happening unknowingly. In the childhood period, there are chances to get the orgasmic effect on children and they are experiencing it. It is not by sexual activity. In the majority of cases knowingly and unknowingly an orgasmic effect is experienced and multiple orgasms are also happening in life. This kind of orgasmic effect is caused to suspend the natural effect of the vital points of the body. I mean the vital points are defined as marma in the body. Attraction to the vital points is very important in a partnership and union of human life. More particularly, I have mentioned earlier every microbe is copying from one to another. And every cell is one positive pole and one negative pole. Every cell attracts and repulses. Every cell exchanges physical properties with another body. During the developmental stage, some junctions are forming in the body. These junctions are the meeting points of the body together with all 3 microbes, the gut microbe, brain microbe, and sperm cells. These points are known as marma. These points are very important in the human body. In a human relationship, there are few more things in the human body. That is the 5th metabolism. A partnership is the exchange of touch and temperature. The love between 2 persons is for exchanges of touch, temperature, pheromones, and vibration. This metabolism is happening in another technical aspect. The same love can be established without a boundary. In the prepartum period, the primary body is developed by the act of the gut. There is no head for the developing fetus inside the mother's womb. The understanding of vital points is important in managing rare diseases too. The body has a lot of pressure inside the joints and muscles. That is based on their pockets. Air pockets are important for the actions of the body. There are 5 actions. Every action has different intensity and applying intensity is by the active mind. It is based on thought. The movement of these cavities and applied pressure as per the direction of the thought. If a local problem arises, the pressure points will be damaged and that will be presented as a deformity. Most disabilities and deformities are caused by problems with vital points. These pressure points are filled with air and neutrinos. I have mentioned that neutrinos are dark light and it has 2.5 times pressure than sunlight. This mechanism helps the body not only with 5 actions but also with every automatic mechanism working based on the thought. Without this pressure, the motoring of the human body will not work. This is also working in the cavity blocks of the body. There are pressure and attraction in the vital points. The impulses of the vital points are very sensitive. Sexuality is caused by the act of all 5 senses of the body. The attraction of light is through seeing, the temperature of the touches, smells through pheromones, attraction to the cell of pedigree, the interaction of sound is by entering to vibration and tasting is with the sense of the experience of taste. All these 5 metabolisms is giving the sense of union to happen for an orgasmic effect called consciousness. In another way, the above 5 ways are the key points to getting an orgasmic experience. It is called nirvana or enlightenment or consciousness. The word consciousness can be demonstrated in this way. In general, any of the experiences connecting to these 5 senses is the ultimate one in the history of enlightenment. One will get the very first knowledge of an orgasmic experience, other than the sexual experience, and also will get or provide consciousness. After reading this book, one can easily understand the orgasmic effect in every sensing act, the act of cells of pedigree, 5 actions, and thought. I have a very good example to suggest to you, how sperm cells is interacting as a network of thought, mind, and universal relations. Nowadays we are familiar with mobile towers. For better understanding, you have to imagine every sperm cell is a mobile tower that will receive and transmit the signals to an appropriate mobile handset. Similarly, a cell is a data storage transmitting system for will work in 2 ways. As per modern biological findings, every cell has its data storage system. As we know through biological knowledge, the information is stored in the mitochondria of the sperm cells. Mitochondria are membrane-bound organelles present in the cytoplasm of the cells. Eukaryotes are organisms whose cells have a nucleus. All animals, plants, fungi, and many unicellular organisms are eukaryotes. The networking and data transfer from one cell to another cell is a methodology for transferring the signals. Chapter 3. The discoveries of the Master's life in Himalaya, attaining extrasensory perception, organizing the body and mind. Definition of Yoga, Kayak Alpa Yoga redesigning the life. Here in this chapter, I am discussing absolute theory and innovations through the traditions of spiritual masters. The spiritual masters defined all the theories from the beginning to the end of the formation. It includes the science of all times that we can define through ancient and modern evidence and specimens. There is a lot of evidence available to support the statement of the masters with proven techniques. A spiritual tradition is the continuation of the former tradition. Spiritual science is described with absolute experiments and definitions of every cause and consequence. We, the modern man, learned many things through schooling. The approaches to schooling are hearing, writing, definitions, annotations, storytelling, and observations. For the spiritual tradition, learning is from the face of events. There are lots of events demonstrated that caused frequent changes in the atmosphere, earth, and beings. What is Veda? The Vedas are essentially meant to achieve the 4 aims of human life, namely fulfillment of obligatory duties, dharma, wealth, artha, pleasure, kama, and liberation, moksha. The offerings in Vedic rituals are a mechanism to realize the desire of the mind. The definition of Vedas is for organizing the relationship between the body and the universal forces. Vedas never meant sacrifices, instead, it is offerings. The term sacrifices are interpreted as the supreme offering of dedication. Vedas interpreted organism thought and how to establish effective thought to attain realization. A worshipper of Vedic gods seeks wealth, peace, happiness, progeny, fame and name, power over the natural forces, destruction of enemies, longevity or a long lifespan, good health, and protection from misfortune, sickness, and loss of cattle. Agni, Vayu, Indra, Sun, Rudra, Vishnu, Varuna, and Mitra are the deities of the Veda. The offerings in Vedic rituals are a methodology to change the human body to get more wealth, pleasure, and liberation. This is a yoga. This means establishing the relation between body, mind, and eternal forces. There are a lot of definitions and different acts in Vedic offerings. Duty was the foundation and liberation was the ultimate aim. The Vedas affirm clearly that those who perform Vedic rituals for material ends or the first three aims would be reborn again, while those who achieve liberation by living selflessly and fulfilling their obligations would never return. Through the rituals and invocations, the worshipper of the Vedic god seeks wealth, peace, happiness, progeny, fame and name, power over the natural forces, destruction of enemies, longevity or a full lifespan, good health, protection from misfortune, sickness, and loss of cattle. Agni, Vayu, Indra, Soma, Rudra, Vishnu, Varuna, and Mitra are the deities of the Veda. The offering and rituals in Vedic rituals are a methodology to change the human body and to get more wealth, pleasure, and liberation. There are a lot of definitions and different activities that advise the Vedas for the realization of any requirement in human life. The deities represent the natural forces within the vortex of the solar system. As I mentioned in the last chapter, the magnetic forces of a single cell in the body are connected to the whole body. Similarly, every cell can be connected to the universe too. The light, pressure, magnetic field, attraction, and repulsion are the forces linked with planets, stars, air, water, Agni, etc., all such through their cells. Veda is a management system for invisible forces that are administrating through the thoughts. Vedic deities are the invisible forces and that are the lights from the stars, planets, and the elements. The elements mean 5 elements. Collectively, planets and natural forces together create a combined energy field in this vortex system, and that is the key factor in the existence of everything including humans and living organisms. What is yoga? Yoga is the definition of the Sub-Veda, primarily known as one of the 6 systems of Vedic philosophies. Yoga is one of the systems established as a theory in the school of thought. I have mentioned that the school of thought is the oldest system of Hindu schooling in ancient days. The main technological aspect behind this schooling system is a demonstration for enumerating natural forces and their relationship to the living system and man. The definition of the word yoga is an alliance between the mind and body. Yoga is designed through the demonstration of the human mind and life. The Vedic masters classified human life into different patterns. Mainly the human lifespan is calculated as 84 years. In a human lifespan, a man needs to cover 64 different states in life. 64 states originated from infancy to every stage of development while progressing the life. This 64 life stage is designed for the establishment of the professions in society. Again, every profession is divided into master, skilled, semi-skilled, and expert layman. Hence society is classified as 256 varieties of professionals. Hence it is calculated as 256 services and their involvement is required in our society. Hence yoga is calculated as 256 varieties of yoga divided by each professional expertise. Yoga is not a physical exercise, but it is an activation process of the mind to the body. As per the mental demand, one can achieve expertise, gain, and popularity through professional excellence. In another way, in the 5 elements principles of the formation of beings, there is a space with every cell in the body. In every organized inhalation process, the thought of your mind will be enhanced to a local cell and the local space of a particular area in the body. The yoga process is working with your mind, your thought, your desire, and your breath. You can have a desire in your mind and think that you will get a thought for your mind. In another way, yoga is an alliance or union of body and mind. As you process the thought, the body's relations toward the mind are established. And it will work for the body and it acts as per the desire of the mind. Upon that the administration of the body will be as per the desire of the mind. In this book, I am specifically describing Kaya Kalpa Yoga. It is for regenerating the body from damaged conditions and attaining youthfulness. This yoga helps you to manage rare diseases and disabilities. The masters of all time have found the solutions to the problems in human society. Nature has been their guide for them. They observed the changes in nature through their observations and extrasensory perception. The health-related issues were solved or managed with natural forces. The tradition of masters has been experienced for understanding and managing different kinds of human problems. We can see human conditions and rare diseases develop and affect human society when the state of the vortex is changed. All those problems are enumerated through the different aspects of when they occurred. There are plenty of situations and case studies for the spiritual traditions for following and adopting in life. Analysis and case studies caused the innovation of well-known ancient technologies for living longevity and survival. As a matter of study, experiments, and understanding, the act of natural forces on living organisms are the primary facts. Our space has a lot of different forces that act, react and distribute different kinds of matter and energies to our living space. The energies are from astral, repulsive, and invisible forces or invisible rays which we can't understand through our naked gaze. These kinds of forces are capable to change the complete body from one form to another form. For example, the gender mutation experienced in chimeras attacked a large area of society, and that caused gender change. In these cases, the reproduction organs changed from their original form to non-gender condition. It is the oldest history of rare disease. This was the first known mass epidemic in the ancient period. The after effects of this event were the body has the appearance of the beautiful idol but they have no emotions. They are from a new community named chimeras. This is affected many thousands of years ago now. First, it has been presented in the land of the Kinnar land, so the problems are also known by the same name. Kinnar land is a district now in the state of Himachal Pradesh in the Union of India. They are known as chimeras and the platelet area of the land is also known by the same name as chimeras. Later in the Vedic period, the chimeras are referred to as epic stories in Mahabharata. The second case study is another major incident that has been the mutation of the growth of the normal body and is converting to dwarfism. In this case, a normal human body with an average size of weight and height is stopping growth and development, and that body size of height will go to reverse and the body will reduce to half of the actual size. A 6 feet long normal healthy man became 3.5 feet long in less than a week. And other behavior shows that the size of the head and skull will increase to a comparatively big and irregular size. And the shape of the body shows deformity and wrong alignment of aesthetics, proportion, and the ratio of the head and body. It has happened 12,000 years ago now. This happened to the normal human body and is converted or reduced to half height, and the skull will be enlarged in size with a deformity. Another case study is about the formation of the body into disability and intellectual imbalance. Later it has been named Down syndrome. This event has happened 11,000 years ago now. This has happened in the geographical platelet of the Himalayan, China-Mongolia region, and later it has been known as Mongolian disease. These phenomena are continuing even today. Above mentioned 3 specimen cases are used to demonstrate and experiment for the fundamental understanding of the spiritual tradition of the ancient period. It gives an understanding of how a condition or a rare disease forms in the human body. We can evaluate the history and findings of such cases and the experience of the formers. The case of the problems has been identified with the following technical background. 1. The human body is a conductor and capacitor for electric power. Electric power is from the act of God. 2. The human body is developing through simulations and through worms and sperms. These sperms are microbes. 3. The development of the human body is by the action of vibrations and doubling of sperms and worms collectively. 4. The microbes are produced from the pedigree, gut, and brain. There are 3 kinds of formations in the human body. 5. There are repulsive forces in the atmosphere. They are invisible forces. 6. The act of the invisible repulsive forces damages the head and gut microbes. 7. The brain microbe is the property for developing bone, blood, and hormones. 8. The attack of repulsive forces damages the microbes. 9 bones and muscles are forming with equal space, cavity. While the microbes are damaged, the body shows disabling and it appears as a rare disease. All this knowledge is given through the understanding, experience, and experiments of the ancient masters and taught in their schooling system. The schooling system has been known in the names and forms of Hindu systems. Every master of ancient traditions has this knowledge in many ways. Kayakalpa Yoga traditions are followed by Lord Shiva of the ancient tradition. There are 84 traditions were identified and 84 theories were taught for different purposes and applications. These 84 theories are not part of the 64 sciences. In modern days, sciences may be an activity that doing continuous research on various topics. The researchers, especially in the scientific area, refer that the key innovation or a statement developed by someone in the past. For example, the scientific aspect behind spirituality is not been considered a mainstream research topic. The meaning of spiritual science is, it is the study of spirit told by modern researchers. Spiritual science means enumerating and defining the invisible particles that we can't see through our eyes. In spiritual science, we have to discuss and identify the metabolism of the body and mind. Spirituality is a schooling methodology. Every formation has a step-by-step procedure and developmental genealogy. For a better understanding, we should know the formation of everything. Kayakalpa Yoga is formed by the formation and biological definition of the human body. The model of the formation of the human being is the model adopted from the formation of the earth. For discussing the formation, development, and biology of the human being, we have to discuss the Himalayan mysteries. Because the yogis and monks understand the definitions relate to nature and being from the experience of Himalayan events. Without explaining the mechanism of the human body, one will not understand the biological definition explained in Kayakalpa Yoga. As per the teachings of the masters, the research, findings, and innovations are the continuous process of the traditions, and they have practiced it in the Mount Himalayas. First upon, I want to make you understand the name Hindu is not a religion. It has been the school of Indus that started on the bank of the river Indus. The pronunciation of the Indus in the local language and established in the name as Hindu. The ancient masters taught the technology for a different purpose and it addressed to the public. The technologies are still not popular because it has been destroyed in riots by different groups. Indus is the first school in the history of all times. Himalaya has been the highest laboratory for observation, research, and findings for all micro changes and metabolism happening in the atmosphere, earth, and beings. And we have to understand the technical findings are the true experience for the masters by events. In human history, the Himalayas, the snow abode, is considered the heavenly place of Lord Shiva. And people worshipped it as a holy place all the time. I am talking about this history when the earth is a single village without any political separations. And Lord Shiva is the first master who identified the mechanism of the universe and the formation of everything. The history of tradition started here. It is called spiritual tradition. The name of the spiritual tradition has been named like naming a university for technology and science. All the definitions and innovations are starting from here. And later the word Indus became Hindu, and the word Hindu is known as a complete science taught by the masters through the school of thought. It is defined as Hindu science. It has consisted of 64 sense classified from birth to death. All science is defined through thousands of definitions, examples, and explanations. All the definitions are interconnected to one another based on the occasion or an event. Events are unique for everyone. But understanding science is mandatory for basic studies. There are a lot of mysteries in the Himalayas that we can experience differently after understanding the events. Without the words of the masters, modern man will not understand anything in the Himalayas. If we live over there in the Himalayas for a few years with a learned guru for demonstrating deep and sensitive situations, then only we can see the mysteries directly. All those are not mysteries. It is the continuous experience of nature and are exist there for experiencing. The Himalayas has been not only a divine and holy place but also has been the largest laboratory for the masters for experimenting with real-life events at every moment. As per the ancient definitions, human beings, Mother Earth, and the Himalayas are formed in a similar method of formation. Nature has different vibrations. The formations of everything are the after effects of the vibrations. The atmosphere of the Earth and all planets discharges various frequencies of sound that travels around the universe. The Earth discharges a particular frequency of sound vibration to the atmosphere. We have the documents and evidence to understand the vibrations on Earth. The Himalayan masters experienced it around 15,000 years ago now. Dates are based on the signatures of some Himalayan caves. It is the first science and knowledge in our history that helps to form Indian mythology and Vedic definitions. It helps in understanding and defining the formation of the earth and beings. The definitions and the mantras are the keys to knowledge to use and understand the sound and vibrations. It gives the knowledge of the vibrations of different frequencies and their impact on the atmosphere, nature, and beings. Here the revolution is starting the spiritual tradition. There are annotations about mantra and usage. Himalaya is the best and most divine silent place for experimenting, experiencing, and transforming the meaning of sound and vibrations. The formation of the Himalayas is another mystery. There is a lot of evidence for the presence of the sea in the Himalayas. It is the after effect of the vibration of the earth. The Himalayas is coming up or developed towards up is from the deep ocean. Himalaya is a step pyramid in a hexagonal shape that is filled with different kinds of seashells and other belonging from the sea only. The salt lake at the top of the Himalayas also supports the statement about the presence of the sea at the top of the Himalayan mountains. Without a direct link with the sea, the salt lake will not exist permanently. The key understanding of mantra, vibrations, can be used for the creation and recreation of nature and living organisms. Nature and sound in the Himalayas are wonderful situations that one can experience without the help of any other measuring instruments. The Himalayas means the snow abode. The name itself, the Hima, means the snow and Alaya means the abode. It means home for snow. The detailed explanation I am describing the Himalayas is to model the human body. The formation and development of the human body have happened similarly to the formation of the Himalayas. Himalaya is the highest place on earth. The shape and ecology of the Himalayas are different than the understanding of the modern world. The oldest tradition of the yogis, monks, and masters where understand the secrets through thousands of years. The masters understand the different kinds of natural forces that act on different kinds of living organisms. My master taught me about a different way of identifications of repulsive and attracting forces to the earth. In 1982, I was with my Guru Narayan Baba, near Manasaravar Lake for 3 continuous years other than my early studies from childhood. I am fortunate to be his disciple, and he wants to teach me the traditional secret knowledge to preserve for future generations. There we did not use any kind of written notes but signature drawings in rock cuttings and cave walls. There are more than 1,500 drawings available to teach and demonstrate the history and technology for the subsequent generations. Image is from Dropa stone disc. 716 encrypted rock discs are recovered from caves of the Himalayan region from the Chinese area. The carbon trace is proven it is 12,000 years old. This is a stone image discovered in 1938 in the mountains of Bayan Karaula, a Himalayan cave, on the border between China and Tibet. 716 circular stone discs dating back 12,000 years on which tiny hieroglyphic-like markings can be found. Each disc is said to measure up to 1 foot in diameter and carries 2 grooves, originating from a hole in their canter, in the form of a double spiral. There are 1,432 other discs also available for studying science through pictures. All these drawings are called the signature. Most of them are available as rock shields or rock cuttings handy discs. The order of the disc explains the step-by-step developments of science, technology, and history. All these discs are considered teachings aids and the definition of literature is delivered as per the intellectual capacity of the student. As we know, the Himalayas is filled with snow. From October to May, the mountain will be covered with white snow. During this period we can see the mount is feeling like Silver Mountain because of the snow. The temperature will be -40 degrees and full of ice. There are 2 lakes at the top of this mountain. The name of the lakes is Manasaravar and Rekshasthul. The ice breaking is the first knowledge in the Himalayas. The ice breaking is not an affordable sound that creates fear for a new person. It is happening since the formation of the Himalayas. There is a different force of energies on the earth and that is more sensitive in the Himalayas. The energies are by the actions of the planet's attraction, repulsion, and vibration of the earth. There are a lot of attractive and distracting forces per the present of it. The vibration of the rivers also changed during this period. There are rivers at the top of the mountain. 2 rivers are starting from the top of the Himalayas other than 2 lakes. One lake is 413 kilometers wide, i.e., Manasaravar, and the second is Lake Rekshasthul. It has a 268 square kilometers area. The rivers are Indus and Ganges and lakes are Manasaravar and Rekshasthul. The Himalayan masters are well aware of the ice breaking and shaking of the mountain. It is happening as the after effect of the deep vibration of the earth. The continuation of vibration of the earth causes a pressure discharging from the deep inside of the earth. The ice is like a silver blanket for the mount in a thick layer. During this period the ice splits vertically and sometimes horizontally as big slabs. It is happening across the mountain and lake. The ice is presented as big slabs in size from November to May. The ice breaking is a wonderful experience for the learned master and accidental for a newcomer over to Himalaya during this period. In this season it is visible to all. Manasaravar Lake. The masters have a timetable and forecasting about the ice breaks and vibrations of the Himalayan peak to valley. From March to May, it is very dangerous too for all beings. But the masters lived in caves around the Himalayan platelets. A big break of ice can be experienced in a different schedule because the ice is thick and solid. In nearby caves and monasteries, they have counting drums for breaking calculations and the history of planetary transits. The action of repulsive and attractive forces from nature is acting on the mountain in different ways. As per the motion and transit of every planet, the drum will be added to another marker with a pebble in different shapes that indicate the corresponding planet's motion. There are no other calendars available for understanding planet movements. Therefore, a kind of drum is used for identifying the transit of the planets, Sun, and Moon. Upon completing one transit of a planet, that will be marked with a pebble to a drum. The Saturn drum is filled with 530 pebbles. It is counted American Samoa 15900 years. Saturn needs 30 years to complete to travel in the zodiac in its orbit. It shows the history of tradition and masters. The Sun, Moon, Jupiter, Saturn, and other planets and comets are in the list that is used as calendars for thousands of years. This is the way used for calculating the history of time and calendar. Ice-breaking and climatic changes are the major identification calendar for the use of less sensitive people other than yogis. The yogis and divine community can feel and experience every micro-impel through the pressure of vibration experienced in the body. There are lots of vibrations in different classifications. These classifications include the frequency of sound, smell of air and atmosphere, color of skylight and plants, indications of directions of the wind, feel of the change of geographical direction, oscillation pressure of dark light, neutrinos, and many other factors are the indicating measures of the Himalayan mysteries. An incident is calculated based on the presence of a particular force. The gender mutation happened when the planet Saturn presents 530 times of travel in its orbit. Freezing the lake and mountain is a periodical process from October to May every year based on the shift of hemispheres. And as per the shift of Jupiter, Saturn, and other planets also show different vibrations. And ice breaks and oscillations of water in the lake and river are also expressed in the same way. Once in a regular interval of a period of 12 years, 30 years, 46, 86, and years in a similar row or time frame is the indicating period for major atmospheric changes to be expected on Earth. and that shows changes in beings in different forms, physiologically and intellectually. The events experienced from the Himalayan mountains are the working model adopted for the application of Kayak Alpa Yoga. During the ice breaking, a kind of illumination light transforms into the remaining area of the lake. These situations create a particular experience that there is no borderline between sky and earth. In another word, a direct relationship is established with space and earth here through touching the super energy to the sky. It is believed that this is the gateway of heaven for devotees. The following days after this event, the villagers, pilgrims, and yogis go to closed places or caves to resist the superpower from the sky and mountains. It is a kind of phenomenon that happens between the gravitational forces of the earth and the moon. The sound of vibration is the continued action that emits every moment. The frequency of the ice-breaking period will be increased only as per the full moon, half moon, quarter moon, and days with high tide and low tide. Other times also it is happening but not in high frequency. There are definite enumerations of the vibrations and it is defined by the masters. This ice-breaking and mountain shift is the after effect of the sound vibration that defined the Himalayas as growing. I am defining the technicality as to make understanding and to tell the other side of the human body formation. During the winter season, the minimum temperature in the Himalayan region will be 2 degrees to -40 degrees. Masters and spiritually enlightened persons organized their bodies to compromise with this freezing climatic situation. I have experienced that a lot of yogis and masters of spiritual traditions are living in different caves in freezing temperatures. All those are protected by using the yogic power that is achieved from the practice of yoga. Yoga is another theory that I shall explain later. It is a natural process that when the height is increasing for the Himalayas, the body will feel like a kind of levitation for the body and brain. The relationship between the body and brain will be detached partly and one will not feel any kind of emotions or related memory. As per the theory of the spiritual masters, the human body is separated from the body and head in a particular frequency of vibrations from these stages of the experience. As increasing of the height of the mountain, the emotional humanoid state of the mind will be lost. This is happening because of a few reasons. The first reason is we can experience different frequencies of waves of sound at all levels of the Himalayan range. Himalaya is calculated as a pyramid in shape and it has 3 levels of action and frequency. It is described as the bottom, mid, and top level of the pyramid, and in changing the scale and note of the frequencies also changed. That makes an impact on every living organism in the Himalayan mountains. The bottom portion is up to 11,000 feet of height from sea level, and the frequency is audible as the vibration of heavy waterfalls coming from the slope of the mountain. There are hundreds of waterfalls ranging in different sizes. And water falling, even a small amount of water creates a kind of continued sound vibration that vary in all 3 scales. The second vibration here is by the act of wind coming out with an echo passing through the gap of the mountain branches as converting as the different frequency of waves. The third and supreme vibration of the sound in the Mount Himalayas is the natural frequency of the earth. These vibrations act everywhere on earth and beings with it. The earth is a ball in shape and it has a lot of energy and a magnetic field. It has 2 poles and the one pole is a negative tip and another pole is a positive pole like a magnet. And there is the core inside the earth connecting from negative to the positive pole, and that creates attraction to the negative pole and repulsion to the positive pole. This is a permanent action that works as a system. This process is a continuous one, and from that, a kind of sound is emitted as static vibration. This sound has various definitions connecting with every metabolism happening on the earth. Mount Kailas is standalone as a superstructure. Devotees believes that it is the home of Lord Shiva. Technically it is the meeting points of heaven and earth, or earth and sky. We can experience a peculiar situation in the 7 hills of the Himalayan peaks that is a kind of different experience. There are many versions and interpretations for the happening of the synthesis connecting with the human body. It is a kind of levitation effect on our body and has no relation to the body to the mind during this event. Because vibrations control the body and brain's relation through the circulating of sensing signals. It is an absolute experience for a yogi or monk that will not get an occasional visitor or pilgrim and tourist to the Himalayan area. Whenever the relationship of the mind limiting to the body, it is free to travel across the universe through the mind without special effort. This is the real state of yoga. Here the demand of the body is suppressed and no desire will be affected by the body and mind. Whenever the mind is free from the emotions of the body, it can be achieved in any state. It taught, Kayak Alpa Yoga is taught from this situation, and one common man also can attain this state across the world. An extrasensory perception is attained in this state. When we are experiencing, not only for the masters, the mind and body convert into an extrasensory state. Our body will get a misty and interesting experience with weightlessness and a kind of detachment between head and body. Whatever we think or experience in the body will be disappeared. In the Himalayas, we will forget about ourselves and we don't think about where we are. In another way, we will be in a non-emotional state. Due to the levitation experience, the body is controlling the relationship between the gut and the brain. It feels like our body is not on earth, not in heaven, whatever the meaning of heaven is immaterial here. But we are above the level of the sky or within the wings of the sky. We can't see more wide area and feel like we are in the mist. There are no border lines between the earth and the sky. Our body is working as a conductor for linking with earth and sky. We can call this sky heaven. This is a true situation that naturally feels like anything in the Himalayas. The most interesting experience in these situations, we can feel like the upper part of the Himalayan peak is growing or developing upwards. We feel like pulling towards the up. My guru told me, this kind of experience feels only before the ice breaking or mountain breaking by the internal pressure of the Himalayan mountain. The mountain is still growing up and that reflects as vibrations in various forms. We can see the growth marks in different areas of the Himalayan peaks. The masters experienced and understand that the Himalayas is growing as per the vibrations emitting from the earth. This vibration can be experienced everywhere on the earth but is more sensitive at the top of the Himalayas. This vibration is the primary energy for every formation of being and that changes nature in many ways. The changes are continuous effects that are because of the vibration of the sound. This vibration is experienced with a different sound module with energy emitting. And it is popular as Om, which is considered the universal sound. For many thousands of years, the ancient masters and yogis have evaluated and demonstrated that Mount Everest is growing upwards and is developing from the deep sea. For them, there is no evidence other than the signatures developed through the traditions. But for us, we have technical evidence. They, the masters, felt the real experience from the live events. They taught to the subsequent generations too. Getting a perception is not a big task if one is ready to study and follow it. The vibrations and levitation of the body are the important factors that create a state in the body and mind. The relation of the body and mind will be separated as per the after effects of the vibration of the earth, especially in the Himalayas. For a simple understanding, it has been demonstrated as Om. It is a sound called Omkara in Hindu mythology. But it is not a simple sound and vibration. It is a static sound of vibration that comes from a deep level of the Himalayas or earth. The masters observed and understand that the vibrations belongings to the earth are natural. It has physical presence and reflections. Important understandings of the Himalayan studies for the masters are: 1. Himalaya is grown up from the deep ocean and still it is growing. 2. Earth has a static vibration from the deep core. 3. The vibration of the earth is caused to form the Himalayas. 4. Himalayas is emitting snow and water from its peak and that flows down as rivers. This is a permanent process. This water is going to sea. The same process is happening in the human body too. The brain produces microbes and it is flowing down to the body. 5. Himalayas is receiving mist from the atmosphere. Similarly, that has no shape. 6. Mist is connected with different cosmic forces. 7. The vibration from the bottom and mist from the sky is interacting and that changes the ecology and climate. The masters observed that the same mechanism is happening in the formation and development of all beings, especially humans. A human being is forming as the after effect of the vibrations. The vibration is acting as the heartbeat and biome in the prepartum period. After the delivery, the brain microbe is working as a developer for the growing body. And interlinking of the microbes on vibration from the gut and brain are linked together. The space between the brain and gut is connected with worms, and the same process is happening in the human body. This is the technological innovation of Kayak Alpa Yoga by the masters. Moreover, masters described the formation of everything from the atom to the universe. That is not important to describe here. For the technical analysis and study, we are talking about these three specimens from experienced masters of the tradition. They are sperm cells and microbes from the gut and brain. When we want to experience the practical methodology and approaches of ancient knowledge, especially for living longevity theory, Kayak Alpa Yoga, we have to travel through the ancient findings. All the information was demonstrated from the understanding based on the event's face. The name Himalaya itself, nature-made marvel that spreads over a 559,000 square kilometer area covered with India, China, Tibet, Pakistan, and Nepal. Collectively we can call it Himalaya. The history of the Himalayas is different than the understanding of modern geography for the ancient masters. The definitions of the history of everything converting from the beginning to the end are demonstrated with drawings and corresponding stories in chronological order. But most of the area of the Himalayas is occupied by China. Most of the natural habitat of the Chinese is damaged. They are building a township and a large amount of construction is going on. The remains of ancient knowledge, writings in the caves, and other valuable information are lost every day. They don't know the value of Himalayan knowledge. As per the beliefs of Indian mythology, everyone believes that the Himalayas is a divine place. Himalaya has rich in gold, silver, diamonds, and different kind of pebbles. I am not describing the panoramic views and beauty of the Himalayas. I am trying to make you understand the technical background of Himalayan actions that define the formation of beings. These pebbles from the Himalayas are known as salagrama or shalagram. It is a fossilized shell that devotes to God and masters, keeping it as a reminder of God. In the Himalayas, there are a lot of such fossils. In 1942, Swami Pranavananda brought a marine fossil bed weighing 14 pounds from the southern foot of Kailas Peak and sent it to the Geological Survey of India for examination. This is the first technical examination of fossils from the Kailas range. The report is the specimens are very hard sandy limestone containing marine fossils belonging to the Lamellibranchs, referable to the genera Astarte, Ostrava, etc. The general look of the specimen and the fauna assemblage indicates a probable Mesozoic age for the beds. The Mesozoic period is 190 million years old. This tells the story of the deep-sea relations of the Himalayas. Later different technical examinations were undertaken for supporting this statement by the geological researchers, and the answers are the same. Marine fossil from Himalaya. In the ancient world, masters of tradition has a reason to understand things perfectly with facts. In the Himalayas, especially for the literate ones, getting an extrasensory experience is not a task, it is a part of life. It is because of high altitude, vibrations of sound, levitation act, and deep devotion to God for masters. The villagers of the Himalayan mountain range will not come under this category because they are engaged in trading, agriculture, and family life. They don't have time to think about it. But the spiritual tradition has the mind to concentrate on the universe, and they can feel and experience every frequency of vibrations. During life in the Himalayas, specifically for yogis and monks, even the common man with a compromised spiritual mind, can be experienced the vibrations of the earth in place of the upper crust of the Himalayas. The masters of the spiritual traditions taught about the methodology to enumerate, define, and demonstrate the waves, levitation, gravitation, and other vibrations acting on the human body and mind. In ancient mythology, the masters' technical explanations are the key logic for the practical administration of the Kayak Alpa Yoga. Before that, we can understand the formation, development, and orientation of the human body. Chapter 4. The magic of sound, sound vibration, the core sound, theory of frequency, importance of sound. Ohm. We have discussed the formation of the Himalayas in the last chapter. Himalaya is the working model for the formation of human beings too. The teachings of the ancient masters have various explanations for sound. It is called Ohm. It is defined as a mantra. Mantra means the pronounced version of the sound. It is defined as the universal factor that emits continuously from every matter in every action. The speed of sound varies in every situation and media. The speed of sound in the air under typical conditions is about 343 meters per second, while the speed of sound in water is about 1,480 meters per second. In every situation, the friction of matter produces different kinds of vibrations. It is converting as waves of frequency. Sound is a universal energy that acts in every microorganism, and it is the self-generating one. Once the sound is produced, it will travel to infinity and the waves will be acted like emitting vibration in a different frequency. The oscillation of the sound organizes as microparticles in every matter. Particles are formed with the action of vibration with 17 substances. All the properties around us are created or organized from particles only. But the attributes of the substance are different. Every particle is the association of minerals, metals, and carbon. The vibration sounds are ohm. It has various frequencies. The sound ohm is universal and it is the first recognized sound. The creation and recreation of every living organism are by the act of it. Olden days the masters used all the available materials from nature for creating sound. The grained stone discs, wood particles, bamboo and its parts, shells of vegetables, and similar articles were used to manage to reproduce sound in various forms. The ancient masters recognized there are 1,432 kinds of sound oscillating around us in the atmosphere. This is an ancient calculation for the reproduction of sound for various use. It is defined as 1,432 mantras. After understanding the nature and act of the sound, the masters recreated the same sound in various forms for the recreation of the damaged beings in the Kayak Alpa Yoga process. Here onwards the definition of human formation is defined differently. It is a different biological theory. The biological definition is important to administrate the human body in Kayak Alpa Yoga practice. Technically we need to see the complete process of birth for understanding. A union of a male and female body is defined well in the ancient definition that I described in the previous chapter. This definition is the model of biology to administrate the human body for living longevity and managing other conditions. The first sperm is produced from the head in a male body intending to have a union. For every male body, it is the act of brain microbes. It has been described in the previous chapter. This is produced as per the after effect of emotion and desire for sexual union. The sperm is content with the matter, magnetic current, and vibration. After the union of the male and female body, the sperm is established for simulation or doubling into multiple microbes. This is by the action of sound and light. Here the light is temperature. This is describing a later chapter. In the matter of human beings, an infant is developing from this stage. It is called a fetus as per modern biology. This fetus is developing in the mother's womb. A mother's womb is an organized jacket for the stay of the fetus or inside the baby during the development period of pregnancy. This period is called the prepartum period. During the prepartum period, the act of vibration supports to development of a fetus in the womb. The sound and vibrations travel in water 4 times faster than in the air. That means an infant living inside the womb is hearing 4 times faster and louder for sound vibrations, and it is a higher frequency. This process is happening in a few minutes after the discharge of the first cell from the male body. This cell is defined as anu in traditional science by the masters, microbe by modern science, and cells in biology. For a better understanding of a phrase, we can call it a microbe. As per the intensity of the frequency of the sound, a different genus of microbes will be developed in the establishing fetus that leads to childbirth. In the practical case, we have to forget all the modern biology here. because the approach and definition of the biological format of Kayak Alpa yoga-related human body will not work for normalizing any disability or rare disease. It is defining how the child is forming during the prepartum period. After receiving the first microbe, it is multiplying for development inside the mother's womb. The formation and development of the shape and growth of the body of the fetus are happening through the multiplication of the first cell. The development and orientation of the cells in the body of the fetus are in the Fibonacci sequence and the golden ratio. And the development is happening like flowering a lotus. In every fraction of time, a flower-shaped biome sequence is developing in the body from the gut area one after another. The orientation will be in the ratio and that makes the shape. The human body is an odd one that has no similarity to any other being. The development of the human body is in an order of a mechanism of the golden ratio. Upon completion of 10 lunar months, the fetus is matured and needs to come out from the mother's womb. After the birth and first cry, there is a lot of mechanism happening and changing. The shape of the skull is a half-cylinder in the upper part. The important act of the human body is the space inside the skull. After starting the first cry, the brain is starting to receive hydrogen and carbon dioxide from the discharging air. Upon receiving the excellent air, the brain is starting to produce microbes. These microbes are producing blood, bone, and other hormones in the body. Here onwards there are two kinds of microbes and sperm cells in the body. They are gut microbes and head microbes. In the human body, the gut microbes are producing the muscular structure of the body. As I mentioned in the previous chapter, sperm cell produces the mind, thoughts, emotions, and life. The gut microbes are worms that produce the muscles, and the head microbes are producing bone, blood, and endocrine chemicals. The head microbes are forming through a natural process of air exhalation. Hydrogen and carbon dioxide gases are the substances stored in the brain for that. The combination of hydrogen and carbon dioxide gas produces biological mass. In modern days, this process is known as the hydrogenotrophic process. Nowadays, the combination of hydrogen and carbon dioxide can be used for producing meat products from the air. This process is working with hydrogen and carbon dioxide collectively. It will develop like an anthill if we keep it for growing to produce meat products for food purposes. In the human brain, this biome is supplied through the neurological tracts for developing blood, bone, bone marrow, teeth, nerves, semen, sensing signals, and developmental fluid. If the head biome is not producing properly or any of the substance is absent, the growth of that person will be affected. Mental retardation and developmental delay will be acted on by that person with immediate effect. The rare disease attacking the body is the absence of producing appropriate genesis of microbes. The damage to the brain microbe through the attacks of repulsive forces will cause the rare disease also. The gut is supported to receive proteins, carbohydrates, and vitamins from food, and that is for the development of physical muscles only. But all other developmental processes is happening in the body by using the brain microbe. The gut microbe is working towards up from the navel part, and the head microbe is working towards down from the brain. The joints between gut microbes and brain microbes are known as marma or vital points. The meeting points of the gut microbes and brain microbes are known as marma points in the body, and most cancers are appearing at this point. The reason for cancers is not properly establishing the brain microbes in the body. If signals from the gut microbe to the head microbe are not connected properly, a corresponding problem can arise, and that can be a disease. Stimulating the marma points has been practiced as part of the rejuvenation of the body traditionally as a system of approach. That is not included in the Kayak Alpa yoga practice. Every emotion, action, activity, and thought is established as per the act of the head microbes. Why mental retardation, autism, and developmental delay? The microbe is produced by the brain to transfer the appropriate species and genesis at every moment. When the microbes are not producing properly, that can be caused damage to the tracts. This can be caused for mental retardation. If the produced microbe is not connecting to the channels, that will be caused the blocking of neurological tracts. It will be acted as a deformity. In every moment as per the experienced events, the brain is producing appropriate microbes. If it is not distributed to the nerve connectors, the body stands alone with gut microbes. In these events, the intellectual and sense-related microbes will not transfer across the body. But the body will be present as normal in appearance but no sense. It has also appeared as developmental delay and mental retardation. This can happen for many reasons. It can be a blockage anywhere in the body. In every moment, the meeting of the gut microbe and brain microbe is mandatory in the body together. If it is not aligned, the demand of the body will not be recognized by the brain microbe and the action of the body will be without knowledge. In the case of autism, the meeting points of gut microbes and brain microbes are not in perfect marma points. Autistic spectrum disorder is happening because the demands of the gut microbe tract and the brain microbes are not communicating with the particular species of signals when the body demands it. The absence of the tract of gut microbes or brain microbes creates an imbalance. The after effect of the body is exhibited as autistic behavior. What is the growth of the human body? The growth of the human body is happening with the first cry. After developing the first cry, the brain microbes begin to produce brain microbes. The real-time production of the gut microbe and brain microbe are the factors for the growth and development of the body. The intellectual development is by the simulation of the cells of pedigree. The bone is developing through the brain microbes in the structure of the body. And muscles are forming through the gut microbes in the shape of the body. The orientation of the body will be shown in the golden ratio. The developmental microbes for the bone are produced and distributed by the brain microbes. In other means, the gut microbes are by the act and quality of the food. The head microbes are by the quality of breathing air, the vibration of the sounds, smells, and visuals are providing the quality. If the production and supply of the brain microbes are in the normal form, an average healthy body will be established. When it is less than the required biome, dwarfism will be attacked and the bone is not developed enough, and which shows dwarf with the wrong ratio of the orientation of the body. At the same time, gut microbes are producing more than the required ratio, and the physical appearance will be tall and giant. What are deformity, aesthetic disorder, and a dwarf? The heartbeat of the human body is by the effect of vibration. This vibration is the continuation of the first microbe. The vibration or heartbeat helps to pump blood across the body. The bone of the body is forming and developing as per the availability of the brain microbe. The blocking or damage of the gut microbe will not support the supply of bone-developing microbes from the brain to the body. That causes deformity, aesthetic disorders, dwarf, and developmental delays. Why cancers and other rare diseases? There are connecting junctions between gut microbes and brain microbes in the body. These junctions are not connected with both channels of microbes and can be established as bumps due to the non-response of microbes. These bumps are creating a kind of building in the particle area, and when this process is continuing, a different kind of anoxia and hypoxia will be established locally, and that area will be developed as cancers. It will be defined as cancers and rare diseases. The difference in the category of rare disease is a different way, like the area of the body in the actions. Based on the area of the actions, it will appear differently. The above-mentioned theories are working models for all human problems related to rare diseases and disabilities. During the prepartum period, a fetus is developing inside the mother's womb. In this prepartum period, the body is working through receiving microbes produced by the gut. The gut is related to the umbilical cord, and that is producing different species and genuses of the microbe. During this period, the mandatory structure of the nerves, vein, muscles, etc. will be formed. All these muscles, nerves, and bones will be developed incompletely for the body because the head microbes are developing after birth only. The mother's womb is an organized place during pregnancy for the fetus to develop inside. There is another model to understand healthy living for the mature person by following the model of Earth. The living Earth is also a womb for every being. In ancient tradition and the Hindu systems are considered the Earth is a mother. The mother's womb is working similarly to the working principles of the Earth. Keeping the technicalities of the Earth is important here. I have explained how the Himalayas is formed. Earth is an organized place that provides all the energy for the development of every being. It controls all ecology, incubation, growth, sustainability, and existence. For that, we have to understand how we have to protect Mother Earth and human being. Particularly we are discussing here the subject and object. The five-element principle. We should follow another definition for the understanding of human conditions. We have discussed the five elements and their principles in ancient knowledge and scripts. What they said is everything on the earth is formed by five elements. There are established definitions for five elements for general understanding. The definition of microparticles and five elements are the basic definition of ancient theories. In the five elements principle, the matter is the primary factor. All the physical properties belonging to the earth are consistent with it. It consists of metals, minerals, and carbons. They are the primary components of the earth. The soil we are seeing around us is the compounds consisting of everything. We can call them five elements. The vibration of the sound frequencies will be acted to microparticles of the earthen properties. Through that act, it changes from its former form to a new form. It is a synthesis that happens every fraction of the time. It is known as changes. It is a continuing process in everything, and no matter is static without changes. If the fundamental particle of the matter is earth or sand, it will change the nature of the matter into another form in an organized order, and that creates a new form. Here we have to interpret the earth particles are matter. As per the act of the vibrations, the matter of the earth will have to change its structure. Wherever the breaks happen in the matter, there shall be a minute space between the walls of the former matter. Space is a placeholder that absorbs water or water vaporous. The water is vaporous again facing the vibrations, and that create temperature. Through that, the vapor will be converted into steam. This process we can call the water is converting as gas or air. This means the vapor became steam and it will divert as air. The continued actions of the vibrations help to produce temperature in any matter. The temperature act on the water content of any matter that creates water vaporous and steam. The continuation of the same process is creating oxygen, carbon dioxide, and hydrogen in the atmosphere. This process is continuing from the beginning to till day, and it will not be ending on the earth. The living organism on this earth is based on this synthesis that is unique for the earthen atmosphere. These are called the five elements that act in the formation of everything and beings. Ohm is a continuous frequency of vibrations. Five-element principles and sound Ohm are discussed throughout Indian mythology and defined as the cause of the formation of beings. Without five elements and sound, nothing will change on the earth. The same principle is used for the recreation of the human body through Kayak Alpa Yoga. The vibrations and five elements version of the matter is used in organized places. Earlier we discussed the model of the formation of the mountain and its principle. Here is a second model that we can use for the formation of a damaged human body. The Ohm-based vibration and five-element theories described for hundreds of thousands of years through the tradition of the masters. The matter of the earth acts with the water and it directly creates air or gas. The birth process of being through the five elements is enough to organize a human body. The body is built by the five elements of matter, and that attracts the magnetic poles of every microbe. The vibration force acts mutually between particles of matter for attaching them and resisting their separation. This synthesis is called the Kala Chakra, life cycle, as per the ancient definition. Wheel of time or time cycles. In this theory, within every particular time, different actions will be acted on the matter. Time x action equals matter, matter is energy m equals E, and the other side is defined as every energy or matter produced by the action within the prescribed time, mxa equals t. This is defined as tam and mat theories of the Kala Chakra, and through that, we can travel to the infinity of the metabolism. The vibration of the sound helps to generate the cell or the microbe as a living organism. That living microbe is perfectly doubling in number and volume in the order. In modern mathematics, this order is called the Fibonacci sequence. The value of increasing numbers of the volume is developing as a mass in a body. This mass is establishing the shape of the fetus and later as the human being. This shape is also in an order and it is in a golden ratio. This process is happening in water only. Birth and development are happening in the water. It is like the development of a fish. In Vedic literature, it has been interpreted as the first avatar in Mahabharata as the avatar of fish. Tam and Mat are the greatest theory innovated by the ancient masters. And that is used for the calculations for the phenomenon happening in the universe, earth, being, and the 84 junctions in human life. Tam and Mat are translations from ancient terms. Originally it is described as is column equals time, action equals prayagam, and matter equals padhartha. This is mentioned here for your simple understanding only. And you have to understand here the mother's womb is different in experiencing the vibrations. And frequencies of the vibrations are amplified here 4 times faster and louder for the developing microbes as a fetus inside the womb. Because sound vibrations travel 4 times faster in water than in the air. Inside the mother, the womb is filled with water. Technically, no being is formed or developed in the air because there are no changes in the vibration of the frequency within the air. Without changing the frequencies of vibration, a formation will not happen biologically. The changes in frequency are creating the situation to transform into a living being. In another way, we can interpret the mother as filled with water. And life in the water is aquatic life. It is the secret and mystery about the formation of the human body and later it happening as birth. The vibration of sound is the fundamental force of the formation of every matter and beings. The vibrations of the sound create the action to a formation of a being that will be alive. And through that, matter can be converted to a living organism. The formation and development of the earth and living organisms are based on this procedure. NASA did different research work based on the vibrations of the planets. The scanning of the vibrations of the earth is giving a reference for the vibration of the earth. These radio waves can be captured by the specially designed instrument known as an astronomical interferometer. This device can convert radio waves into a frequency within the range of human hearing, 20 to 20,000 Hz. Voyager and Hawkeye are among many probes that record space sounds. In the ancient period, sound is used to recreate the human body together with a few other technical applications. For that, we need to regulate and amplify our audible capacity using a few ancient terms. We have to refer to the human capacity for experiencing sound, smell, light, taste, and touch. All these are universal factors, but for human beings, there is a limitation to understanding and experiencing the scales. Fundamentally, sound is the basic form of energy that creates anything from one form to another form. As per the ancient knowledge and finding of the masters, sound is the tool that is used to read, reared, produce, and reproduce. At the same time, it is working as supportive and anti-repulsive to the beings. The fundamental knowledge about sound is helping to understand the vibrations to organize anything through the intensity, wavelength, and amplitude. As per the ancient definition, it is called mantra. In every matter, as per the intensity of space, the gravity of the matter will be varying. It is happening because of increasing or decreasing the area of space and its deployment with every matter. The reading and rereading of the sound help to convert one matter into another form. In nature, this process is happening continuously, hence changing the climatic condition and geography too. Changes in any matter randomly and in particular happen by the act of vibrations of sound. The formation of the earth and Mount Himalaya is also followed by the same pattern. The vibrations of the ice breaking, ice melting, and instant changes in the climate and atmosphere are caused by the changes in the frequency of vibrations. Any micro-vibration can make wonderful changes in every situation based on the act and intensity of it. There are 64 basic sciences in ancient knowledge and sound is the first science among 64. The most important knowledge about the management of everything is the classifications of vibrations and their use. Any situation can be organized or reorganized by using the classification and control of the vibrations. It can be used for the change of atmospheric energies too. Without defining the corresponding theories, it is difficult to understand for a person who is not connected with ancient Indian traditional knowledge. The importance of light. The other impertinent factor involved in the development of the human being is light. As I mentioned, millions of light are emitted from the sun, moon, stars, and comets. The intensity and illumines of all such light are different. We know that plant germination has required sunlight. And the process of photosynthesis also required sunlight. Without sunlight, plant life will not take place. From the simple understanding, light is a universal factor. Without the action of the light no being has existed. It is a theory of ancient technology and now we can see it in modern definitions also. The first kind of light is what we are seeing around us with illumination. As per the ancient theory, illuminese lights have the supporting emissions from the sun, moon, stars, and comets for the development of beings in a normal atmosphere of the earth. In the germination process seeds needs light. Similarly, visual lights are mandatory for animals. Or in other words, the illuminese of the light help to administrate general living situations of man, animals, and plants. Not only that, but this generates and controls the atmosphere also. As per the definition of the ancient masters, there are other lights that we can't see through our naked eyes. It is called dark lights or neutrinos in modern languages. This light has pressure instead of illuminese of the other lights. Illuminese emit temperature as per the intensity but dark light will not emit temperature. Dark light emits magnetic pressure and connectivity from one microbe to another microbe in biological formations. The dark lights have pressure. Several experimental approaches prove that dark light can be measurable. The simple understanding is in the watery atmosphere of the mother's womb will not consume and absorb external light to organize the microorganism in the developing fetus. Light is a mandatory matter to link the atomic relation of one nucleus to another nucleus of the microbe of the human body. As I told earlier, after transferring sperm from the male body to the female body, it is required a magnetic field for maintaining the pressure to grow and develop the fetus inside the womb. It is similar to the working procedure of a seed germination process of a plant. To administrate the doubling process of the cells inside the female womb, this invisible dark light is required as a mechanism of light energy. This is for a prepartum within the female womb to administrates the development of the fetus. After the maturity of the fetus and the birth of the same human being, the light is acting as the holder for the nucleus of the cells. And that is working as a transponder for the signals over the body for the emotional factors through a sense organ. Collectively the system is called the mind. When this system is failed, a kind of mental retardation or physical retardation will be exhibited in the human body. And there will be no sense. This is the fundamental reason for human disabilities. In human life, the development of the microbe is administrated through the supporting or deporting mechanism. The microbes will be in various species and genera. For example, one body has been under the event of continuous rain through that the constitution of the body is in the shift to a cold condition. It affects the temperature of the body. For this condition, the gut will produce an instant species of a microbe to compromise and regulate the cold effect of the body. This microbe will be active to resist harming the cold experience continuously. From birth to death there are thousands of situations like this. Every situation and moment of life is different than the immediate other experience. And for that, a new microbe will be developed. Collectively, in human life, there are millions of such microbes that are classified into different genera and species. This administration process in the body is managed by the interconnecting light of the cells or microbes formed from the beginning in the womb. All these microbes are developed from the navel part of every human being. The state of the navel part is static and that will not change its location to any other part of the body. The formation and existence of every human body are the same way. These navel parts are situated near the umbilicus, and it is the primary brain of the human body before forming the real brain. In other words, the human body has two brains, for understanding. It is called the gut biologically. The gut is producing appropriate microbes as per the demand and requirements of the biological body. It is a kind of administrating microorganism that can be called a microbiome. Why are the medicine and vaccine failed, and why are rare diseases? In the normal course as of now, the body has a history of microbes in different species and genera. For every change of the body in different events, the gut needs to produce a new microbe to resist or support the phenomenon. Rare disease, bacterial, and virus attacks will be the presence of external or foreign microbe. Any of the existing species and genera of the microbes of the body will not recognize the entity of the attack of a new microbe when the body is under antimicrobial resists. In this case, the body fails to organize and generate an antimicrobial microbe. It is the fundamental cause of the rare disease. Hence a new microbe will not be traced and accepted or be informed by the gut. A chemical or a foreign body can be accepted with an associated microbe that needs to produce a new genus of microbe against the foreign or external genus. And teaching thought is a powerful tool to organize the human body on a different level. The structure of the microbe of the body is partly produced as per the commands of the thought. The thought is the byproduct of the teachings and information. The thought is established through a new microbe that acts as a new species of microbe. And similarly, every species of microbes will exist as knowledge-based microbes that work as protective microbes. New information in any form to the body is producing a corresponding species of a microbe, and that will be static in the body. All the good, bad, and poisonous effects and neutralizing poisons are managed with it. As per the spiritual tradition, the sun, moon, planet, emitting lights, gravitation, levitation, and repulsive forces are administrating visible or invisible things. Naturally, the body accepts it as knowledge knowingly or unknowingly, and that is cause to develop of a new microbe in a corresponding human body. This is the metabolism happening as behaviorism as per the changes and acts of the above-mentioned forces. A thought, information, an act of light, the act of repulsive forces, and anything leading to an experience can cause the formation of a new microbe, then the body can be attacked by a rare disease. This is the basic ecology and structure of the whole system of man. These ancient approaches give freedom for the reconstruction of the human body and metabolism. This is the technical version of the teachings of the masters from spiritual tradition. Chapter 5. Definition of the problem in modern days. Intellectual disabilities. Rare diseases, mental retardation. Definition and comparison. The working model of the human body, how disability and rare diseases happening. This working model of the human body is defined by the masters. Every reproduction and birth are the after-effects of desire. Desire is an emotional factor of the body that is attracted through light and smell. Attraction and repulsion are the corresponding processes that happen for a creation. The Kayak-Alpa Yoga theories are defined by the ancient masters for the regeneration of the damaged human body. It is described for many thousand years for the understanding of disciple. The birth of a human body is happening through the vibration of a male body, and that creates emotions for the union for reproduction is the first stage. The development of every being is in the same process. The earth, the Himalayas, the human body, and everything around us are formed in the same manner only. It assumes that the content of water and style of development is in the same pattern. 70% of the earth are consisting of water. The human body is also consisting of 70% of water. There are many similarities between the earth and the human body. The veins of the human body and the underground water flows of the earth are similar. The inland deep waterways in the earth will be similar to the veins of the human body. The slat content in the earth and the human body are in the same proportion and ratio. The earth is consisting of trillions of beings. Similarly, in the human body, there are billions of beings inside. In another way, the beings of the earth and the human body are proportionally equal. The attracting and repulsive forces act on the earth, and the same action is happening to the beings of the human body. So, anything that is happening on the earth is the representation of the happenings in the human body too. The earth exists with vibrations, and the same and similar vibration represents in the human body as the heartbeat. The impulse of the vibration in the human body is starting with the speed of the heartbeat. In another way, the heartbeat is the byproduct of the vibration, and it is supporting the development of the human body. Every emotion of the matured human body creates another vibration. A heartbeat is a discharge of the flow of motion of the universal vibration. This frequency of vibration in a human body is calculated as nearly 100, it varies as per the condition of health, in a minute. Impulse of the body will show a corresponding beat between two vibrations that we can call a heartbeat. The physical substance of the human body is formed with 5 elements together with vibration. 5 elements are the compound of matter that holds with the frequency of the sound. Upon discharging this frequency of sound energy, it travels to another placeholder. That will be an apt holder to carry light, sound, and matter. The matter is the biomass that will not change the attitude and chronological structure. This is a factor and mechanism of human birth. This mechanism and similarity with the earth are matching with the human being. The working principles and model of the development of the human body and its phenomenon are on the earth too. How we are seeing other organisms on the earth, the same organism will be happening in the human body. What it is saying is, we can understand any mechanism of the human body through observation of the earth. Whatever we are seeing on this earth, is the same representation we can see in the human body also. The ancient masters have a lot of definitions for modeling the human body, and it particularly explain the similarity between the earth and the human body. Earth is producing vibrations from the deep core and surface through lightning. Similarly, the action of the microbes and vibrations start from the deep core of the human body. In the human being, the deep core is the gut near the umbilicus. The act of vibration, light, and temperature of the body, that we can read as DNA in modern days. Every vibration act for the changes in the structure and history of the DNA and microbe for a new generation. The matter is the physical property in the body that will multiply in numbers. The multiplication of the physical properties and vibrations are two different things that work separately. For every vibration, the matter will create pressure from the former vibrations. The specific nature of the sound has a behavior that will not stop immediately. The behaviorism of the vibrations will continue in the matter. Sound travel from one destination to infinity. The oscillations of these vibrations will be at a different frequencies. This creates a unique form and aesthetics for the beings. The pressure of the former frequency and the act of the established temperature of the matter are the properties that multiply for development. It has been known as anu. For a better understanding, we can call it microbes. This doubling process of the established property is doubling again and again. Every doubled property is attached to the former one, and that shows collectively as a single body. But it is not the single body of the microbe. It is the combination of billions of microbes. This doubling process is happening in mathematical order. In modern mathematics, it is defined as the Fibonacci sequence. The amount of multiplication will change every moment during the developmental or growth period. That we can calculate mathematically. Vertically it shows the developing height, and horizontally it develops the body mass towards the outer side. The vertical and horizontal alignment together represents the aesthetic and dermatoglyphics marks. The delays and damages during this developmental period for the microbes from the gut are the fundamental cause of disability. Such irregularities are happening in childhood, which itself defined as the internal damage of the body that we can call disabilities. I am explaining different working models through different definitions. All the definitions are mandatory for the practical side of Kayak Alpa Yoga. Kayak Alpa is for the sustainability and balancing of the species and genus of the microbes developed by the gut and brain. When the gut is not capable to produce appropriate microbes, Kayak Alpa Yoga helps to reorganize it. The doubling process of microbes is establishing the body into a healthy idol or bimba. Every microorganism develops physical properties and activates vibration energy. We can consider that matter is equal to energy here, E equals m. The speed of the doubling process and time will vary in the different stages of development as per the vibration and attributes of the substance. Substance and attributes are described in a later chapter. It is a format for the development of the order of body mass. This calculation is an approximate number that can be varying. The sequence of the microorganism is created by the frequency of the vibration, and the ratio created on development towards up and to the side. It is balancing the structure of the body tower. Collectively, this is the step of formation of the human body or any organism. The sequence of the development and the ratio of the widening and growth forming the shape. When the vibrations are not in the accurate sequence, then it will cause disability, deformity, and aesthetic imbalance. This formation is directly connected to a collective mechanism. Here every organism is an independent body that creates, activates, and establishes as per the continuation of the vibrations in mandatory time. Here the body does not have its own time, but it is connected with universal frequency. The changes in the formation, style, idle, and architectural structure extra are based on the intensity and frequency of vibration. In the development of the human body during the mother's womb, the doubling process is happening from the middle of the body, gut. The umbilicus is a static portion for the human being that will not change its location. It helps to maintain the ratio and structural proportion of the body. It is developing as a bimba, idol, and we are seen as the tower or image of the human being. Whenever the vibration is oscillating differently, it will be acted to the aesthetic balance and golden ratio of the tower of the human body. And that will be the individual difference between the two persons. Upon completing a pregnancy period, roughly millions of microbes will be developed in the infant's body. Here, no individual action is associated with the action of the whole mechanism of the body. But here forming a new independent body with physical properties, matter, and light. These are collectively organizing the biomass of the body that we called human beings. This is known as a living organism, and inside this organism, we can define it as microbes. Or another way, a human body is formed with billions of living organisms or microbes within every single body. Every such formation is working as a conductor inside the body that correspondingly communicates through the nucleus of another microbe. This continues to process in human life from the first vibration that causes birth, and it will be continued till death. The process of development of the microbe in the body is a non-stopping one. In other words, whenever the process of the development of the microbe is disabled, that is defined as death. There are a lot of findings also described for teaching to the traditions. For that different administration is advised in Kayak Alpa for the reorganization of the body. While practicing Kayak Alpa Yoga, the human body is converting to an infancy state in terms of the age of muscle, bone, and blood. The definition of the theories mentioned above is for the understanding of how the human body is normalizing technically. The energies described and the act of microbes is creating a kind of cell bonding in the human body, hence a human body is seeing as an idol. This cell bonding is oriented as an architectural structure for the body. In the Kayak Alpa Yoga process, in an organized technical situation, the cell bonding of the human constitution is dismantled, and the body will be released from the cell bond. At this stage, the body is free to organize like a body of a child. In a few days, that will be fixed and living longevity will be attained. In another way, through the practice of Kayak Alpa Yoga, the sperm cell will be activated for networking, brain microbes will start organizing, and gut microbes will be re-established. These three actions are required for regenerating the body, and that will happen in the Kayak Alpa Yoga practice. It is an aging reverse process that the body will be soft and free from fixed shape. Fixed shapes are disabilities. This is in the structure of the muscle, blood, bone, and corresponding hormones. During this state, the body is reverting to normalcy, and that is the answer to how a body is attaining normalcy. It is working like the fundamental source of energy starting from the gut, and it acts like a lotus flower. This is a fundamental root of the vibrations towards the body. Every vibration is developing towards the human tower from the middle by the progression of frequency. In the calculation of the developments of a human body, the primary algorithm starts from the first vibration that is received from the male donor, here the father, and that is static. After conceiving a pregnancy, every experience of the mother will be acted upon by the fetus. This is like the experience of the surroundings, fluid in the mother's womb, external pressure, etc. will be influenced the development of the fetus. Every change of the vibration of frequency will be exhibited in the skin and the skeletal, muscular, and aesthetic structure of the body. This and similar activities will influence the balance and orientation of the body of every new being. Upon completion of the development of the shape and orientation through thousands of species and genes of microbes is called body growth. Here onwards the body behaves in two ways. The first way is physical behavior, and the second way is mental or intellectual behavior. For the physical body, there is no intention of doing anything. It is like an animal. In this situation, there is no difference between humans and animals. It is like a fish going through the flowing water. At this stage, there is no organization or prevention for the body. In this stage, the body will travel as per physical freedom. It is like when the climate is hot, the body searches for a cold. When it is cold, naturally search for the hot. While moving, the physical body freely is without a particle aim and reach a comfortable situation and the physical body hold over there. It is a kind of automated management for balancing and sustaining. Animal behavior is the natural pattern of the human being after its formation at the physical level. And at the same time, there is another formation that we can call the intellectual level. Every individual microbe or anu has a mind. It is ruled as a single independent mechanism that collectively we can call the mind. Intellectual formation is happening through the interrelations with the nucleus of every microbe and later forming an intra-abe communication to the entire nucleus of every microbe, together working as a web across the body. The nucleus of every microbe in the body is giving a localized experience. Every microbe developed in the body as per the demand or experience. As per that, dermatoglyphics is developing on the surface of the body. If you feel a pain in the tip of the nail, you will feel it in that area only. Because the microbes from that is recognizing locally. That means the nucleus of the microbe from the particular area is connecting to another nucleus of the corresponding organ or area. But here we have to understand that a body is equal to animals' behaviors and is not related to any cultural knowledge till experiencing events in life. For that, the ancient schooling system organized teaching activities to develop intellectual ability. Even now, after thousands of years, schooling is in the same pattern. After developing this schooling system for intellectual development, a kind of culture has been organized in society. Mental retardation is happening because the nucleus of the microbes is not connecting with the physical body. Through that, the intellectual and cultural relationship is not established. In other words, the absence of a relation between the physical body and the intellectual body is the definition of mental retardation. Similarly, the microbes are not developed in any area in a particular species of the microbe, the corresponding link of the dermatoglyphics will not develop. Dermatoglyphics is the external markings of the internal microbe's reflections. It is working as the aesthetics for the whole body. This undeveloped area will be inactive, and no feeling of touch will experience in that area because the nucleus of the local area will be inactive. This causes deformity in that area of the body. That is defined as deformity together with retardation. Retardation can be affected in a small area of the body to the whole body. In such cases, physical and mental retardation will be presented. It can be for muscles, bone, and skin in that area, and that will be shown as deformity locally. All this retardation and deformities are happening by birth or within a few months after the birth. In other words, every vibration of the body is unique. The loss of the uniqueness in the vibrations, the microbes on that will be shown as deformed and the uniformity of the body will be loosed. The behaviorism of the mind. The mind and body are equally developing together with the physical body in a normal cause. If an atom of a nucleus of a particular cell is damaged, the whole body is collectively related to this single atom and the mind will be absent. This is working singly and jointly in a body. As per that the intensity will vary. First, every microbe is the conductor of the mind too. All five sense experience is transforming from one point to another point. This is happening through the mechanism of interaction between the two nuclei. It is a chain of connections through every microbe. This chain is connected through and between the nucleus of the microbe. A common cell is not appropriate for defining this metabolism and mechanism. Without vibration, a nucleus will not have interacted with another nucleus. In my experiments and research, I find out that where the relationship between the microbes is loosed, that will not communicate anything to another microbe. This can cause a loss of sensation. In these situations, also the body will work like animal behaviors because of no connection between body and mind. The intensity of the mental retardation is based on the calculation of how many genes of microbes are affected by the communication loss. All human disabilities, deformities, and retardation are happening by birth or by this reason. All these will get satisfactory results in Kayak Alpa Yoga practice. The fundamental aspect of human life is, once the vibration is started in the physical body, that will not end for a while. Starting life is with starting a vibration, and ending life is stopping the vibration, and stop is called death. Any activities by and to the body will be exhibited, and the orientation of the structure of the body will be exhibited correspondingly. After birth, these microbes are the factor for development in infancy, childhood, teenage, adulthood, young, and age. This wonderful mechanism shows different activities, deficiencies, exaggerations, limitations, etc. as per the orientation of the physical body. It defined the aesthetic balance and beauty of a human idol. Up to 11 years of age from infancy, the produced microbes are used for the development of body parts and organs like muscles, bone, and blood. After starting the menstrual cycle in the female body, a part of the head microbes will be discharged as menstrual blood. The same kind of discharge will be happening in the male body after 1 to 2 more years than the female body. It is the discharging of semen. Through this way, a particular amount of produced microbe will be loosed, and the body shows different behaviorism. In this gap of 2 years of the difference, the male and female bodies show a good difference in the structure of the physical body. The male body will be more developed than the female body, and that creates more stability and strength for blood, muscles, and bone. In aging control and living longevity, the practice of Kayak Alpa Yoga is the mechanism that works with the head microbe. In this process, the head is producing more microbes to compensate for the menstrual and seminal microbes. The cause of the aging of the human body is continuous discharges of the seminal and menstrual discharges and discharges of light, vibrations, etc. This kind of aging process can be identified in various. There are other branches of science taught by the masters. The intellectual part of the body is for identifying and defining the need-based situation. It also consists of emotions. The fundamental need for the intellectual body is to escape from fear, express wants, etc. Emotions and fear are the fundamental act of the being. There are millions of classifications in every aspect of want and need. Sound, color, smell, taste, and touch are the fundamental sense. Every sense has hundreds of thousands of experiences differently, and that helps to realize the identifications of the facts and figures in the development stage. Thousands of causes can be harmed by the fundamental vibrations of the growing body. The development of the human body can be stopped, limited, or suspended for many reasons. It is said that the development of the being has happened through the vibrations of energy. All the differences or damages can be possible by the imbalance of the vibrations from the navel part. A navel part is a static point, and that point will not change during life. As per the modern definition, we can call it the gut. The categorization, genus, and species are forming in the body as per the reflexology and demand of it. Every microbe needs to produce 3 qualities of basic matter. It is fear-related, emotion-related, and need-related. In all situations of physical life, the body will feel fear first. Fear can be varied as per the intensity of the experience. The situation can be fearful and is a kind of self-feeling for the inability to face and perform in particular or organized events. However, every situation is forming a sense of fear. All these are the moment the frequency of vibration will be different, for a corresponding microorganism produced from the gut. In human life, the gut is similarly producing microbes and circulates through the neighboring microbe. That does not mean it is worked as a system for the body, but whatever it is, a resistant factor is developed over there by the microbe. In this way, every moment, the body is developing new microorganisms that resist and manage every situation. And when the body cannot produce an appropriate microbe, the problem will attack the body, and that will be a disability or a rare disease. Human beings have situations-related emotions and need-related actions for their body. The working model of the human body, how disability and rare diseases are happening. This working model of the human body is defined by the masters. Every reproduction is the after effect of desire. Desire is an emotional factor of the body that is attracted through light and smell. Attraction and repulsion are the corresponding processes that happen for a creation. The Kayak Alpa theories are defined by the ancient masters for the regeneration of the damaged human body. It is described for many thousand years for the understanding of disciple. The birth of a human body is happening through the vibration of a male body, and that creates emotions for the union for reproduction is the first stage. The development of every being is in the same process. The earth, the Himalayas, the human body, and everything around us are formed in the same manner only. It assumes that the content of water and style of development is in the same pattern. 70% of the earth are consisting of water. The human body is also consisting of 70% of water. There are many similarities between the earth and the human body. The veins of the human body and the underground water flows of the earth are similar. The inland deep waterways in the earth will be similar to the veins of the human body. The slat content in the earth and the human body are in the same proportion and ratio. The earth is consisting of trillions of beings. Similarly, in the human body, there are billions of beings inside the body. In another way, the beings of the earth and the human body are proportionally equal. The attracting and repulsive forces act on the earth, and the same action is happening to the beings of the human body. So, anything happening on the earth is the representation of the happenings in the human body too. The earth exists with vibrations, and the same and similar vibration represents in the human body as the heartbeat. The impulse of the vibration in the human body is starting with the speed of the heartbeat. In another way, the heartbeat is the byproduct of the vibration, and it is supporting the development of the human body. Every emotion of the matured human body creates a vibration. A heartbeat is a discharge of the frequency of the universal vibration. This frequency of vibration in a human body is calculated as 150, it varies as per the condition of health, in a minute. Impales of the body will show a corresponding beat between two vibrations that we can call a heartbeat. The physical substance of the human body is formed with 5 elements together with vibration. 5 elements are the compound of matter that holds with the frequency of the sound. Upon discharging this frequency of sound energy, it travels to another placeholder. That will be an apt holder to carry light, sound, and matter. The matter is the biomass that will not change the attitude and chronological structure. This is a factor and mechanism of human birth. This mechanism and similarity with the earth are matching with the human being. The working principles and model of the development of the human body, and it's a phenomenon happening on the earth too. As we are seeing other organisms on the earth, the same organism will be happening in the human body. What it is saying is we can understand any mechanism of the human body through observation of the earth. Whatever we are seeing on this earth, is the same representation we can see in the human body also. The ancient masters have a lot of definitions for modeling the human body, and very particularly explain the similarity of the earth and the human body. Earth is producing vibrations from the deep core. Similarly, the action of the microbes and vibrations start from the deep core of the human body. In the human being, the deep core is the gut near the umbilicus. The active vibration, light, and temperature of the body, that we can read as DNA in modern days. Every vibration acts for the changes in the structure and history of the DNA and microbe for a new generation. The matter is the physical property in the body that will multiply in numbers. The multiplication of the physical properties and vibrations are two different things that work separately. For every vibration, the matter will create pressure from the former vibrations. The specific nature of the sound has a behavior that will not stop immediately. The behaviorism of the vibrations will continue in the matter. Sound travel from one destination to infinity. The oscillations of these vibrations will be at a different frequencies. This creates a unique form and aesthetic for the beings. The pressure of the former frequency and the act of the established temperature of the matter are the properties that multiply for development. It has been known as anu. For convenience, we can call it microbes. This doubling process of the established property is doubling again and again. Every doubled property is attached to the former one, and that shows collectively as a single body. But it is not the single body of the microbe. It is the combination of millions of microbes. This doubling process is happening in mathematical order. In modern mathematics, it is defined as the Fibonacci sequence. This Fibonacci sequence is a visual presentation that develops 150 multiplications in a minute vertically and horizontally. This amount will change every day during the developmental or growth period. That we can calculate mathematically. Vertically it shows the developing height, and horizontally it develops the body mass towards the outer side. The vertical and horizontal alignment together represents the aesthetic and dermatoglyphics marks. The delays and damages during this developmental period for the microbes from the gut are the fundamental cause of disability. Such irregularities are happening in childhood, which itself defined as the internal damage of the body that we can call disabilities. I am explaining different working models through different definitions. All the definitions are mandatory for the practical side. Kayak alpha is for the sustainability and balancing of the species and genus of the microbes developed by the gut and head. When the gut is not capable to produce appropriate microbes, Kayak alpha helps to reorganize it. The doubling process of microbes is establishing the body into a healthy idol or bimba. Every microorganism develops with physical properties and activated vibration energy. We can consider that matter is equal to energy here, E equals m. The speed of the doubling process and time will vary in the different stages of development as per the vibration and attributes of the substance. Substance and attributes are described in a later chapter. It is a format for the development of the order of body mass. This calculation is an approximate number that can be varying. The sequence of the microorganism is created by the frequency of the vibration, and the ratio is created by the development of the formation towards up and to the side. Collectively, this is the step of formation of the human body or any organism. The sequence of the development and the ratio of the widening and growth forming to the shape. When the vibrations are not in the accurate sequence, the body shows disability, deformity, and aesthetic imbalance. This formation is directly connected to a collective mechanism. Here every organism is an independent body that creates, activates, and establishes as per the continuation of the vibrations and time. Here the body does not have its own time, but it is connected with universal frequency. The changes in the formation, style, idol, and architectural structure extra are based on the intensity and frequency of vibration. In the development of the human body during the mother's womb, the doubling process is happening from the middle of the body, gut. The umbilicus is a static portion for the human being that will not change its location. It helps to maintain the ratio and structural proportion of the body. It is developing as a bimba, idol, that we are seeing as the tower or image of the human being. Whenever the vibration is oscillating differently, it will be acted to the aesthetic balance and golden ratio of the tower of the human body. And that will be the individual difference between the two persons. Upon completing a pregnancy period, roughly more than 6048000 numbers of microbes will be developed in the infant's body. Here, no individual action is associated with the action of the whole mechanism of the body. but here forming a new independent body with physical properties, matter, and light. These are collectively organizing the biomass of the body that we called human beings. This is known as a living organism inside the body that we can define as microbes inside the human body. Or another way a human body is formed is with billions of living organisms or microbes within every single body. Every such formation is working as a conductor inside the body that correspondingly communicates through the nucleus of the other microbes. This continues to process in human life from the first vibration that causes birth, and it will be continued till death. The process of development of the microbe in the body is a non-stopping one. In other words, whenever the process of the development of the microbe is disabled, that is defined as death. There are a lot of findings also described for teaching to the traditions. For that different administration is advised in Kayak Alpa for the reorganization of the body. While practicing the Kayak Alpa, the human body is converted to an infancy state in terms of the age of muscle, bone, and blood. The definition of the theories mentioned above is for the understanding of how the human body is normalizing technically. The energies described and the act of microbes is creating a kind of chemical bonding in the human body, hence the human body is seen as an idol. This chemical bonding is oriented as an architectural structure for the body. In the Kayak Alpa yoga process, in an organized technical situation, the chemical bonding of the human constitution is dismantled and the body will be released from the chemical bond. At this stage, the body is free to organize like a body of a child. In a few days, that will be fixed and living longevity will be attained. It is an aging reverse process that the body will be soft and free from fixed shape. Fixed shapes are disabilities. This is in the structure of the muscle, blood, bone, and corresponding hormones. During this state, the body is reverting to normalcy, and that is the answer to how a body is attaining normalcy. It is working like the fundamental source of energy starting from the gut, and it acts like a lotus flower. This is a fundamental root of the vibrations towards the body. Every vibration is developing towards the human tower from the middle by the progression of frequency. In the calculation of the developments of a human body, the primary algorithm starts from the first vibration that is received from the male donor, here the father, and that is static. After conceiving a pregnancy, every experience of the mother will be acted on by the fetus. This is like the experience of the surroundings, fluid in the mother's womb, external pressure, etc. will be influenced the development of the fetus. Every change of the vibration of frequency will be exhibited in the skin and the skeletal, muscular, and aesthetic structure of the body. This and similar activities will influence the balance and orientation of the body of every new being. Upon completion of the development of the shape and orientation through thousands of species and genes of microbes is called body growth. Here onwards the body behaves in two ways. The first way is physical behavior and the second way is mental or intellectual behavior. For the physical body, there is no intention of doing anything. It is like an animal. In this situation, there is no difference between humans and animals. It is like a fish going through the flowing water. At this stage, there is no organization or prevention for the body. In this stage, the body will travel as per physical freedom. It is like when the climate is hot, the body searches for a cold. When it is cold, naturally search for the hot. While moving, the physical body freely is without a particle aim and reach a comfortable situation and the physical body hold over there. It is a kind of automated management for balancing and sustaining. Animal behavior is the natural pattern of the human being after its formation at the physical level. And at the same time, there is another formation that we can call the intellectual level. Every individual microbe or anu has a mind. It is ruled as a single independent mechanism that collectively we can call the mind. Intellectual formation is happening through the interrelations with the nucleus of every microbe and later forming an intra-abe communication to the entire nucleus of every microbe, together working as a web across the body. The nucleus of every microbe in the body is giving a localized experience. Every microbe developed in the body as per the demand or experience. As per that, dermatoglyphics is developing on the surface of the body. If you feel a pain in the tip of the nail, you will feel it in that area only. Because the microbes from that are is recognizing locally. That means the nucleus of the microbe from the particular area is connecting to another nucleus of the corresponding organ or area. But here we have to understand that a body is equal to animal's behavior and is not related to any cultural knowledge till experiencing events in life. For that, the ancient schooling system organized teaching activities to develop intellectual ability. Even now, after thousands of years, schooling is in the same pattern. After developing this schooling system for intellectual development, a kind of culture has been organized in society. Mental retardation is happening because the nucleus of the microbes is not connecting with the physical body. Through that, intellectual and cultural relationship is not established. In other words, the absence of a relation between the physical body and the intellectual body is the definition of mental retardation. Similarly, the microbes are not developed in any area in a particular species of the microbe. The corresponding link of the dermatoglyphics will not develop. Dermatoglyphics is the external markings of the internal microbe's reflections. It is working as the aesthetics for the whole body. This undeveloped area will be inactive and no feel of touches will experience because the nucleus of the local area will be inactive. This causes deformity in that area of the body. That is defined as deformity together with retardation. Retardation can be affected in a small area of the body to the whole body. In such cases, physical and mental retardation will be presented. It can be for muscles, bone, and skin in that area, and that will be shown as deformity locally. All this retardation and deformities are happening by birth or within a few months after the birth. In other words, every vibration of the body is unique. The loss of uniqueness in the vibrations, the microbes in that area will be shown as deformed and the uniformity of the body will be loosed. The behaviorism of the mind. The mind and body are equally developing together with the physical body in a normal cause. If an atom of a nucleus of a particular cell is damaged, the whole body is collectively related to this single atom and the mind will be absent. This is working singly and jointly in a body. As per that, the intensity will vary. First, every microbe is the conductor of the mind. All five sense experience transforming from one point to another point. This is happening through the mechanism of interaction between the two nuclei. It is a chain of connections through every microbe. This chain is connected through and between the nucleus of the microbe. A common cell is not appropriate for defining this metabolism and mechanism. Without vibration, a nucleus will not have interacted with another nucleus. In my experiments and research, I find out that where the relationship between the microbes is loosed, that will not communicate anything to another microbe. This can cause a loss of sensation. In these situations also the body will work like animal behaviors because of no connection between body and mind. The intensity of the mental retardation is based on the calculation of how many genes of microbes are affected by the communication loss. All human disabilities, deformities, and retardation are happening by birth is by this reason. All these will get satisfactory results in Kayak Alpa practice. The fundamental aspect of human life is, once the vibration is started in the physical body, that will not end for a while. Starting life is with starting a vibration and ending life is stopping the vibration, and stop is called death. Any activities by and to the body will be exhibited and the orientation of the structure of the body will be exhibited correspondingly. After birth, these microbes are the factor for development in infancy, childhood, teenage, adulthood, young, and age. This wonderful mechanism shows different activities, deficiencies, exaggerations, limitations, etc. as per the orientation of the physical body. It defined the aesthetic balance and beauty of a human idol. Up to 11 years of age from infancy, the produced microbes are used for the development of body parts and organs like muscles, bone, and blood. After starting the menstrual cycle in the female body, a part of the head microbes will be discharged as menstrual blood. The same kind of discharge will be happening in the male body after 1 to 2 more years than the female body. It is the discharging of semen. In this way, a particular amount of produced microbe will be loosed and the body shows different behaviorism. In this gap of 2 years of the difference, the male and female bodies show a good difference in the structure of the physic. The male body will be more developed than the female body, and that creates more stability and strength for blood, muscles, and bone. In aging control and living longevity, the practice of kayak alpha is the mechanism working with the head microbe. In this process, the head is producing more microbes to compensate for the menstrual and seminal microbes. The cause of the aging of the human body is continuous discharges of seminal and menstrual discharges. This kind of aging process can be identified in various. There are other branches of science taught by the masters. And all those are the metabolism happening in the body. The intellectual part of the body is for identifying and defining the need-based situation. It also consists of emotions. The fundamental need for the intellectual body is to escape from fear, express wants, etc. Emotions and fear are the fundamental act of the being. There are millions of classifications in every aspect that I have defined in the first chapter of the history of knowledge. Sound, color, smell, taste, and touch are the fundamental sense. Every sense has hundreds of thousands of experiences differently, and that helps to realize the identifications of the facts and figures in the development stage. Thousands of causes can be harmed by the fundamental vibrations of the growing body. Risk in human life. The development of the human body can be stopped, limited, or suspended for many reasons. It is said that the development of the being has happened through the vibrations of energy. All the differences or damages can be possible by the imbalance of the vibrations from the navel part. A navel part is a static point, and that point will not change during life. As per the modern definition, we can call it the gut. The gut produces microbes for the entire development of the body. The categorization, genus, and species are forming in the body as per the reflexology and demand of it. Every microbe needs to produce 3 qualities of basic matter. It is fear-related, emotion-related, and need-related. In all situations of physical life, the body will feel fear first. Fear can be varied as per the intensity of the experience. The situations can be fearful and is a kind of self-feeling for the inability to face and perform in particular or organized events. However, every situation is forming a sense of fear. All these are the moment the frequency of vibration will be different and a corresponding microorganism will be produced by the gut. In human life, the gut is similarly producing microbes and circulates through the neighboring microbe. That does not mean it is worked as a system for the body, but whatever it is, a resistant factor is developed over there by the microbe. In this way, every moment, the body is developing new microorganisms that resist and manage every situation. And when the body cannot produce an appropriate microbe, the problem will attack the body, and that will be a disability or a rare disease. Human beings have situations related to emotions and need-related actions for their body together with fear. Collectively, mental body is the mixture of emotions, fear, and action. When these 3 actions are not in a controllable manner, they will be harmful to the gut, and that stops or limit the formation of microbes. The production of the microbe to a limited amount, and, if that is less than the required numbers, we can see it as the state of the body for a rare disease or condition that is affected during the period of the corresponding event. When vibrations are partly stopped or regulated by any reason that will affect the health. The administration and definition of the body are different than the understanding of various sciences. The definition given here is to define rare diseases and conditions. Collectively, mental body is the mixture of emotions, fear, and action. When these 3 actions are not in a controllable manner, they will be harmful to the gut, and that stops or limit the formation of the microbiome. The production of the microbe to a limited amount, and, if that is less than the required numbers, we can call as the state of the body for a rare disease or condition that is affected during the period of the corresponding event. When vibrations are partly stopped or regulated by any reason that will affect the health. The administration and definition of the body are different than the understanding of various sciences. The definition given here is to define rare diseases and conditions Chapter 6. The definition of consciousness and methodology to attain it. Organizing the mind, the living place, and preparing for Kayak Alpa Yoga. Consciousness is a widely used word from a different perspective. The word consciousness is used in spirituality, philosophy, and literature since the beginning of the history of Indian tradition. Consciousness and enlightenment are different than the understanding of the modern world. In human life, there are thousands of trades and deeds. Desire and wants are the factors of restlessness of the body and mind. A human mind is searching for matter and places as per his desire and wants. Generally, a common man is unaware of what he is searching for. The desire of the human mind is unlimited, and in each moment his desire will change without limit. This desire will be based on body and mind. Emotional and intellectual needs are the base of the desire of the human mind. Everyday events in life give him various new experiences. Every new event gives a new experience. As such, every new experience will not be based on desires. That means the event can happen naturally. The desires of human beings are always demanded happiest occasions only. It can be a physical experience or a mental experience. Physical desires can be varied, and mental desires are searching for the inexperienced with uncertainty. Consciousness is a state that experiences the realization of the desire with the physical, intellectual, and emotional body. I have mentioned short notes for consciousnesses, enlightenment, love, and nirvana in the second chapter of this book. You have to refer to second chapter for understanding it. Here I want to explain another perspective on that. It is experiencing one or more sensual organs. In the sayings and writings on consciousness, there are many kinds of annotations. In general terms, the realization of the desire of the body and mind is the attained stage of excitement, and that is called consciousness. The happiness of every realization can be defined as consciousness. Technically, Kayak Alpa Yoga has efferent approaches to consciousness. It is a state that experiences in every act of the body and mind. The meaning consciousness is a well-defined state of the energy of the body and mind. As mentioned, every intake and input has the corresponding output. Input and discharges are enjoyable activities for the body and situations. The input can be a touch, knowledge from an event, a taste of food, hearing a good voice or sound, etc. can be caused for the consciousness. The taste of food gives joy when one intake. The taste will vary as per the nature and classification of that food. Moreover, every matter in this universe has a taste and smells. But when it is intakes, a kind of feel about the taste will be experienced, and that is known as the consciousness of taste. In every activity in the history of life, one will experience consciousness. Eating, drinking, seeing, smelling, touching, hearing, actions, emissions of attributes, etc. will give the state of consciousness. Consciousness is the experience of the gut and brain microbe. As per the definition of Kayak Alpa Yoga, every new event produces a different species of microbe. It is a mandatory act of the body needs to produce the microorganism in every new event. In every new event, the gut and the brain is producing a new microbe that is connected through the central neuron system, CNS. The gut and brain microbes connecting through the CNS is giving a kind of feeling to the physical and intellectual bodies, and the experience of the state is consciousness. In every new event, it is felt as excitement. This excitement is defined as consciousness. The physical and mental intakings are managed through the input and output holes. In that sense, touch is not considered. In the human body, every species of microbes are exhibited as the sensual points, and that is sensed as touch points. The touch points are non-repeated spots that have no similarity. A single touch in a particular point is readable only as a single point. A touch experience in 2 points at a time is experienced as also a single act, but the touch points are in 2 single points. Touches in the multiple points are defined as a separate experience. All the sensing points experience through touches. It is equal to the semen discharge and orgasmic experience in the male and female union. This is the ultimate consciousness. Every activity in human life and experience is delivering a unique consciousness. Consciousness is a state that experiences every activity with a recognizable and stimulating state. The formation of the different species of the microbe is the after effect of the different kind of good and bad experience that includes consciousness and enlightenment. I have mentioned that the ultimate consciousness is an orgasmic effect. All other consciousness has the corresponding input or output. The presence of the two physical bodies is not a physical input but our mental input. Instead, it is the input of light from the nuclear of the biome of the whole body. I have mentioned light, especially invisible light. The union of the two different bodies is the union of the different lights. Light is the temperature and thus feels the touch. Touch is caused by the relation with air and correspondingly air is acting on the body for the union. The air distributes smells from one body to another body and through that, an attraction or repulsion is activated. These smells are pheromones. If the attraction is established from the opposite body, the light of consciousness will be established naturally. And thus creates an organized orgasmic effect of consciousness in a being. If the light is not organized and different in categorization, then the developments will be like biomass and no intellectual development is established. In such cases, irregular biomass will be developed and that means no shape and intelligence for that body. The ultimate form of total retardation is formed this way. The consciousness in life. The vibration is activated for the doubling and simulation of the microbe from one to another and through this process, a new state is established. A body is developing into the fetus form from the first sperm. In 10 lunar months, the development of the fetus will be completed inside the mother's womb and birth will take place. And the next step of development is happening outside the womb or incubator. The womb is considered an incubator. The matured fetus coming out from the mother's womb is called delivery. While the development of the fetus is inside the womb, it is an aquatic life that lives in water. Life in this period is like a fish. During this period, every consciousness of the mother will be acted by the child, fetus, inside. It is said that every activity, thoughts, emotion, and experience is realized as consciousness for the mother. The consciousness of the mother during the pregnancy period will be exhibited as behaviorism to the child too. Hence motherhood is a positive factor for the mother. These effects are reflexes or attacks on the state of vibration of the infant inside. So the physical and mental trait of the mother from the next immediate moment after conceiving a pregnancy is important in the matter of disabilities. The thought and negative excitement is damaging the inside fetus in many ways. It should be controlled by promoting the mind of the mother. In such cases, control over the taste, smell, color, touch, and external sound is mandatory. The taste is administrated by the desire for an intaking for the physical body. A taste can be experienced through a taste or a smell. Smells are correspondingly creating taste in the olfactory segment. That taste and smell singly or collectively establish a feel and emotion for the consciousness in taste or smell. Those are harmful to another body. We can call this kind of discharge pheromones chemicals that is harmful to fellow beings and the fetus inside the mother's womb. In the long run, a kind of seasoning is happening with a limited number of people and through that, the toxins are compromising. Or another way, the seasoning of the pheromones is one part of the seasoning while the development. This process is continuing every moment while the development of the fetus acting on the mother. There is a borderline to resisting and seasoning the fundamental development of the normal human being. During this time by the act of internal forces, the fetus is developing inside. And after the development of the internal process, the delivery will take place. After the delivery, the internal process of development is stopping through different forces and another state is starting. It is a paradigm shift. Here onwards the growth is starting from the head to tail order. In the life of a fetus, the development is happening from the tail to the head. In this stage, the important change happening to the body is starting the production of the head microbe upon the first cry. Most of the development of the body is happening through the production of the head microbe. The bone, blood, and endocrine systems are developed by the act of the head microbe. This time onwards the body starts the fundamental growth. It is the difference between the prepartum and the postpartum period. In the prepartum period, the body is controlled by the gut, and after the prepartum period, all the attributes are open for development in the body. Attributes are defined in the later chapter. This is the technical separation of the prepartum and postpartum. In Kayak-alpa yoga application and terminologies, a human body can be shifted to aging control by organizing the same pattern of the prepartum period. And Kayak-alpa yoga is facilitating the development of the body to the earlier stage of birth. Kayak-alpa yoga is controlling the aging factor of the body. While controlling the factors on development, the human body will be in the state of the fetus in the mother's womb. And through that, aging can be controlled, or the body attains less age. The terminologies to shift a matured body to a reduced age are based on the chemical change happening in the human body. The Kayak-alpa yoga is organizing a kind of lighting and vibrations, and through that different species of new microbes are produced inside the brain, and that is circulating inside the body. This microbe bypasses the old microbes and replaces the blood and bone cells. That is why aging goes reverse in the body. In this process, the age of the bone will be reduced by up to 50% of physical age. All this is possible through the control of the different external forces and attributes. I have mentioned the air, sound, pheromones, and speed of sound for a better understanding of the organized and controlled place for Kayak-alpa yoga. Technically, the administration for the development of a damaged body is to make it organized to free from the relation of the attributes and control of the external forces. It has been a common aspect practiced in ancient days. Kayak-alpa yoga can be practiced at any age of human life. And it is the secret of Kayak-alpa yoga. Through this theory, the lifespan of man can be reduced in a particular period, and through that human life can be extended for many years. The apt word for this process is called living longevity or Kayak-alpa yoga. This means we can decide how many years we have to live, and through that, we can set our span of life for any number of years. This process not only deals with living longevity but also with repairing or recreating the body from damage. The irregular shape, physiological and intellectual state, and appearance of the aesthetics can be changed in a few days by following the protocol of the Kayak-alpa yoga technique. Let us see what the protocols are and how it supports the technology and applications. This process of Kayak-alpa yoga will work only in a closed and controlled situation. Closed and controlled situations mean that is an organized place to control light, sound, smells, touches, tastes, and attributes. Attributes are 17 numbers. The light is unlimited numbers that emit from different sources, but we can't see many lights. So, we are not able to classify the light which is inside the mother's womb. So, the control of the light is mandatory. Technical application and setup of a Kayak-alpa yoga room. The Kayak-alpa yoga room is dark. It is the same as what they feel inside the mother's womb. This room is a simulation of the mother's womb. Technically we are creating equal situations in the mother's womb. I have used a 5-watt light in a closed room as a light source and visual understanding. You have considered it as a yoga or prayer room. We have to assume that there are a lot of recognizable and non-recognizable smells inside and outside your room, and that is limited to inside the mother's womb. So, this room should be free from other smells. To organize this situation, we can diffuse the existing smells and pheromones from the Kayak-alpa yoga room for organizing the place. I recommend the jasmine smell to use as a suspender for other smells and pheromones chemicals inside this room. You have to use natural jasmine oil for controlling the smells of this room. Other human presence are restricted in this room because the pheromones of that person can be spared in this organized chamber, room. That is not permissible in Kayak-alpa yoga practice. In the Kayak-alpa yoga practice, an aged body is gaining less age every minute. That is not only reversing the age but also the aesthetics also changed. I shall explain my knowledge and practice which I have used for 30 years. In another way, a particular action within the prescribed time within the matter is making the change in the modulation. The TAM and MAT applications are mandatory everywhere and in every approach. Here we have to understand what substance in matter causes to create life in a living organism and what attributes generated emotions and consciousness in that being. I shall explain this in common understanding. The ancient knowledge is well examined and is capable to recreate any beings, for the understanding of the terminology is important. I felt ancient technologies have been limited through the wrong understanding and interpretation in the middle generation. All the keys of the technology should use for practical success. The basic understanding of Kayak Alpa Yoga technology is for the recreation of the human body. A common man in his life is facing many situations in his cultural and moral background. A difficult situation is to produce negative pheromones, and such situations harm the body differently. In another way, the mind is important for every happening, for every situation, emotion, and thought. The mind directs to the body for producing and discharging corresponding pheromones chemicals. It is also a natural phenomenon to attract or repulse situations. These chemicals are for the realization of the unorganized thought of the body. In normal cases, those who are unaware of the pheromones discharges, the body discharges will be very unwanted to other persons. The ancient schools taught human thought and behavior to organize the body. Or in other words, it has been some kind of panacea. Every human mind around us is thinking about how they can attain their desire for them. Everyone has a different desire in their mind. Every desire is an absolutely confidential topic for every individual. But the big matter is every such desire correspondingly emitting a representing pheromone. Technically, these emissions are toxins for another person. In a mother's womb, the pheromones of the mother are experienced by the child. So, every being can be compromised with the pheromones of the mother. As a natural process, there are pheromones to protect the baby of every being. The emotion, smell and pheromones of the babies of every being are attracted to all other animals. In the animal kingdom, the babies of the other animals are attracted to kindness and love. Even in the wild, they will not attack the babies of the other animals. The babies also will discharge the pheromones to attract other animals in every category. Similarly, the science of spirituality has been taught and experienced to control the pheromones of human beings. The act of sin is established in the ancient schooling system for control of bad thoughts, and correspondingly the toxin emission has been regulated. This can be examined through the approach of Lord Krishna. Devotees of Krishna are seeing things through the love of Krishna. Devotion with love is attracting pheromones from such devotees. In a spiritual act, the devotion of God is seeing everyone with devotion, care, and love. In Indian mythology it has been defined as everyone should be fine. An emotionless mind will not discharge toxic pheromones. I have felt that children with disabilities and mental retardation will not emit any toxins. That is because they have no emotions and thought, hence there is no such discharge. Spirituality has been advised and taught for the well-being of society. It is a complete science and one in 64 sciences. Society has been organized through these concepts in the ancient period. Most rare diseases are happening in this way. For the practice of Kayak Alpa Yoga, the mind and body in the Kayak Alpa Yoga room should be free from any negative thoughts. Instead, you can think about God and devotion. Most social problems are developing through pheromones discharges, and which not only damage an individual body but also it attack the other persons living around. The reorganizations of society also can be worked through this way. One can create a destiny for themselves. The largest organ, skin, has several thousands of nerve endings, and each nerve ending has sweat holes that are not only for discharging the sweat but also absorbing the micro-minute properties from outside of the skin area. This is also one method, is absorbing the pheromones into the body. This we have discussed earlier. The skin cannot resist external matters too. For Kayakalpa yoga practice is done within an organized dome or an organized room that resists most of the external pheromones, gases, repulsive lights, harmful vibrations, and other invisible forces and energies. In ancient technology, the skin is the largest conductor that absorbs anything from the human body. So, there are definitions in the ancient methodology about what should be the matter around us. This concept was formed for the understanding of the importance of living in technology. The 64 sciences are teaching it. Living science has been organized for designing living places too. The classifications of living situations of a person have been well defined. It is a kind of material chemistry or padhartha dharma, the act of matter, for the understanding of the common man. In 3200 BC, Imhotep the Great built the Egyptian pyramid for the equipment for the organized place. Imhotep was an Egyptian chancellor to the pharaoh Djoser and architect of the Djoser's step pyramid. He is also the disciple of Lord Shiva and from the spiritual tradition of the ancient genealogy. The largest experiments ever in history are undergone here for the modern reference for pheromones. When a large calamity acted on the bank of the river Nile, he has been thinking of a solution for that. The problem has been the casualty under the age of 20 and the existence of the population has been complicated. In this situation, he advised the king and pharaoh Djoser to construct a Himalayan model for the survival of the crisis. The Egyptian pyramid is formed from such an idea. He established a copy of the hexagonal shape of the Great Himalayas and built the three-state chamber. Three-state chambers are for the control of the smells and pheromones. The pyramid has been used for the administration and control of the smells, sounds, and attributes of external repulsive forces. He, Imhotep, invented 29 smells for diffusing in different smells to control the discharges of humanoid pheromones that act on another human being. His innovation of the smells is the first one in its category. It includes the manufacturing technology of smells, pheromones, and fragrances. Through this act, the lifespan has been increased from 20 years to 60 years. Every matter and substance around us is discharging different chemicals and gas that affect the beings collectively. I have mentioned the repulsive forces acting from the atmosphere and planets. In the same way there are repulsive forces from the Earth also. Every part of the Earth has emissions. The development of the human body after birth has processed the seasoning of the body to resist such repulsive forces. Few major repulsive forces I am mentioning here for your analysis. There are repulsive in every part of the Earth. Seasoning of the human body is a natural process after birth and that is happening slowly through day-by-day events. The natural metabolism experienced in the prepartum period, for resistance, will be suspended and through that, the body is experiencing new situations. During the developmental period, the resistance of the body will be absent and hence antimicrobial resistance is acted. In the Kayak-Alpa yoga process, the body converts again to the protective state. It is the greatest secret of reorganizing the body through the Kayak-Alpa yoga process, which consists of technicalities and procedures. For that, simply follow the steps mentioned in this book for practicing Kayak-Alpa yoga. For analysis and reference, I am mentioning a few sites that discharge pheromones and repulsive forces around the world. Similarly, small or big sites are everywhere on the Earth that are the discharges of the Earth in a different form. The following 10 specimens are the few live sites for examples of repulsive and distraction forces from the Earth in a different form. 1. It is in Kalaki, also known as Kalachevsky, is a small locality in the Izhil district of the Akmala region in Kazakhstan. As per reports in 2014, 1/5 of the population was affected with a sleep syndrome called sleep hollow, resulting in lots of unique and unacceptable behaviors. 2 villages were mainly affected, and it took up to 6 days for a person to properly recover when he, or she, fell asleep if he, or she, had this syndrome. By 2015, half the city wanted to migrate and relocate due to this phenomenon. It was later found out by experts that this was happening due to increased carbon monoxide levels due to an abandoned mine nearby, which caused oxygen levels to fall. I have a lot of specimens like this for referencing different metabolism emitted by the pheromones chemicals. Every inch of space on Earth has similar discharges. The bodies of the beings, especially the humans, are resisting all this because of the seasoning of the body after the delivery. 2 Salala Anti-Gravity Point, Oman. This particular attraction is near Ta'ai-Atir/Merbet, and you should be able to visit this place while going to Merbet, Oman. The main reason it is famous is because of its unique properties through which any vehicle can move up the hill at a speed of 40 to 60 km per hour. Your car could be at neutral, and your engine wouldn't be functioning, and the result would be such a situation where the car is just moving on its own. The reason for this upside travel of the hill is believed to be because of the existence of an anti-gravity point, that is, there is no gravity on that point and so the car can move uphill. People usually go to this place after visiting Wadi Darbat and driving for 20 to 30 minutes on the eastern side. There are many alternative routes too. There's a logical, yet surprisingly amazing explanation for this phenomenon though. In theory, an anti-gravity point shouldn't exist, and it doesn't. Unlike space, cars don't fly around, and objects don't move around in the air. Therefore, gravity exists. So then why do cars go uphill with their engines shut and gears on neutral? As per sources, a gravity hill, or a magnetic hill, mystery hill etc., is a place where the layout of the surrounding land produces an optical illusion, making a slight downhill slope appear to be an uphill slope. There are many beliefs that this phenomenon is magnetic or supernatural, which may be true considering science hasn't been able to explain it completely without assuming a lot of factors. For example, the above-mentioned explanation comes with the assumption that this illusion happens because of the absence of a clear horizon to view, which gives them a reference point. However, because there is no ideal scenario, there is no way to prove it for sure. The Salalah anti-gravity point is approximately 27 kilometers away from Taka. While driving to Merbet and through this 1 kilometer stretch of the anti-gravity point, you can witness how different nature can act to adjust to the surroundings. 3. Agasthirkodam, Kerala, India, also known as the heaven on earth, Kerala has a lot of natural beauties and peaks. Agasthirkodam is the second highest peak in Kerala and has a lot of interesting theories and legends associated with it. A very famous pilgrimage site for those who are devoted to the Hindu sage Agastya, it is also one of the very few gravitation points. This site is inside a wildlife sanctuary which provides for amazing scenes. The famous sage, monk, Agastya, whom the devotees worship, is also believed to be the founder of Tamil. What makes it most entertaining is the fact that there are many dwarf plants and elephants among other animals that exist and generate regularly. Various proofs are suggesting that many human beings including sage Agastya were attacked by dwarfism, and since then it has been a thing for those hills. Agastya is believed to be only 3.5 feet and his statements have a lot of proven examples about how the hills in this forest area show the nature of dwarfism. 4. Hinsdale Lights, Norway. If you love lights, the first area you need to visit is one of the Scandinavian countries. In the Hinsdale Valley, you should be able to spot a 12 km long light called the Hinsdale Lights. The origin of the lights is unknown, and studies have been happening for a long time as to why these lights have been occurring. These lights appear over a stretch in different colors ranging from yellow to red to green. Traditionally, they're also called the Northern Lights. They can be viewed in the most random times during the year. They were spotted way more often in the 1980s but have only been spotted 10 to 20 times per year in the past decade or so. There have been constant studies since 1983 where they have been trying to figure out a theory, but they still don't have a hypothesis. Somehow, the light emission and appearance behave as a source of energy which converts to light. 5. Taos Hum, New Mexico. Taos, located in north-central New Mexico, has been home to many disturbing stories and amazing people. There is a sound emission known as the Taos hum, which sets physical and mental discomfort across two present communities in Taos. During the 1950s, reports started trickling from people who had never heard such unusual sounds before, and they were suddenly hit by a very annoying, low-frequency and throbbing humming sound. Sometimes instead of a throbbing sound, it also portrayed a rumbling sound. Normally, the hum is heard indoors and is louder during the nights if compared to the day. Apart from that, another important thing to understand is that it is common in rural or suburban environments. Reports of hums are very rare in urban areas, which could be because of the consistent and steady background noises coming from the city center. Various reasons have been given by various people for these sounds, ranging from supernatural to psychological, but till date, we haven't found a proper reason for these sounds. 6. Lake Karachay, Russia. Lake Karachay, also known as Karachay or Karachich, was a small water body in central Russia. This lake was located in the Ural Mountains. Since 1951, Lake Karachay has been used as a dumping site for a lot of radioactive waste from Mayak, nearby nuclear waste storage and reprocessing facility. Nowadays, the lake is filled with this waste and acts as a dry nuclear waste storage facility. In many areas, Karachay means the Black Sea, and this name probably comes from the legend established around the lake that it produces hot water frequently in the area. This is believed to be true because of various reasons which are being explored to date. 7. Catatumbo lightning, Venezuela. Catatumbo lightning is a very interesting atmospheric phenomenon that takes place in Venezuela. As per previous sightings, it only occurs over the mouth of Catatumbo River, where the bog forms, after which it empties into Lake Maracaibo. This lightning originates due to a mass of storm clouds which are at a height at least above 1 kilometer. These storms are most probably occurring because of the winds blowing around the Maracaibo Lake and surrounding swampy plains. These air bridges, rather without any choice, meet the high mountain ridges of the Paraja Mountains, Andes, and Meridas Cordillera, which encloses the plain from all three sides. The heat and moisture that is collected across the plains tend to create electrical charges and result in lightning and thunderstorm activity. The lightning occurs on an average 140 to 160 nights a year, which means up to 280 hours per day, taking the daily average at 10 hours per day too. 8. Fairy Circle, Namibia. Namibia is a country in southern Africa and is famous for having these patches of land called fairy circles. Contradictory to what their name suggests, these are the circle of areas usually ranging from 2 to 15 meters in diameters that have patches of barren land with no plants. These fairy circles are often surrounded by stimulating and growing grass. The origins of fairy circles in Namibia have been debated by scientists and researchers in various stages. There have been two leading debates when it comes to explaining why this happens. The first reason given is that these empty patches are created because of termites under the soil, that usually end up clearing the vegetation in the area around their homes, nests. The second leading reason is that the plants are competing for water in the scorching heat, and these results in fairy circle being created. 9. Boiling River, Peru. In the dense Amazon jungles lies this magical river. The Boiling River falls under the land of the Peruvian Amazon and is a boiling river. Average temperatures in the river are 86 degrees, which is just 14 degrees away from boiling itself. These waters are guided by ivory-colored stones and lots of surrounding flora and fauna. Locals for a long time believed, till a scientist went to the river and found out the truth, that the river was holy and sacred, hence possessing healing powers. The shamans even incorporated it into their medicines. 10. Kettle Falls, USA. Known for being a small town with having big hearts, Kettle Falls has taken using your assets to a whole new different level when it comes down to being famous. Located in the state of Minnesota, Kettle Towns is a place for creating bonds. Also, on your way to the falls, you can see Lake Roosevelt, which has a nice sense of history to it, and it's also beautiful. The most amazing thing about this place though is an unusual waterfall located on the banks of River Brule. About 2.4 kilometers from its mouth, the river splits into two halves to flow around a piece of rock. The eastern flow goes over a two-step waterfall and keeps continuing downstream. The specimens mentioned above are for the understanding of the natural act on the earth. The examples are for defining various metabolism and discharges. I have mentioned the vibration of the earth in the previous chapters. The vibrations of the earth are considered as the discharges, and I mentioned above are the physical discharges of the earth. There are a lot of similar discharges in every area of the earth, but all those may be not sensitive prime faces. It is mentioned for the simple understanding of ancient knowledge. Our earth has a mind and body, like our mother. The human body is the prototype of the planet Earth. I have told you the attributes of the substances that create 17 metabolisms for consciously related discharges from the body. The living world is such kind of chemical world that interacts with the body and mind. Most of them are acting as damaging forces, and our bodies will not overcome such situations. Our ancient masters narrated such incidents in nature and earth. The definitions of consciousness, attributes, and substance are explained, and now you can think about how to control them. The vibrations of the earth are varying as per the influence of other forces from the planets and comets. The vibration and attractions of the other planets, physical discharges of the earth, etc. can be the reason for calamities, crises, epidemics, warming, and freezing. All those activities of the earth are expressed as physical changes and discharges. When it happens, the beings within the earth are unaware of these problems. Chapter 7. History of Spirituality. Adoption of technical practice. And the management of extra-size human body with retardation. We know how the preparation of the syllabus of every subject in modern days by the syllabus committee of the universities and education departments for their students. Now teaching is a simple process because the theory is available in different books, and modern teachers need to teach after referring to the books. In the matter of the ancient masters, they have to refer to the events and situations in real life phase. The first master of the universe is referred to as Lod Shiva. No reference book is available, and copying the subject is. No other media or reference has been available because there are no front runners for them. Nature, natural events, seasons, life experiences, and calamities have been the reference and events for the masters. The background of the development of spirituality is based on human life in different situations. For that, the task of the masters has been for defining references to follow moral and social codes for the society, and for that, they organized a system. That system has been evidence-based definitions of the events that everyone can feel and experience. I have defined the formation of sound and ice-breaking events in the Himalayas in the earlier chapter. All the approaches are a similar experience of the events. Organizing the life of human beings has been the primary factor for the masters. Modern historians say there is no evidence of the languages and civilizations in the past. As per physics and other science, beings are there for millions of years. Here the question is why there is no clear history for the past and old civilization's certainty. All modern researchers are guessing on this topic as per their imaginations. In ancient tradition, history has been enumerated and defined through many theories and findings. The masters and disciples of the Himalayan region used a particular language which is described as the information in pictures. There are many kinds of writings and marking in different places of the caves of the Himalayan region, but all those areas are not accessible now. Because the Himalayas is divided into many parts, and all that area is under the custody of different countries like China, Tibet, India, Afghanistan, Pakistan, etc. Hence, it is difficult to recover the corresponding properties and research materials used by ancient masters. Fortunately, we have images and drawing to verify and refer to various events. And the parallel information is there with tradition. The school of the ancient tradition. Peoples in modern days believe that one can set up a religion, and through that, they can enter into religious politics. Things are not like that. Religion, especially Hinduism, is the oldest school for teaching the community. All the religions like Hinduism, Buddhism, Islamism, and Jainism are formed as schools only. There is no other methodology has been available for teaching. And no one has formed the above-named religions. The name of the religions has happened naturally on the name of the place or the name of the master. Hinduism is established based on the place name Indus. It has been on the bank of the river Indus, and later it became the name Hindu. Islamism has been established in the name of the Prophet Muhammad, and it became known as the Muhammadan religion. What they taught is the law of family life through the teaching of 114 chapters of the Quran. It teaches control and administrates the life of an individual and gender from birth to death. In Buddhism, they don't have any arguments in anything but state that learn to understand the phrase and follow with their own experience. But Hinduism has a direct approach from a different perspective and classifications. They are spiritual and physical traditions. It has a long history than modern people know. Vedas are following afterward the entity of the Aryan. The Aryans have conceived some versions of the spiritual and physical traditions, their technologies with the theory of the traditional knowledge of the masters. This causes the development of epic literature and Vedic writings. We have evidence that Aryans and Vedas followed the knowledge of their masters and based on that they created literature. But it is not compromising the complete depth of the knowledge of the ancient traditions. In the epic stories, they did not mention the fact, figures, and state of events when it has happened. It can be understood through the comparison of the theory of Lord Shiva and Vishnu. The ancient methodologies and knowledge of the masters are defined and described as the genealogy of creation and development. The spiritual tradition has been investigating the birth and formation of a being and that theory established perfectly. The masters recreated the synthesis within organized places other than the womb of the mother. The primary understanding is the secret of the formation of the earth. They find out that the formation of the earth and being are the same. The natural act of the vibrations and the influence of other external forces are calculated perfectly. The internal vibrations of frequency are defined as the sound Om. The formation of the being is based on the vibration of the Om. Earth has the same vibration and human beings also form as per this vibration. Similarly, the secret of every natural process in beings, earth, planets, comets, stars, and the universe has been enumerated by the masters, and the complete theory is drawn in pictures. These pictures we can call the signature of the masters. The images drawn by the masters are the encyclopedia of the atom to the universe, and all those are practical technologies. The major technical understanding of the action for the formation is the external physical act of the different forces. This is working as an external womb for every being irrespective of age and gender. In human life, there are two wombs. The first womb is the mother's womb that is for everyone and they live 10 lunar months after conceiving the first sperm. The other womb is the living earth. After the life of 10 lunar months inside the mother's womb, a child is coming out to the earth. This earth is also similar to a womb. The factors of the earth will be acted on the body of the newborn. The body of the newborn is still under the non-resistance period for several lunar months. During this period, earth is considered the second womb for the child. The ancient system of the management of the human body from infancy is advised based on this theory. The different cultures of the earth are considerably acting and reacting to human beings. Every act of the forces on the earth will be acted directly on the human body when the body is living on Mother Earth. It expresses to the body directly and differently. I have experimented with different forces approaching the body that will be caused to change the structure and appearance of the living body. I had a boy in an irregular shape with many kinds of deformities and mental retardation during my research period. He had an 11-inch long foot in his leg. Have more than 40 teeth with extra size. Most of the teeth have been irregular in shape and that has appeared outside the lips. His lower jaw has been out of proportion to the canon of his face. Ears, eyes, legs, hands, bones, fingers, and all other body parts have been non-comparable to the scale of aesthetics. He has been deformed too. I decided to experiment with this case technically as per the theory of ancient masters. I have accommodated him in an organized room with control of all the natural forces emitted by the earth, in my Kayak Alpa yoga room. The change started in the first 30 minutes. In 14 days, the bone and muscle structure has been changed. In 28 days, he appeared as a normal boy and was freed from mental retardation too. The number of teeth has been reduced to 32 number and nearly 8 number teeth have gone back or disappeared. The length of the foot has been reduced to under 8 inches. He was not able to walk earlier because of the length of the foot and the weak health of the legs with deformity. He started to walk with consciousness without others' help. I took more than 1,000 cases in different categories of disabilities during this period. It has given me an insight that something is missing and not developed appropriate definitions in the modern world. I have been an expert in Kayak Alpa Yoga through my tradition, and that is why Kayak Alpa Yoga is introduced to the world. In the same way, I have used to change rare diseases. All this has happened because of the knowledge base taught by the masters of the tradition and the certainty in definitions. While managing several cases of mental retardation and physical disabilities in different age groups is confirmed the individual and separate relation of the microbes of the human body. It gives me the courage for establishing the technology and teaching to the common man about the ancient secret for living longevity, rare disease, and disabilities. When the nucleus of the microbes connects to another nucleus of the nearest microbe is only the way to link the signals to the sense. And when a nucleus of a microbe connects with another microbe, we can see the reflection in the face of retarded person. He looks around and sees the things he is seeing for the first time in his life. He looks around and points his eye to everything. All the colors, shapes, objects and everything is new to him. An 18-year-old boy looking at everything around him for the first time seeing, and he is looking similar to a person who came from another planet. This is for the administrative information for the management of such kinds of children. The physical age and calendar age are different for them. They are seeing, experiencing, and sensing everything for the first time in their life. Here, based on knowledge, an 18-year-old boy is to be considered an infant, that he is just born only as per sense and knowledge. For the management and administration of disabilities, they have protocols and definitions for the patterns. This considers the percentage of retardation and how to manage it. I am mentioning this topic for the understanding of the parents, teachers, social workers, and medical professionals to look into disabilities, deformities, and rare diseases for understanding the theories and practices in Kayak Alpa Yoga. The development in the human body will be by changing the blood and changes in bone. The bone change is happening in the vacuum tunnels of the inside bone, and through that, the structure has been changed for the whole body, bone, and muscles. This theory is totally practical for healthy living for a human beings in their life for living longevity and sustainability. When we are living with practical theories as a system for health and living, we will have the freedom to live well. What the masters taught as a law of living, there are 64 sciences for organizing and understanding the ecology and technical structure of the living system of human life. The 64 science and its definitions are very important to understand the situations. That is defined as the act and forces, evaluation, and understanding of those forces. It advises how to reorganize and revert such situations. All the 64 sciences are defined as organizing and control of living for a long period up to the mature death of human beings. All this science is the organized technologies that give a key understanding of the human body and life sciences. Here, as per the masters, scientifically the human body has two versions. The internal version of the vibrations is the primary part that causes to develop the body vertically and horizontally with its proportions and ratio. This proportion and ratio is deciding and organizes the aesthetic balance of the human idol or tower. The intakings and food are supporting the structural development of the body to maintain the aesthetics and canon. Any changes in the proportion, ratio, aesthetics, and canon can be identified and defined as per the theory of the developmental scenario of the whole body. The result is a deformed body will be formed to normalcy, and through that, the beauty, approach, and orientation will be changed. The ancient methodology and scientific knowledge always advised following the protocol of the two-stage system that gives continuity for the life of the human population without breaking the civilizations. It means the ancient and modern approaches can be clubbed together. Culturally, such behavior can be observed in humans and animals for comparison and understanding. Spirituality is organized culturally through the deed and acts in a different method. It has been a big task for ancient masters, yogis, and spiritual traditions to establish a mindset related to sin and the good deed in everyday life. A sin is correspondingly reflected as pheromones discharge those damages everything. The absolute part of the dirty thought, private desire, and intention to do something beyond the limit is the cause for emitting corresponding emissions and discharges from the body. All the stories of personal life and event cannot be disclosed to another person due to delicacy and privacy. Sin, bad deeds, and good deeds are used as cultural parameters to organize the thought, act, actions, relations, behaviors, and private and public life in human society. It developed as a cultural reformation and teaching ground for the masters in ancient days. When we understand the risk and initiative taken by the masters and yogis, we wonder how much they worked with their efforts. Of course, the common man also needs to change his mindset from the wrong algorithm they learned so far. This is the answer to the question why the human body is irresponsible and what to do for the same. The definitions of the earth and beings are not different, and when one can think about the definition and working principles of the earth, being, and the human body, the problem will be solved. There is no time to confuse in front of the world. No time for argument, the only thing is to do only. The ancient masters established the technologies to convert the hardness and shape of the rock to any size. That we have to continue for the modern world. Whatever there in the modern innovations in the name of modern science are nothing compared with the real problems and the solutions for them. For resizing, forming, conversions, tempering and crafting there have been many technologies that still exist within the Indian root of traditions. There are many numbers of temples in southern India constructed with different kinds of rocks that produce music within the pillars and walls of the temples. The pillars produce a different scale of sound that can be read in the notation scale like reading an electric piano. I have experienced that rock can be converted to another form like clay mix, and by using fingers and nails it can be shaped into any form of sculpture. It is done by using a few kinds of plant and herbal mix in the form of juice. There are a few kinds of herbs are used for the conversion of rock into clay. After applying the plant juice that will be ready for making anything that can be converted to clay. The same can be reverted or made hard by applying some other juice. In the alchemy period, this technology has been used on a large scale for the construction of workstations. The signature, drawings, and marking designed and organized in Himalayan caves have been in this same way. The 1432 Dropa stone Sirius, 716 recovered, has been made out in this same way, and the Himalayan herbs are richest than any other place in the world. Chapter 8. The Observer Effect from a Different Perspective. Retardation, normalization, motherhood, the first pain, and first cry, starting life on the earth. I have mentioned the color and light. Our eyes are the important organ to receive and distribute the effects of color and light. We can call it the observation effect. The observation is working in two ways. The receiving and sending signals. The signals are light. Most of the lights in this category are invisible lights. Observation is the secondary knowledge after the understanding of vibration. In physics, the observer effect is the theory that says, mere observation of a phenomenon inevitably changes that phenomenon. An especially unusual version of the observer effect occurs in quantum mechanics, as best demonstrated by the double-slit experiment. In all observations of the physical properties are cause absence, and human behavior shows positive changes. I am herewith giving 4 examples of the observer effect in a modern laboratory. 1. Observer effect in information technology. In information technology, the observer effect is the impact on the behavior of a computer process caused by the act of observing the process while it is running. For example, if a process uses a log file to record its progress, the process could slow down. Furthermore, the act of viewing the file while the process is running could cause an I/O error in the process, which could, in turn, cause it to stop. Another example would be observing the performance of a CPU by running both the observed and observing programs on the same CPU, which will lead to inaccurate results because the observer program itself affects the CPU performance. 2. Heisenberg effect. The Heisenberg effect refers to those research occasions in which the very act of measurement or observation directly alters the phenomenon under investigation. The Heisenberg effect refers to those research occasions in which the very act of measurement or observation directly alters the phenomenon under investigation. Although most sciences assume that the properties of an entity can be assessed without changing the nature of that entity concerning those assessed properties, the idea of the Heisenberg effect suggests that this assumption is often violated. In a sense, measuring or observing instantaneously renders the corresponding measurement or observation obsolete. Because reality is not separable from the observer, the process of doing science contaminates reality. Although this term appears frequently in the social and behavioral sciences, it is misleading. 3. Observer effect changes human behaviors. In the social sciences and general usage, the effect refers to how people change their behavior when it is observed and set down. People often do not behave in their usual manner when aware of being watched. 4. Audience effect. The audience effect is the impact that a passive audience has on a subject performing a task. It was first formally noted in various psychology studies in the early 20th century. During some studies, the presence of a passive audience facilitated the better performance of a simple task, while other studies show the presence of a passive audience inhibited the performance of a more difficult task or one that wasn't well practiced. There are two important acts have been described in the creation and formation of the beings. They are shrishti, creation, and drishti, seeing through the eyes. Drishti and shrishti is the corresponding topic that has deep interpretations. Every formation of the human being is different than the other beings. Because human beings absorb and emit light. I have defined the invisible light in the past chapter. This is happening through the eyes of the observer. One is seeing through the eyes is a kind of discharge of the light from the eyes. The light will emit from the eyes of the beholder. When you are seeing something from someone, it will be considered as the emission of light for your body. The exit of the light is from the eyes only. These lights are powerful, and if you can study them, you can see many wonders in them. More specifically, the nucleus of the microbes is connected to the light of the nucleus from an external body also. All other sensing organs are absorbing experience to the body, and at the same time eyes are discharging a considerable amount of light. As per modern science, it is known as the observer effect. The light of the body is different from person to person. When a light discharges from one's eyes, that light will be activated by another person or persons through interaction with another body. In spiritual tradition, the observation of the masters has been a powerful tool, and the light has been distributed to the surroundings and beings. The human body produces and discharges two substances. They are pheromones and light. As per the desire or demand of the body, the corresponding pheromones and light will be discharged. It is an auto-response system that has been organized through the teachings of spirituality. If the light and pheromones are comparatively more or less equal for two persons, they will interact together and will create a new relationship between them. There will be many similarities between those two people. Love at first sight, accepting different behaviors, love and attraction are expressive between these bodies. A kind of ray is emitted from the beholder's eye and reacts accordingly where that ray falls. In other words, the eyes are not only for seeing but also discharges a considerable amount of invisible ray that act on the beholder or the object. Without the interaction of the ray of light and pheromones, it is difficult to relate with another person for a long period. We can understand this light is kind of a ray, and the intensity of this ray will vary as per the cosmic relation of the attraction and repulsive forces towards this person. The light creates love and affection with another person who has an equal intensity to the ray. This synthesis can be managed by giving appropriate training or teaching. When it is considering activity-related situations, an equal thought can be compromised for the emission of equal rays. This synthesis is working in the formation of the beings and conceiving pregnancy also. This metabolism can be organized in every part of life. If a drishti is accepted naturally by the third body, then the compromising can take place. In the case of male and female relationships, the energy and light of the body will be equal, and the female body can take sperm from the opposite body. If the light is not materialized, the female body naturally discharges the first cell of sperm donated from the male body in a relationship. Another way is, if the male and female body is not equal to the states and intensity of the light, The first sperm donated by the male body naturally refuses by the female body. This causes every human union, and that is why the non-acceptance of the first sperm. If it is not acceptable to the female body, that microbe will not multiply in the required sequence and ratio. This light is emitted from the eyes only. The understanding of every event is classified into 4 classifications. They are through seeing, visuals, touching, practice and experience. This is a kind of classification to whom and why. As per the base of this classification, there are social ranges in every activity. It is also considered the 4 classifications of society. It is not the classification of caste or religion. It is about the classification of knowledge. This classification deals with the intellectual hierarchy of society. In most cases, the associations of society are based on this fact. It is organized for the control of society. In the olden days, in the community, the joint family system has been undertaken to satisfy this junction of technology. The other things are the profession-based classification. The comforts of the classified aspect have been an established social system. For the effective management of the social system, there has been established science to make it available for society. Masters will not fail to compromise science and advise other members of society. The master can be a leader for every community across all societies. The light is transforming at various levels in society for male and female bodies. Without enough acceptance of the light or the union for childbirth, many problems can be expected of the child. In a human relationship, if the partner is a strange person, the emission of light and pheromones are not exchanging with each other. That will be caused for the refusal of the light rays. In such cases, the child will have different problems like disability, premature birth, rare disease, and the possibility of developing different problems in the body without notice. The case of autism is by this act. The observer effect will act on the male body and female body before the union, and it will affect the sperm after the union. The primary solution is the male and female body should be in a compromised state with body and mind. Upon that, the fetus in the womb is safe. Through this act, the pheromones discharge, and the ray of light will be compromised with each other. And of course, marriage is the technology that is enacted as the law based on pheromones and light. The light of the ray is an energy source that starts from the oldest masters who have been generated and interpreted as secret technology for society. It is advised as a ritual program. The marriage function and process is ritual processing, and all religions of society across the world are following it. All the social systems and ecology also form self-compromising situations that support human birth. The first one is based on quantum mechanics in physics, the second one is based on computers, the third one is based on software, and the fourth is based on human beings. I have stated the influence of light in being nature and the atmosphere. The definition of lights is dark light, illumined light, and different other lights. It is an evidence-based study that is an emission of light from a microorganism that affects and is related to the other part. The light acting by seeing is an invisible light that cannot emit illuminés. Invisible lights are dark lights or dark rays. That you can see yourself in the practical session of Kayak Alpa Yoga, which explains how the light is affecting you and another person. In the spiritual tradition, the teachings of the masters for observer effect have been connected to the human body. And when one human body is available to receive the observer effect from another being, the nucleus of every microbe will be amplified its energy to exchange the lights of rays. The observer effect is a universal factor that every living organism can transform the light particle and vibrations into another being. However, there are recommendations about who is a perfect person to observe the object and what can be the discharges from that body, and how to receive and acted the observation on completion of the reception. Here the object is the human body to be observed. All those topics are very important for the social administration and control of spiritual and physical terminologies. The observer effect is advised and administrated by spiritual and physical technologies. Universal vibrations are the existing phenomenon that continues as vibration and emission of light. that act as the transformation of the superior observer. The superior observer is God. When one is particularly observed by the mind, it follows the physical body too. When one is thinking about God, is not at the physical level. It acted from the mind. Or God is not visual to such a disciple, and so naturally they are praying through the mind. It is a spiritual act. By following the spiritual act, the observer effect on the mind will be increased, and that gives an alert to the mind and consciousness. It acts continually to follow the guideline of the cultural alert that does not violate the guideline of the social structure. It controls the thought process and organizes the mind based on sin, good and bad deeds. Naturally, these situations control the production and discharges of various pheromones and their actions. The prayer to God and respect for God is acting similarly to the observer effect that controls the relationship between the nuclei of the microbes. A person very near to you is not following the guideline of the spiritual traditions, which may be harming others by discharging their complicated pheromones without knowing themselves. Beliefs in God and spirituality are considered a scientific topic that administrates the body and mind in different ways. The important thing to remember is the act of spiritual tradition and other traditions are different. The mechanism of the human body is working without interval. The physical body and mind are different. The physical body works differently, and it is based on the administration and experience of the surroundings, physical needs, and other monetary situations. The early stage of the development of the rituals in religions has been for the suppression of pheromone discharges to control smells. For that different kind of attractive smells has been used for diffusion. Natural fragrances are widely used to resist such action. In modern days, people are not aware of this mechanism and the discharges of these pheromones. The community has a limitation on this topic because an invisible law is not permitted to talk about it. The researchers in the field of pheromones are not active to define the facts. After the attack of the coronavirus, human society is aware to have a mask on the face to break the chain of the coronavirus. It is for controlling pheromones that we have respect for. Mother is the first observer. Unlike other beings, in the matter of human life, another phenomenon is defined as the relationship between the mother and a child in real life. There are different answers for everyone, but clarity and definition for the bond of the mother and child are incomplete. In human life, the relationship between mother and child is different than understanding. A mother is a first observer, and that relationship with the child is developing after an apology from the mother. Childbirth is a different phenomenon that organized the mindset of the mother, and through that, a woman transforms her body into motherhood. The birth process is the largest crisis and crisis management for the mother and child. Technically, motherhood is starting upon receiving sperm from the father onwards. And the doubling process of the cell is starting as the after effects of the entity of the first cell. It needs 25 to 45 minutes interval for the process of material fusion to organize the appropriate vibrations within the mother's womb. Upon this process, the development of the fetus is starting in two ways. The multiplications of the number of sperm in the Fibonacci sequence and the orientation in the golden ratio are happening. As per the intensity and frequency of the vibration, the automation is happening inside the mother. The mother's womb starts responding to the development of the fetus inside the womb. As part of this development, the mother's body will be restless and not comfortable physically because the inside fetus will be a disturbance for the mother. From this stage itself, a woman transforms into motherhood. Different kinds of uneasiness, weakness, the tendency of vomiting, etc. will be experienced. But she is forced to maintain the conceived sperm inside the womb through a feminine mind and body. But this will not develop a love, bond, and affection for the child at this stage. But the development of the fetus is not stopping and continues inside. Once the vibration is organized and activated, the process will be continuing for 10 lunar months. This period is defined as living in water because the mother's womb is filled with water. The mechanism of living in water is naturally resisting all kinds of external forces and pressures collectively for the safety of the fetus. In 280 days, this fetus will be matured and needs to go out of the mother's womb, and it is called birth. It is a paradigm shift in human life that the entire body is changing from one state to another state. Here is the largest crisis facing the infant and mother through the delivery process. It is a crisis in human life more than any other situation. The birth of a child is a mandatory process for that the child needs to come out from the womb. For that, the ecology and situations of the mother's womb are creating a crisis for the child, and that causes it to push out of the womb. During aquatic life, the womb is 2 times hotter than the external temperature. The calculation of the temperature can be slightly varied depending on the physiological and intellectual state of the mother. But for the understanding, the temperature of the fluid inside the womb will be higher than the external temperature. The matured baby is living inside only up to the completion of 10 lunar months. The term golden ratio is the order of the development of the sequence of the microbe. The golden ratio is sometimes called the divine proportion, because its frequency is in the natural world. This proportion naturally organizes the orientation of every natural being. It is a universal synthesis and is happening as per the vibration of the earth. Nature and every being in nature are in proportion one to another. The delivery is a process of coming out from the mother's womb upon maturity of the prepartum period. A baby need to come out from the mother's womb to the normal situation of the atmosphere is a law of nature. For the delivery process, both the mother's body and the inside baby should have pain and disturbances. But for the baby, the pain will not be registered. The pain will feel after the first cry only. The size and diameter of the body and head of the baby inside the womb are not a free size to come out easily through the venereal holes as part of the delivery. And there is no compromise to the child should have to come out from the womb. And the mother's body will not permit the child to stay more time inside the womb. That mother's body is tempted by pain that we call delivery pain. As the effect of this delivery pain, she is not able to hold the child for any more moments. It is the metabolism happening on one side and the other side is for the baby is completed 10 lunar month period, so the baby needs to go out. There are technically interacting 2 opposite metabolisms in the bodies of the mother and infant. The pressure of the mother's body is diverting to another mindset. She has no more concern for the infant, she tended to compress the infant inside for her to escape from the pain. This compression gives much pressure on the baby inside due to the pain of the mother. Through that, the circumference of the head of the baby are compressing to 2/4 of the head size. And mother is forcing and pulling with internal virginal muscles to pull out the child from her body. As part of this process, the head is compressing and that causes an accidental situation. By the act of compression, the infant is pulled out into the extremely cold situation of the temperature of the labor room, which cannot be affordable to the child. The normal room temperature for the child is nearly half of the temperature of the fluid inside the mother's womb. This is a critical crisis in human life that the child is coming out from the mother's body after compressing by the virginal muscles of the mother and this pulls into the atmospheric situation that is extremely cold and non-affordable for soft skin. And more than that, the baby has no breath air to breathe and has no experience in breathing in the past. On the other way, the baby will be like a fish pulled out from the water. This is also the same situation that the child is not capable to breathe, and no air is available. We can examine this situation as follows. 1. The baby just delivered has felt extremely cold and shivering. The skin tissues are soft that has no covering to protect against the cold effects after the delivery. The child is getting to shiver in freezing temperatures. The inside womb has been hot and protected with a balanced temperature. 2. While coming from the mother's womb, by the pressure of the virginal muscles, the body has been compressed and reduced the head circumference nearly to a quarter size. 3. There is no breath of air because the baby doesn't know to breathe in the new situation and the baby is struggling to survive in these situations. 4. All the situations collectively create fear in the infant that is difficult to survive and live. 5. The mother is also sorrowing because she pulled the baby out because she was not able to hold the baby inside. So, she compressed and pulled out this baby at least 1 moment early. 6. The delivery pain provides a situation for the mother because she is feeling pain in all her bones and muscles for the expansion or detaches the bone joint to make the delivery of her child. 7. And as per that the mother is not sure if she is capable to secure her child because she put maximum pressure and effort to save herself. Finally, as per the act the effect of the fear and lack of breathing oxygen, the child will struggle for escaping. And fear creates a situation of struggling to breathe and that causes you to open your mouth. This situation is also a metabolism called the first cry. As an after effect of the first cry, the external air goes inside and through that, the lungs and the body system are activating for the child. This is the first situation in living on Mother Earth. The first breath is the after effect of the first cry and activates the second vibration in the human body system in less than 3 minutes. This situation creates an apology in the mother's mind through that every woman will be a mother that she wanted to see the child and her apology converted to observations. In any situation of the mother's mind and whatever the thought processes, the state of apology will be at least for 1.5 years of the infancy of the baby. The thought process, discharges of the pheromones, and other states of mind will not be harmed to the child from the mother. At the same time, this observation acts on the infant by receiving light energy from the mother's body. And this creates a bond between the infant to the mother. I am the mother, you can too. What I experienced in my life is I have managed thousands of mentally retarded and disabled children in different age groups. And almost different kinds of rare diseases and cancers also. In normal cases, all such children will get conscious on the 5th day in the case of mental retardation. It is a wonderful experience that one is coming to consciousness from retardation to a normal state. A retarded child in any age group will be considered a child only. When I am managing a mature kid of 25 years, their body is only aged as 25, but the mind is 1 or 2 years. Upon getting consciousness they will look at my face and call me Amma. Means mother. They look at my face, watch my eyes, ears, and nose, and they used to touch my face with curiosity. And repeatedly they call me Amma, mother, only. I am their mother in their history of knowledge. They see me immediately after recovering from retardation, which creates a bond between us. So, I am the first person for them. And his biological mother of him is a person that they are for feeding food, but forming emotional bondage will take off a few weeks. And your mind should be in the state when you are practicing the Kayak Alpa Yoga for mentally retarded children. Why is it happening? It is metabolism for them. I have amplified their lost vibrations of the body, and consciousness is developing through the amplified frequency of the vibration. And motherhood is creating a fearless state for the body and mind. The children I have supported to convert to the conscious state, still call me Amma, mother, only. Whoever gives the consciousness and fearlessness is the silent measurement for motherhood. The analysis of motherhood shows that it is a relation based on observation, maintaining the vibration, and managing the sustainability of the child. It is a universal mechanism. This mechanism is amplified through the relationship and presence of the pheromones discharges and its acceptance of the body. A child coming to consciousness from the state of retardation is like an infant that was just born. They have no age and event-based knowledge to behave like a learned person. They have no pheromones discharge, and we will not feel anything bad with their presence. We have to teach them to develop culturally. They start learning about themselves and what they are seeing. After a deep surrender, the mind and body are learning things through light and vibration. One cannot stop a human being from understanding and developing the sense and other experimental knowledge after normalcy. All those are practical knowledge, it is mandatory for existence on this earth. And that gives the added knowledge for survival. Chapter 9. History, Technology, and Practice of Kayak Alpa Yoga, Evidence and History. I have discussed different experiences in the previous chapter to make you understand different connections with human body developments and situations. The spiritual and physical traditions, vibrations of the sound, different kinds of light discharges, smells and pheromones, thought and different kinds of metabolism, and invisible matters are discussed. and the development of the microbe, its orientation, the Fibonacci sequence, the golden ratio, observer effects, etc. is also discussed points the previous chapters. I have been described because connecting information is important in managing a new topic like Kayak Alpa Yoga. In the matter of Kayak Alpa Yoga, caves have been used to practice it in the ancient period. As per traditional knowledge, caves are organized places in terms of invisible matters. Caves have been used for the control of sound vibrations, pheromones, smell, and repulsive forces. This knowledge is established from the thought about how we can arrange an organized place. The fundamental requirements for organizing a place that needs to control the smell of the air, light from different sources, unorganized sound, and should be free from any other technical disturbance. It also controlled the visual presence of any other person and their observations. Technically, this space is considered equal to the mother's womb. In another word, this mother's womb is a temporary cabin for a short stay for the period of the reconstruction of the body through Kayak Alpa Yoga. The aging process will be happening to the body only when acting with invisible attracting, repulsing, and other natural forces. In caves, the natural forces are controlled. During the stay in the caves, the chemical structure of the body is reorganized to normalcy. All the natural forces collectively change and control its ecology, matching the aspect of the climatic condition. It is like the growth of the plant from seed germination to growth and development. As per the term of Kayak Alpa Yoga, a slight change in vibrations, and repulsive and attractive forces can make a big impact on the human body. It is happening through the process of increasing or decreasing the cavity of the body. In the bone structure, there are vertical long tubes and spongy effects. This is presented with space and cavities of the bone. This space is maintaining the size and length of the bone. There are many microbes in different species and genera to organize the bone structure. As per the act of the matter and particles, the damaged old microbe is diluting to waste, and new species of microbes grow in that area. And that changed the constitutional factor of the human body. That caused to change in the length and circumference of the bone in the complete body. And the blood of the body will be changed in a 3-week time. The changes in blood and bone are giving solutions for all rare diseases and disabilities in the body. That is why the changes happen in dwarf and the long human body. By organizing a new situation through the light, vibrations, pheromones, and other forces, the new behavior is developing in the body, and that will be the normal behavior. It is the normalization technique for disability and rare diseases. Through this process, any deformity will be organized to normalcy. The aesthetic imbalance will be rectified and the structure of the sculpture will be corrected to the golden ratio. Through that, a body can be changed into another form. I have mentioned earlier, in the olden days, Kayak Alpa Yoga has been used for extending the lifespan into many hundred years. This is happening because the bone, blood, and muscles are changing in a few days. That is why it has been known as the theory of living longevity. A new microbe is developing for every new activity in the human body. When the body and mind are controlled within the organized situation, the mind and body are also controlled. In common man, life is not organized because many of the new microbes are different from the earlier ones, and that will be new in culture and actions. Or one microbe is contradictory to another microbe. Believes in God and a static understanding with beliefs are protecting from this contradiction, and a static state is existing with the body. Kayak Alpa Yoga is an absolute aging reverse system that regulates the body from aging. For that you have to be a firm believer in God. That is the principle for working through the management and control of the microbe. This is the statement for why you should believe in God. It has been a spiritual practice through which the mind will be stable and static, and no negative thought will be established within you. This will establish a state of a yogic life that is not permitted to think about unwanted desires. The desire for sexual reproduces and discharges of different kinds of pheromones is the frequent metabolism happening in every human body, knowingly or unknowingly. In every sexual deal, the body is aging for a few months. It not only aging of the physical body but damages the different species of microbes in the body. Every damage and absence of the microbe is losing the body's value of light and vibration effect. So during the practice of Kayak-alpa yoga, sexuality is restricted. Kayak-alpa yoga, the yogic science. Yoga is widely used in modern days for modern society, and understanding about yoga is not perfectly defined. Yoga is a learning process for the mind, and that creates a relationship between the body and to mind. Learning to live to meet the requirements for the body to the mind and vice versa is the general definition of yoga. The definition of yoga in terms of Kayak-alpa yoga is different than the understanding of applied yoga. The human body is ignorant about everything in life phase. Undergoing every situation in life is a learning process. Undergoing naturally is going forward without intention and not being organized. So, accidents can be expected in the life journey without advance notice. In yoga, everything is going on as pre-designed, and that teaching to the body as well as to the mind. So, yoga makes life organized. The body and mind of a human being are different, and both the body and mind are working separately. Yoga is making the relationship between body and mind for making it work together. The learning process from life events is the knowledge of a person's incidents. The requirements of the body are food, sleep, and sexual union. The body has no control over what to do and how to do it. In yoga, the first yoga is the union of the body and mind. It is an alliance with consciousness and the five senses. The body is flexible to follow the experience of the mind of human beings. Human beings can do anything in their life by providing teachings. The mind can be taught to the body, and at the same time body can teach the mind. The mind is experiencing the invisible and the body is experiencing the visible. Both are exchanging each other, and that is the combination of body and mind. In mental retardation, we are not seeing this alliance. Here body is the fish and there is a mind for the fish. Yoga is a teaching procedure for the body and mind about how to do to attain the realization to complete life as a project. Without a teacher who is experienced in this topic, it is difficult to keep yoga between body and mind. Practicing anything for a period of 21 days to 48 days will become a habit for the body, and the body will learn that habit as part of life. A better understanding is required for the learner to convince him. In such situations, the body does not have major roles in that events, but the mind is trained for that. Yoga has been classified into various denominations based on expected events in life. I mentioned it earlier. As I mentioned, life can be pre-designed easily. It is a teaching topic for the mind and the body also developing in that structure. Modern biology has misguided society by giving pathological definitions of the dead body of the human anatomy that is not related to a live human being. The pathological definitions meet a 33% of fact related to the human body, that is the share of the formation connecting to gut microbes. Gut microbes are forming from the intake of food. The brain microbes and sperm cells are developing from other sources that are not related to the physical body. The pre-designs are explained for the life as 84 years. It is a pre-designed length of life. It is a teaching for one will live for 84 years. The mind is teaching the body the same. The limitation of the teachings in the yogic system has been based on the common man methodology. Hundreds of situations and events can be expected in life based on social tasks. Different kind of teachings and guideline is given for the understanding to organize life and task. The understanding of the technical points and practice give the body to be an expert. The body will follow the task. Hearing and learning new information are the primary requirements for organizing life. The understanding of new knowledge to the body will be considered as yoga to body and mind irrespective of the subject, hence it is advised to follow and experience good deeds only in life. If someone experiences bad deeds with bad companies, they are also getting an experience that may be anti-colonial or unwanted in life. Hence getting the true guideline in life is very important, for everyone needs a guru. Following the definition of God is a good idea, but there is no option to correct it physically by someone. The mind of a man is blank to accept a new theory, and for that, a new species of microbe will be produced. that new microbe will be acted to the body to perform as per the learning process. In that sense, Kayakalpa Yoga is accepting the body and mind without delay. Here, practical yoga is depending on the information received from the masters. The body and mind can be accepted any knowledge. I know many yogis living in the Himalayan caves. They are living in deep frozen snow. It is a kind of experience for the mind and body for them are following it. It can be interpreted as yoga vidya, the practice of yoga. If one needs to live in deep water, he wants to learn how to do that. His mind will teach the body first to do that. Upon that, the body is learning to practice it. It is a step-by-step learning process for the mind, and upon that the body following it. It has been defined by the ancient masters. The mind is open to learning unlimited knowledge, and that is following the body. Here, the human body is a mechanism that follows instructions from the mind. In another way, the mind is a reporter for the body to report the events lively. Every individual can create wonders in their career or profession by teaching the mind. The alliance between the mind and body connected with new knowledge is defined as yoga. The human mind is like rainwater flowing down from the top of a hill that has no fixed direction. It will flow where it gets an opening. The mind is also like that. It has no control over where to go and what to do. The mind can travel in any direction and deviation. Giving appropriate guidelines and direction is the cultural formation, and that is called teachings and yoga. Mastering the mind and teaching it is the key definition of yoga. If one wants to fly to the sky, it is not an imagination but to train the body and mind. Kayakalpa Yoga can be used for the extension of the lifespan into a long period, as it is a practical working model. All the sensed properties through the sensing organs have no definitions with any of the weighing or counting scales. So the experience of every classification of the sense is unlimited. Now, Kayakalpa Yoga can be practiced simply using a room in the home with a laptop. In the ancient period, there are no closed rooms in the home. As a remedy, the caves have been used for that. Mechanization has been limited for most of the ancient technologies of all time. But Kayakalpa is an exemption for that. Hindu science and spirituality are ruled by this intellectual aspect. Here, for the practicing of Kayakalpa Yoga, we can use pre-installed voice files to follow the vibration as wave files. If the definition for vibrations, color, light, magnetic energy, and actions are not clear to the beholder to experience it from nature, that can be limited the collective knowledge. Bypassing this limitation is possible by following step-by-step procedure mentioned in the last part of the book to practice the Kayakalpa Yoga. Now society has developed and information is available at the fingertip through searching the computer network or Google search. The mechanism and assumption have been based on nature and related events. I have been practicing Kayakalpa Yoga since an early age of life, and my knowledge is practical and conceived by my spiritual guru. I can define it in another way. The constitutional structure of the human body has two segments of the brain. In another word, the body is developing from the gut in the first stage and the rest development acting from a head microbe. The interlinking is happening through the CNS, centralized nervous system, and that working as a communicator between the gut and brain. If miscommunication is established by the gut or brain, the CNS can cause to transfer a wrong message to the corresponding part of the body. In rare diseases analysis, I noticed most of the rare diseases are happening through untrue signals and communications from the gut and brain, or vice versa, receiving wrong signals through the CNS. The meaning of the brain here is the producing part of the brain microbes. I have analyzed dozens of cases of a particular condition happening in the body in this way. The following case is for the analysis and reference of this kind of condition. Persistent genital arousal disorder, PGAD, is a rare medical condition that aroused sexual orgasms in the body. It is happening more than a dozen times, and up to 400 times per day is recorded in different cases. It is a difficult situation to manage and administrate in human life. There are many rare diseases like this recorded in the list. It is happening because of the damage of one or more genesis of microbes that are produced as after effect of vibrations, and that misleading to through the CNS to the brain. Similar conditions can be organized by developing another genus and species of the microbe by the action of a new vibration. The history of Kayak-alpa yoga. As per the history of spiritual tradition, the history of Kayak-alpa yoga is more than 15,900 years. It is about 530 Saturn years. One Saturn year is 30 years. I have foot, not for this statement. As per carbon dating, the age of the Dropa stone is 1,200 years. And another justification is that the axis shift changes of the Earth are happening once in 4,900 years. The physical attack of the change is happening in before 4,900 years of the Dropa evidence. I have a few more findings to justify the historical evidence, all those are carbon dating. All I can say, all the assumptions have been a well-developed theory for the invisible particles, energy, and administration. All those are the technical definitions of this topic which is unaware in modern days. The importance of the observer effect and control of the pheromones discharges are very important topics in spiritual technologies. I believe the historians have made the mistake because history is written from buried matter and they are proclaiming the statement from the remains of the excavations. It is not defined as the real core factor of the events. The transmutation of the biological and gender changes in the human body is the particular one discussed by the traditional masters. The history of Himalayan caves is not a new topic. Now the Himalayas has been divided into many nations and they destroyed the compromising evidence for the theory and practice of ancient knowledge. In the modern days, the community cannot get evidence for research activities based on the difference in writing languages, methodology, and approaches. Because these topics are new to them. The oldest writing of the ancient secret is available in pictures, markings, and signatures. They are still available in various caves in different areas of the Himalayas. I have seen the history experts in front of Dropa stones with confusion because they don't know the definitions of the markings and drawings of the Dropa circular rock discs. The major part of that is spread in China and Tibet. After that period, the development of Sanskrit and Vedic literature has been established in the language of Sanskrit and that is available in India. In modern days Sanskrit is not a popular administrative language. The other side of the Himalayas is the Chinese Himalayas. There are many kinds of ancient scripts written in the Chinese language and that will be helpful in the knowledge and treasure of rare plants, astronomy, and folk knowledge. This is in the case of evidence. The technology and knowledge still exist with yogis belonging to the Himalayas. The third part of the evidence is in Tibetan language and writings. The ancient knowledge, especially the calendars. It is established in the Tibetan language and that language is also not popular nowadays. It has been difficult to coordinate the three nations and three languages without an expert in all three languages and their findings. Spiritual science is a technology as well as science that is well written and explain the formation and development of every phenomenon. This is an applied science that rules with the administration of invisible particles, energies, air, sound, and body and mind. Chapter 10. The setup of the Kayak-alpa yoga room, administrate and practice of Kayak-alpa yoga. The following steps are defining about the setup and practice of Kayak-alpa yoga for the use of you and your friends and family. The term and name of the technology will be known as Kayak-alpa yoga practice. The place you practice is known as the room for Kayak-alpa yoga room. History. This is practiced as a spiritual yoga system taught by the ancient masters for well-being and living longevity. It is a Himalayan science. It is defined as the practice for the formation, recreation, redesigning, and administration of the human body and mind. It is followed by spiritual and physical traditions. For practicing it, you should be a believer in God. Especially Lord Shiva. It is believed that God is the superior power that controls and regulates every natural force within the universe. And those forces are the cause of the birth, development, and existence of every beings and nature. Believing in God is a statement that you are a part of nature, earth, and the universe. There are 84 posters of God as per Hindu mythology. Every poster is indicating the corresponding actions and pheromones. Every physical activity and thought will cause the development of the corresponding microbes in the body. Every development and thought in the body will produce a new microbe. The thought, emotions, experiences, and desires of everything on this earth are conscious matters. Every such act will produce a corresponding microbe. For that, you have to believe in God. Through that, you are initiating the production of mandatory microbes in your body. You will start your practicing here after your prayer. For that, you can choose an image of God that match your cultural base. I suggest using the image of Lord Shiva or Goddess Kali for your convenience, and that image will be within your mind. If you are not able to concentrate on the image of God, you have to fix a poster there within your reach to get access to your mind. I am remembering you. We are dealing with invisible things only here. And God is helping you in every activity. Kayakalpa Yoga is recommended for devotees of God. If you are not capable to compromise with the Hindu god or goddess, then you can choose another image from a different belief. Here you can choose your choice. The Buddhist, Jain, Sikh, and other religions can use their own god. But I always suggest Lord Shiva or Goddess Kali for better results in practice and life. This technology, I am teaching for lifelong use for you, your family, and the next generation. Not for an outsider, because you need a guru for that. I am teaching you. The masters like Buddha and Jesus Christ are considered mediators and teachers in that they did not claim the attraction of light, classification of the natural forces, and its influences. In this step, it is influencing every state of the mechanism of the human being. So, I did not consider a religious thought anywhere in life and practice. As I told you in the past chapters, religious schools are the largest teaching institutions for society, and I did not find anything wrong with it. So this recommends you have to believe and depend on God. Kayakalpa Yoga Room, I suggest a small room size of 10 feet square or less than 14 feet. Whenever the space is small and convenient, the smells, sound, and other emissions will be more focused or organized and easy to administrate. Note, this room should not be under high-tension electric wires, not near the mobile towers, and should be away from the sound of crowded and high-frequency sounds. If you can make this room sound and airproof, is a better option to keep the status of the Kayakalpa Yoga Room. Here you have to understand that the frequency of the vibration of your body is going to regulate as per the need and want of the body. So, the inside room should be free from the disturbance of sound, light, smell, and external air. You can facilitate a computer or a laptop with a good quality headphones inside this room. You have access to the net for downloading audio of sound waves. That sound file will be sent to you as an email as an attachment or link for download for the appropriate program. There shall be 2 sound files, one is for changing or normalizing rare diseases and another one is for changing or normalizing disabilities. You can choose any one file. Upon purchasing this book and after reading it, you have to send an email to the email ID given at the end of this book. And in the replay mail, you will get that sound file as an attachment to Google Drive. You have to think positively only. That will change and control the emissions of pheromones and start producing developmental microbes in your brain. This yoga is acting on the brain only. The audio content is for balancing the vibrations and for producing microbes from the brain. For that, you need to hear the sound and receive the observation effect of your master. I am the master for you in the Kayakalpa Yoga application. You have to respect me in your mind. The sound waves are for 26.07 minutes. You can also download the program to your mobile phone and hear it with stereo headphones. 3 light and fittings. You have to use one LED light inside the room with low illumination. Do not use a filament bulb. And do not use any other lights and oil lamps inside the Kayakalpa Yoga room. An oil lamp can be used outside the room for prayer purposes if you feel comfortable with it. A puja room is also can be used for this purpose. The oil lamp is discharging the carbon content in the form of smoke that may change the structure of air within the room for practicing Kayakalpa Yoga. 4. You can use 1 table and 2 chairs inside this room. No other belongings are recommended in this room because every material around you in this room is made with different materials and you don't know what they are made from. As per the material chemistry, every material around us will emit corresponding pheromones or gas, and that may change the constitutional structure of the air inside the room. So, it is not recommended to keep anything in room or filled with many other baggage and belongings in any form. This room should be empty. 5. Use of the toilet within the Kayak Alpa Yoga room is not recommended. Within this room, the toilet is not permitted. A toilet is a comfort station for the body and mind. A comfort station is a place to emit many kinds of discharges from the body and mind. Many kinds of air, pheromones and thought-related hormones are also expected to emit here. It is not easy to understand the contents of a toilet, so using a toilet is not recommended in this room. Technically, this room is like a temple and you should respect that. 6. Rent out or equip for a group. One Kayak Alpa Yoga room is engaged for 27.00 minutes for a person who is doing practice inside the room. You have to calculate it as roughly half an hour. After that, it needs 10 minutes to reorganize the room for another person. Every human body is discharged with different pheromones, chemicals that will not be compromised with every physical body. If you don't have a suitable place of your own, you can rent out a room considering these factors. And working class people in any sector, they can rent out and share for a group consisting of a maximum of 10 numbers in sharing per day. Why these sharing hours are recommended for the Kayak Alpa Yoga process to be more effective in the morning, evenings, and daytime. Nights are not recommended. The days are considered to do these activities without meeting each other. You should be bothered about the observer effect and pheromones discharge inside the room. So, during the period of the Kayak Alpa Yoga practice, the maximum contact with the person who is in your group or the sharing group should be avoided, if it is for a group. In such cases, you can nominate a younger person to manage the room and its administration from your group only. In the corporate sector, it can be practiced by a larger group, but they should be alerted about this technology factor. 7. Gender separations in the group. Better to avoid the opposite gender in the Kayak Alpa Yoga room because the attraction from the body to the body will be active without your knowledge. Gender pheromones will emit from an opposite body that will damage your control over the pheromones. But in the case of mother, father, sister, wife, and daughter and brother are exempted from this category. 8. Use of electronic devices and visual properties. Use of any other devices inside the Kayak Alpa Yoga room is not permitted. It is, of course, your constitution of the will is changed when you are looking into it. Maybe such looking can be not particularly, but an observation effect will be acted. And as mentioned, the emission can be expected. 9. The Kayak Alpa Yoga room is considered a divine place and you have considered the same in your mind and behavior. 10. If you want to keep your local presence of mind, you can use the images of God that you can put on with your table available in the room. You have to understand the following 12 protocols for the better and more effective administration of the Kayak Alpa Yoga practice. 1. Kayak Alpa Yoga is a spiritual technology as well as it engages with the mind and thought. 2. During the Kayak Alpa Yoga period your body, and your mind is in the state of an infant. Hence you should be avoided thinking hardly. 3. You need to follow the advice and directions of the master who is guiding you, available with these points. 4. Kayak Alpa Yoga is practiced in your privacy and a dark room. 5. You have to follow vegetarian food and not use non-vegetarian food during this Kayak Alpa Yoga period. Non-vegetarian food also contains pheromones. 6. You should not think about cruelty or any harmful act or situation in such a category. 7. You should have a static routine in your everyday life during this period. It recommends a good everyday timetable written in advance. Do not divert your activities out to the timetable. 8. You should not do sex during this Kayak Alpa Yoga period. 9. You did not see the video relate to sexuality and you have to be devoted to God. 10. Do not mix with the community that engaged in different trades and activities during the Kayak Alpa Yoga period. But you can engage in your job or profession. 11. Kayak Alpa Yoga can practice by all members of the family, but not permitted to do together. Only individual practice only permitted. 12 Kayak Alpa Yoga is for people who have static mental ability and can do their work and thoughts independently. 13 The practice is for 28 days for regenerating the body, and if you have a rare disease or deformity it should be 48 days of practice. 14 You have to sit in a comfortable yoga position with a relaxed body. Or can be seated with a chair. 15 Time frame of daily practice is 26.00 minutes, after that you are free. 16 You should not travel immediately after the session of the Kayak Alpa Yoga practice. 17 The Kayak Alpa Yoga room is dark and it is considered the mother's womb. 18 You can practice it every year for 21 days for keeping good health as a body management system. 19 You can monitor yourself for the development of the body and you can evaluate it. 20 Kayak Alpa Yoga is advised for healthy individuals for self-practice. 21 If you are practicing for someone for solving disabilities, autism, or mental retardation, observer effects are also required. And both of you should be in face-to-face seats with a table in the middle. 21 One can assist the practitioner if he is feeling unhealthy. 22 You can fix your headphone and switch the audio file to see and experience the sound. 23 You have to concentrate on the audio file for 26.00 minutes with utmost care. 24 After 26.00 minutes you can take away the headphone and you can relax for 3 minutes in your Kayak Alpa Yoga room. 25 If you feel sleepy effect, you have to relax for a few minutes at your will. 26 The first time users will feel the sleepy effects for 11 minutes and after that things will be fine. 27 At night, moderate sleep will experience. 28 If you are not capable to evaluate yourself about the development of the body and mind before starting the Kayak Alpa Yoga practice, you can ask your spouse or parents in the case of children. This action is happening internally that can be recognized. But you can keep your images with you and you can see your photograph with reduced age every day. You are changing every day, but you cannot understand the change yourself. The aging of the body will be reduced and your body will attain a younger age. And the rare disease also disappears. Use more days if you want more effects on your body. If you want to continue, you can use it after the session and a new session can be started after 14 days. 29 Now you are a follower of Kayak Alpa Yoga and you can practice at your convenience. 30 Once you started to practice Kayak Alpa Yoga, you have to finish one course of activity in this room. 31 One course will be a minimum of 11 days and the following session can be 21 days, 28 days, 41 days, 48 days, and 90 days can be used. All these are different duration. It is based on lunar and solar calendars and the development of microbes. 32 You have to study the theory of Kayak Alpa Yoga clearly by reading the terms written in this book. Otherwise, you have to follow a divine process. What you have to think about and your thought process will be described in the next part of this book. What result do you have to expect and what you will get? Upon Kayak Alpa Yoga practice your body will be changed by its constitution. It is happening every minute of the time. The body attains a state to change by deleting all the limiting factors. Through that, the orientation of the microbes in your body will be organized. And you will get your body and cells normalcy. The matter in the body will work together with other matters. Through that, the aging process will be controlled. Aesthetics of the body will be regularized. The microorganism inside the body will be classified through the organizing of the genus and species. And the mechanism will be organized inside the body. Through the fixation of the microbes, your blood, muscles, bone, and cavity of the body will be reorganized to normalcy. Through this process, your body will be more sensitive to anything. The duration of the Kayak Alpa Yoga process is 26.00 minutes per day and you have to practice it for 28 days. It is calculated like full moon to full moon day or new moon to new moon day. The time duration of the full moon to full moon day is 28 days. You have prepared in your mind that you are going to do a Kayak Alpa Yoga course for 28 days. You will get the result within your body and mind after starting to practice Kayak Alpa Yoga. It is a more sensitive act to the body, and through that, the appearance of your body and body color will change slightly. For that, you have to take images before every session and compare them with the latest sessions for your understanding other than the experience, if required. And if you don't understand your changes, do not stop the session halfway and you should complete the number of days. The problem attacking the body is through the non-generation of the microbe or damage of the existing microbes. It happens in many ways. Through the Kayak Alpa Yoga practice, the body starts to regenerate the required microbes and amplify the capacity to generate new microbes. The damage of the microbes has been the fundamental cause of rare diseases, antimicrobial resistance, etc. There is more than 7,000 rare disease has been identified or defined in the modern index. Refer to the website www.raredisease.org. All those rare diseases are developed through the absence or non-existence of the microbes which are mandatory for the body. The absence or damage of the microbes shows corresponding behaviorism, and that can be in the form of a rare disease or a disorder. In such a way, a new rare disease is forming. And through the application of Kayak Alpa Yoga, the body starts to regenerate the damaged microbe and the body will come to normalcy. Upon attaining normalcy, the rare disease will be disappeared. Here it is not curing anything, but the state of the cause is disappearing. And all those are conditions only. In another way, a condition can be caused damage to the body, and Kayak Alpa Yoga is organizing a new condition for the body. The body can produce appropriate microbes for the resistance of condition and antimicrobial resistance, and a condition will be compromised by the body itself. How does the mechanism work in the human body? The mechanism of the human body is different than the understanding of the established definitions. You have to imagine a human body has two brains that are connected with CNS, central neuron systems. The gut and brain are the two systems that control everything. I am talking here about the body, not the mind. The mind is connected with sperm cells. These two systems are connected with CNS. In every event, experiencing through the sensing organs, the brain will respond to the gut through the CNS. The brain will recognize the experience of every moment that is sensed through the sensing organs. There is no repetition of an existing experience in the past for the sensing organs. But every experience is a new experience for the body. The existing species and genus of different microbes and the experience will overwrite with a new microbe. For that, the body needs to produce additional substances for the microbes. In the Kayak Alpa Yoga process, the additional registration or adding new microbes are happening through the vibrations. It is mandatory to clear the damages of the gut, brain axis, and it is happening through the organized vibrations of Kayak Alpa Yoga. The gut and brain, head, relations are the oldest knowledge that is connected with birth. How to practice Kayak Alpa Yoga? There is the theory for experience and definitions of spiritual approaches and thought. All this is dealing with how we can define invisible things. All the sensual experience is invisible, and through that, you are experiencing a unique state for every individual that is not explainable to another person because it is a kind of enlightenment. When you have pain in a particular area of the body, sometimes you cannot tell to a third person for the real intensity of the pain. Similarly, most of the acts of the invisible substance are not explainable. You can imagine that your pain is not equal to another pain that you experienced in another event. But both pains are your experience only. And it has been noticed that every experience in human life is different than another experience, and again it will vary from person to person. In some cases, I notice that people with intellectual disabilities have no pain and no pain reading instruments for that. So, experiencing everything is not on a common scale, that will vary and be unique for every person. Attraction, repulsion, and emotions are expressive experiences for individual cases. This is happening based on the experience of the sensing organ. Now, you can practice Kayak Alpa Yoga simply through the guidance available in this book. It is a realization of ancient knowledge and implementation with a modern mechanism. In the ancient period, the limitation has been the simulation of the voice and frequencies. For that, the masters advised many kinds of instrumentation to produce vibrations for required frequencies. Now we can record it in a studio and we can copy and play with a computer device. It is a kind of advantage that we are getting today. And by diffusing the pheromones using other natural smells, we will get refreshed in the Kayak Alpa yoga room, and which is free from discharged pheromones. Looking around at facilities and usage, we are lucky enough to implement the ancient technologies matching the modern way. For practice for disabilities, deformities, autism, and other human conditions, you have to understand the structure of the human body. The body is an idol that is divided vertically from the center. The center is a straight line. There are differences in the left side and right side of the body from the middle line. But you need good observation for a better understanding of it. The difference from the middle line is exhibited in an aesthetic balance. The aesthetic imbalance in the body is based on the orientation of the microbe inside the body. This can be exhibited as an individual uniqueness from one body to another body. For a better understanding of aesthetics, you should have a working knowledge of drawing and anatomy of the human body and figures. The proportion and ratio of the human canon is the definition of the analysis of the aesthetics of the body. The human face is the first noticeable part of the body. Getting a human body with the same proportion and ratio is difficult. The observer effect is acting on the body for changing the orientation of the body and bone structure. I have mentioned a case study about the reduction of bone and its shape. For the observation and analysis, you have to observe the forehead first. I am sure the left and right of the forehead from the middle line will be varied by the projection and orientation. Within 5 to 14 minutes after starting the first session, you can see the projection of the head is disappeared and it will be flattering the surface of the forehead. Similarly, you observe with your eyes this idol of the body. You can see the dimensions are changing in each eye. I have examined this formula in different cases of eyes that have problems with vision also. The eye, ear, and nose are linked with a particular internal mechanism that acts together. When you observe the eyes, the shape of the mouth, forehead, and eye will be changed. And at the same time hearing, seeing, and smelling will be activated. When you are experiencing technology, you will get more perfection. An observer effect is a powerful act that helps to change the sense of the body. It will work only inside the Kayak Alpa yoga room. I was mentioning how you have to administrate to a third person with a disability, mental retardation, or autism. And here I am describing the management of a third person with disabilities. Color blindness will be normalized in 21 days. Partial vision, hearing, smelling, and touching abilities will be acquired in 21 days to 28 days. But you have to observe since the first day itself and continue it in all sessions of the Kayak Alpa yoga program. You have to observe the problematic area from starting of the Kayak Alpa yoga. You can evaluate every case and mark the progress in an evaluation sheet. A disability evaluation sheet can be downloaded from Google Documents if you required one. Two important sensitive points in the human body are the lips and fingertips externally. Fingertips will not respond if any kind of intellectual disability problem connects with the brain and sense organs. It is a general parameter. You have observed the lips of a person with a disability. You can see the changes by reflecting and changing the color of the lip. And you can see the vibration in the lip. It is reflected in the lower lip through color change. The left and right sides of the upper and lower lips will be different in appearance and orientation parameters. You have to check at least 10 columns of the graph of the lips for an understanding of the aesthetic balance of the lip. It means you have to read the lips with graph paper or graph lines, the understanding the symmetry of the lips. And upon the observation and vibrations through the wave file, the lip will change slowly. Once a change has happened, that is permanent. All this work only while practicing Kayak Alpa yoga. Observing the face, it is an interesting analysis for the understanding of the observation. You can see the face and body are changing every moment. For that, you have to keep an observation graph for every disabled. It is connected with the canon of the human face. For that, you have to follow the methodology of drawing human figures used in fine arts. In the theory of fine arts, there are a lot of books, for understanding the human figure and its calculations. Upon that you can understand how the changes have to see. I have followed the drawing book Figure Drawing by Andrew Loomis. A PDF copy can be downloaded from the net, and you have to use an evaluation sheet for the analysis of the intellectual analysis data sheet. The next point of the body you have to observe is the disabled sitting in front of you. If a disabled is disturbed, they will show a kind of aggressiveness in their behavior. Evaluation of a disabled. Check the fingertips of all fingers in the hand. The white skin on the fingertips will be thick and less sensitive in the case of disabilities with autism. The fingertips are the verifying point for intellectual ability, sensation, pain, and disturbance. If the thickness shows in all fingertips, that assumes the problem is in the brain and CNS. And you can evaluate the thickness of the skin on the fingertips. You can see reducing the thickness correspondingly for the problems. And by understanding this, you can see the changes happening in the body and mind. You have to consider every disabled are an infant only. In my experience, I have managed every disability and they understand themselves when they are. Normally the intellectual disabilities will disappear. Your responsibility is in managing disability in human beings. For that, you have to make them understand that you are a mother to them with your behavior and approaches. And if you don't have the mind of a mother, you are not eligible to manage disability, mental retardation, autism, and other disabilities. Such a mind is mandatory to control disability, and for that your gender is immaterial. Not by telling them. A disabled child understands things through the experience of pheromones. You have to spend time with them and need to compromise all the behaviors and whatever they feel and shows. Furthermore, you have to understand that whatever behavior pattern they show is not their behavior, instead they are showing their exact feeling happening inside their body and mind. Discussing autistic behavior, sometimes they feel upside down for them. Upon that they will show some aggressiveness. Most of the experience will not tolerable for an outsider for many reasons. But you will behave like a mother only with tolerance. Imagine you are in the state of a mother, but you should be strict with them on approaches. The God, Guru, Father, and Mother. Believing in God is very important in managing Kayak Alpa Yoga. One living on the earth without belief in God is equal to an animal because they have no ways to compromise with pheromones and invisible matters. And you have to keep a distance from such kinds of people because their discharges of pheromones chemicals attack you. And that will damage your real health related to the brain microbes. But in the matter of a human being, the physical body is a mechanism that works for the need of the body alone. All the intellectual and mental trade is acting differently, and it is related to nature and different forces. Believing and following the rule of God will give you amplified working efficiency and good deeds for mind and activities. Respect for the Guru is also considered as important because every act of human life will affect the observer effect, and that will represent the result. In other meaning, the Guru is like a signature for the corresponding message related to the topic. Here you have to refer to the relation of sound vibration and the universal relations in the second chapter. Respecting your Guru helps to activate your knowledge by creating corresponding pheromones. Most of the pheromones are working internally too as hormones. By establishing the hormones, one can increase memory and relations to anything. So, respecting the Guru will give you amplified memory and creativity to the corresponding topics. Respect your father in your prayer. Father is the most respectful person for every human being because the vibrations caused for the birth of your body and mind are donated by the father. That is the first sperm cell. Light and vibrations are the primary matters for you. That force will exist within you till your death. You are respecting your father in every possible moment. Your body will be activated because the light and vibrations are the universal factors that exist within you and universally. Not only that, it is a historical event in all beings. All the light and sound given to you where still exist. And you will do the same process when you have decided on a new generation in your mind. Upon that you have to give an appropriate decision for reproduction for the next generation. In this period the sperm will be activated in your brain for reproduction. Next generation is an automatic process that will happen naturally or accidentally. Giving sound and light to a subsequent generation is also a process of tradition. This is the history of generations from the beginning to date today. If you are thinking back to the history of the family tree, you can see the same thing in the history of the fathers. Mother's history is not involved in this history because the mother has been given only protection in the prepartum period and observation after birth. So it is mandatory to include the father and mother in your prayer before starting every activity. The definition of the different God and its mechanism is based on many social factors. Certainty in knowledge is important in any theory and practice. Certainty in everything is possible when you are free from doubt. Any kind of doubt will be eliminated from the successful conditions. Here I am disclosing the secret that will eliminate many hundreds of questions related to what, why, and how. Chapter 11. Let us practice. You are starting to practice the Kayak Alpa Yoga for disability, autism, rare diseases, sustainability, and living longevity. It is for self-practice and practicing for the disabled. The approaches are the same and you have to follow them as mentioned in this chapter. Step 1. First upon you have to check with the room. It is a Kayak Alpa Yoga room for your practice. You should have a checklist for the verification of your task. First, you have to check the security of the room. 1. Check the room for diffusing pheromone smells. And apply or spray the jasmine smell. You have to use jasmine oil and diffuse the existing pheromone smells. It is for eliminating the existing smells and pheromones. We can't understand through our sensing capacity what is exist as smells over there. So we have to diffuse the existing smells. Here do not use any kind of synthetic smells. You can use jasmine or other natural smells that are available in the market. And sandal oil also suggesting for this purpose. I have used jasmine, which will give more results to suspend the pheromones. Use this smell inside and make it confirm. Mark the items on the checklist. I have to mention the pheromones diffusing methodology in Vedic rituals. The Rigveda rituals are famous in the name of Soma Yaga and Atharothram. The last Vedic ritual performed in India was Panjal Atharothram 2011. It has been performed for 12 days, started April 4 to April 15, 2015. It is a 12 days long ritual. In these 12 days, the Rigveda ritual is practiced for the regeneration of every cell of the body of the participants and for every participant. Hundreds of people are participating in this Atharothram ritual. Most of the participants are unaware of the scientific pattern of the ritual performance. People are participating with different kinds of beliefs and understanding of the Yaga and Atharothram. Every aspect of the Vedic rituals are establishing the thought, and through that refines the body and mind. In another word, Yaga and Atharothram are for the yoga of the mind and body. In these rituals, important mechanisms are diffusing the pheromones effect and producing the sound vibration to bypass existing vibration. And new vibrations are mandatory to organize new microbes in the body. The microbes are like mobile phones and internet data. Every smartphone receives data and performs as per the strength of the data power. Every sperm cell in the body will receive and act as per the strength of thought. How the mobile network is performing, similarly, the sperm cells across the body are performing. And individuals is like mobile tower, and peoples in society is like a lot of mobile towers in the world. What I want to make you understand is, with the existing action of the pheromone smells, the microbe will not change. For that, you have to diffuse the existing pheromones. In Vedic rituals, soma has been used as a diffuser. Some is a juice crushed from soma plants available in the forest area. This juice is collected from soma plants. Here it is not easy to get soma juice, hence we are using jasmine oil for diffusing pheromones for Kayak Alpa Yoga. Another mechanism used for sound vibration is the Rigveda mantra. The recitation of the Rigveda mantra is in a special method. Every day, the recitation is starting early in the morning and ends at late night. This recitation has a scale like music performance. In music, we are using 7 scales for the notations. but in Vedic rituals, we are using 10 scales for recitation. The methodology of recitation is by a group of people, more than 10 are doing the recitation. Every participant for recitation is performing differently, not as chorus. In this recitation, the outcome of the sound will be very perfect in oscillation, good in a wave, and will keep the amplitude and wavelength of the vibration for the human brain. The important thing in Kayak Alpa Yoga practice, you have to use very good earphone/headphone, which needs to cover the ear perfectly for stereophonic sound effect. This means inside the ear should be airproof and the sound should not leak out. Upon that you are in another world. It is like, you are living in a cave with many specialties. The outcome of the recitation of the sound will be like waves. After hearing these waves of recitation, the brain starts to produce new specious microbes. We are using jasmine oil instead of soma juice here, and that works perfectly like soma for diffusing. I tested alcohol-based liquid sanitizer instead of soma juice during the COVID-19 period, and I found that also worked perfectly for diffusing the pheromones. Here I recommend jasmine oil or alcohol-based sanitizer to diffuse the existing pheromones. And I am giving the sound waves for creating vibrations as a wave file. As per the request over email, you will receive a sound file. Normally you will receive a sound file in return email as an attachment with Google Drive. To your prayer. You have to pray with your believing God or Goddess. It is mandatory for Kayak Alpa Yoga practice. If you are an atheist, you are not allowed to do Kayak Alpa Yoga. Because without the belief in God, you are not able to compromise to settle the relationship between cells and microbe. Not only that, establishing relationship with cells and the universe is the thought. For establishing thought, you have to depend on your state to some superpower. Hence I suggest you have to believe in God. After diffusing the pheromones, you are closing the door to the Kayak Alpa Yoga room and you are alone inside the room, in case you are practicing it for you. If you are practicing for someone, you have to bring them also inside the Kayak Alpa Yoga room. 3. Check your computer system and make sure everything working properly. You are using a computer or laptop for inside. I am giving you the vibrations as an audio wave that you have to hear for 26 minutes. 4. You have to use a single LED lamp inside the Kayak Alpa Yoga room. If the room is air conditioned, it that also be set to a 20 to 22 degree temperature. Do not go below 20 degrees and above 25 degrees. Anyhow, you have to be with a static temperature. 4. You have to open the sound video here in the Kayak Alpa Yoga room. The audio is in a wave form. I am your guru for your Kayak Alpa Yoga practice. As a guru, my observer effect will be applied all the time for you. I am available 24 hours every day. I am life and I am thinking about you. Hence, whenever you are thinking about your requirements for the guru for Kayak Alpa Yoga, I am available through wave networks throughout the world. You have to sit in the chair within the Kayak Alpa Yoga room properly. This chair should be very strong, safe, and comfortable. Because you may fall asleep while the Kayak Alpa Yoga session. But I am not promoting the sleeping tendency while the session. After sitting in the chair, you have to take 5 ml of jasmine oil and apply to your forehead and smell it. And you can rub or spray a few ml to the table and chair or the door curtain for diffusing the existing smells in the room. Upon that, you can start your first session. Following are the guideline of your guru for following your session of Kayak Alpa Yoga. The important thing is that you have to use very good earphone, which needs to cover the ear perfectly for stereophonic sound effect. This means inside the ear should be airproof and the sound should not leak out. Upon that you are in another world. It is like you are living in a cave with many specialties. Open your sound file, should be ready to play. Keep your headphone/earphone connected to the laptop/desktop. Sit properly again. Close your eyes. And follow the following instructions. Start relaxing your entire body starting from the forehead. Read the list of relaxation points. Relaxation should be after closing your eyes. Relaxation starts from the forehead. Relax the following points in order. the forehead, eyebrow, eyes, nose, cheek, ear, and neck. Relax your left chest, left lungs, heart, and liver. Relax your right chest, left shoulder, arm, lower arm, fingers, left shoulder, chest, right shoulder, right arm, right hand, fingers of the right hand, your left back, near to kidney, your right back, your belly button, your navel part, your lower navel part, your genital area, your penis/vagina, your left thigh, your left leg, your leg muscles, knee, the ankle of the leg, foot, nail of the left leg, back to navel part, right thigh, right leg, right knee, the right ankle of the leg, right foot, right toe. Relax, relax, come back to head, come back to head. This should be the order of the relaxation of the body. This relation should be 3 times. If you have pain or a problem in any of these areas, you have to keep your mind on that specific area of relaxation. If you have a particular problem in your body, you have to give more relaxation to this area. You have to do this for 3 minutes. And after 3 minutes you have to open your eyes and have the headphone. Look at my image. I am your guru for Kayak Alpa Yoga practice. Again, close your eyes. Now the sound wave is running properly. Now you can hear the sound wave. Without opening your eyes, you have to look into my eyes. I am your guru for Kayak Alpa Yoga. I am observing you, I will not stop my observing you. I am observing your forehead. My observation is to your face and head. Upon my observation, your inhaled air is going inside the brain. You can relax, your brain is vibrating like water bubbling in a bowl. You can see it. The inside air is producing microorganisms. This air is producing microbes. Your brain is producing microbes in your brain. I can see your brain is producing a microbiome to replace your blood, your muscles, bone, and your body. Your age is reducing, your body is getting diseases free, and you are free from problem. Fill in the blank with the name of your problem. Keep breathing slowly. Breathe in, breathe out slowly and deeply. Upon 26 minutes, your today's session of Kayak Alpa Yoga is completed. The chance of sleeping in a few minutes is possible. Kayak Alpa Yoga is not recommended for sleeping while the sessions. After the Kayak Alpa Yoga session for 28 or 45 days, you can lead to normal life. Your ability will be increased, your rare diseases will be disappeared, and you will achieve resistance in your body. And if you want to resist any other situations that also include the relaxation statement, whatever you are inserting as a statement in the relaxation section will be achieved in your body. As per that statement, your body will be produced an appropriate microbe, but that should present with your definition and thinking. For example, you have to imagine a new situation like COVID-19 spreading in society and which will not have any remedy. For example, imagine it is virus 1234XY attacked in 2029. A future technology. You have to mention in your relaxation statement and ask for microbes for virus 1234XY. A new microbe to resist virus 1234XY will be developed in your body. And you can be free from such a problem. Another example is now the climatic change is happening. Suppose the temperature is increased to 75 degrees centigrade, you have to go to the Kayak Alpa Yoga room and you have to prepare a request for relaxation that your temperature resistance should be 75 degrees, that a new microbe will be produced for resisting the body up to 75 degrees centigrade. The important thing is that you have to use very good earphone, which needs to cover the ear perfectly for stereophonic sound effect. This means inside the ear should be airproof and the sound should not leak out. Upon that you are in another world. It is like you are living in a cave with many specialties. 8. Download the WAV file and keep it on the desktop. You have to make sure that there should not give chance to disturb you while practicing it. You are there in the Kayak Alpa Yoga room. And the door of the room is air and soundproof. When you are sitting inside the room, external sounds are not allowed in the room. 9. Upon completion of the 26.00 minutes, you can switch off the wave file playing. Again, you have to breathe in and breath out slowly and deeply. The continuation of this program after 24 hours means that you have to follow the timetable. If you are started at 10 a.m. today, you should continue at the same time tomorrow at 10 a.m. This means this time is a methodology for accepting the body calendar. The time calculation is as per the theory of body mechanics. The 26.00 minutes are based on the lunar time calculation, and you should continue the same time frame after 24 hours. The Kayak Alpa Yoga for disabilities, mental retardation, autism, and deformity. Kayak Alpa Yoga for mental retardation, autism, learning disability, GDD, and all such intellectual and physiological problems. All the above mentioned steps are the same as Kayak Alpa Yoga for rare diseases. But there is some additional preparation needed. Here you're not practicing for yourself. Instead, you are practicing for some other person. So, particularly, you are working for someone. In this case, you are the guru for Kayak Alpa Yoga. I am not sure you can be a good observer and amplify lights from your eyes and body. Hence you are a mediator here. You can receive light from your guru. Means from me. After receiving the light and observation, you can transfer that to this disabled person. You have to receive the light and observation effect from your guru, and you have to start observation for 26.00 minutes on your disabled person. The observation should be the following points. Here you do not close your eyes. You have to open your eyes and observe the following points for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, you have to observe the forehead. Your observation starts here for a disabled or any other condition. Before starting the observation, you have to apply jasmine oil inside the Kayak Alpa Yoga room and to the forehead of this disabled person. In most cases, parents expect normalization means a 10-year-old boy becomes a 10-year-old boy after normalizing the disability. But there is a problem. A retarded is normalized only at his mental age. Mental age is defined as how much retardation he has in the earlier state. After normalizing, he will have the same age. For example, a 10-year-old boy has 10 years of physical and calendar age. But he learned only at the mental age of 2. When he normalizes, his mental age is 2 only. And after normalizing, he will start learning new things, and slowly his mental age will be increasing through seeing, smelling, touching, hearing, and tasting. A 70% retarded boy with the age of 10, his intellectual level will be at the age of 2 or 3. The rest 70% will be blank for his mind. He has been retarded and never experienced 70% of the information from live events. So naturally, he is a 3-year-old boy intellectually, and his body is perfect for 10 years. He doesn't know anything about us and what the things surrounding us are. In such cases, we have to advise the parents to give bridge education to link existing knowledge to new topics. He may not aware of the simple things around him. You have to teach him by giving visuals and sensory experiences. Teaching is to train them for understanding the name and usage of every article physically in home and around them. But he will understand faster than normal children. Now his mind is blank and is like clear white pepper, and he can understand anything clearly. And they show extra brilliance in some areas too. If the father and mother or the family members are interested to promote his ability, that we have to promote it effectively. It is starting the session. You have to apply a few drops of jasmine to the upper head, forehead, and above the eyebrows of the disabled child in front of you. Now you are in the Kayak Alpa Yoga room. You have to complete this process only within 3 to 5 minutes. Through this process, the pheromones will be neutralized and the electric charges of the cells in the body will be charged or activated. Every cell has electric power that is working as a communicator with every microbe. In disabilities, the electric power is not charging at the required level. That can be charged through an observer effect. By touching. Especially it is mandatory for autistic children. After applying the jasmine oil to the head, you have to rub the forehead of the disabled. It can be for any kind of disability and autism. You can feel the temperature of the forehead. In most cases, the temperature of the left side of the forehead is different than the right side. While rubbing with jasmine, you have to make sure that the temperature of both sides of the forehead is equalized. In 2 minutes, you can feel the temperature is reduced on both sides. The temperature change is happening due to the non-conductivity of the nucleus of the microbes. After a touch of a third person, the forehead will be acted as a conductor for the electric circuit of the forehead and the temperature is neutralized. Most of this is happening in autistic children with hyperactivity. If they are hyper, they will be normal in a few minutes. After neutralizing the temperature, you have to fix the headphone for them. And start your observation here. Observe the forehead, eyebrow, eyes, nose, cheek, ear, and neck. Observe to left chest, left lungs, heart, and liver. Observe your right chest and left chest, arm, lower arm, fingers, left shoulder, chest, right shoulder, right arm, right hand, fingers of the right hand, your left lower back, near to kidney, your right lower back, your belly button, your navel part. Observe lower navel part. Observe the genital area, your penis/vagina, left thigh, left leg, leg muscles, knee, the ankle of the leg, foot, nail of the left leg, back to navel part, right thigh, right leg, right knee, the right ankle of the leg, right foot, right toe. Observe. A disabled is considered mentally retarded. Hence any commands to the disabled in the Kayak Alpa Yoga will not be worked. Instead, you have to observe and he will be fine. Upon completion of observation for 3 to 5 minutes, you can start fixing the head/earphone and start the sound file. The duration of the sound wave is for 26.00 minutes. Upon completion of 26.00 minutes, you can detach the earphone/headphone. Upon starting the sound wave, you have to continue the observation to his head, forehead, eyes, and problematic area. If he is mental retardation, you have to see and observe his forehead. You have to imagine that, I am observing you and you observing him. He will start changing every minute. You are advised to take the video for all sessions in this case. You have to do this Kayak Alpa Yoga practice for 28 days. If you felt he needs more days, you can add 14 more days. You have to keep in mind climatic changes and drastic temperature change is not advised for disabled peoples. But no problems with other cases. Before and after every step, you have to evaluate the aesthetic structure of the disabled. The headphone should be of good quality, that should be a stereophonic headphones. And you have to play this audio file for 26 minutes. This sound wave is an equal wave that hearing in the mother's womb during the pregnancy period. Upon hearing this sound, the mind will be concentrated on the emotionless state and the body start regenerating new microbes from the head. The forehead is the reflection point of the body. That you can understand through the reflection in the skin and the slight changes in the orientation. You have to watch this. The color of the lip will change. You can understand the minute changes by observing this kid. It is for all kinds of disabilities. After 26 minutes, today's session is over and the kid will be free. You have to write about today's experience and changes while practicing this session. The next session is starting at the same time tomorrow. You can see a few slight changes on his face. Continue your sessions for 28 days and see the difference. In 5 to 7 days, they will show consciousness, if retarded. And the autistic will be slowly reverting to normalcy. The autistic spectrum disorder will be normalized in 45 days. In such cases, you have to give a Kayak Alpa Yoga session for 45 days. It is connected to light, the power supply of the body, sound, smells, and the body discharges. Your observer Guru Yogi Mohan. While you are observing this kid with a disability, your mind should be concentrated on the disabled child only. You should not think of anything other than the disabled in front of you. And you are observing only. When you are entering the Kayak Alpa Yoga practice room, you should be concentrated on the disabled only. If you have any personal matter, you should not think within this room. Any other thought process within your mind will be discharged as pheromones within the room. That is harming the disabled inside the room. The inside Kayak Alpa Yoga room is considered as a mother's womb with the sound of the inside of the mother's womb. Any of the other smells and discharges will cause changes in the technical situation of the Kayak Alpa Yoga room. I suggest you have to understand the technical aspect of Kayak Alpa Yoga, which I have mentioned perfectly. Presence of the mind are important in Kayak Alpa Yoga. Through that, the existing discharges of the pheromones will be suspended. For mentally retarded, don't know anything about themselves and around. Their age is to be considered 0 to 1 year only. The physical age is not calculated here. Physical age can be anything like 3 years to 55 years, but we are considering the mental age. For the calculations, you have to use the 17 attributes I have told you about in the other chapters. For your ready reference, I am mentioning here again the attributes. They are color, taste, smell, touch, numbers, measures, separateness, conjunctions, disjunction, priority, posteriority, understanding, pleasure, pain, desire, aversion, and violations. The following image is the reference from the Subveda Vaisheshika of Sage Kannada. Rupari Sagandha Sparsa Samgyaparamanani Prediktivasaymayagavibhago Parathva Aparath Buddhi Yasugada Gashadau Shipriyat Hyagun. This is the ability-based understanding methodology of ancient and traditional knowledge. You need to prepare a graph containing all the 17 attributes and you have to make sure how much percentage of every attribute is changed with the disabled child. Use an evaluation sheet to find out the mental age of the disabled child. The content of the evaluation sheet is 17 points. You have to mention the 17 attributes which I am mentioning here. All the 17 attributes should be vertically on the left side of the evaluation sheet and mark the percentage of his/her ability on the first day itself. And you can repeat the same evaluation every week or in the gap of 70 14 calendar days. Here, the value of evaluation and its understanding is different. If you are not a mother or father of a disabled child, you have to discuss it with the father and mother of the child in front of you. In most cases they will not understand the changes of disabled children. They will not experience the change immediately. Only you can understand the changes. Because you are the observer. Intellectual development. Intellectual development is visible to an observer. If the parents are observing the child, they can understand the developments of the intellectual and physiological matter. As an observer, you will get real-time reflexes from the body, and if you want to discuss this with the parents of the child, you can discuss with them the developments. If you observe the child, the primary development is happening in teeth. On the first day, in the first session itself, you can see the difference in the teeth. If the teeth are visible outside the lips, the teeth will go inside. And everyday changes happen like this. You can observe the lips, teeth, eyes, and aesthetics of the eye brothers, and every point of the canon of the body. More particularly, the deformed area in the body will start to change. You have to notice the changes through your observations. If the disabled child has color blindness, he will show restlessness when he achieves the recognition of the color. In many cases of color blindness, the children are seen around them as black and white or grayscale. It is part of the disabilities. After starting the session, in a few days, maybe within 28 days, they will be free from color blindness and they can see everything in color. When they are getting the color vision, that can be the very first experience in their life. Being first-time experiences, they show some kind of restlessness because they are seeing the color for the very first time. The same experience could be there with other disabilities also. In most of cases mental retardation, you can expect restlessness too when they normalized. Hearing, smelling, touching and all other attributes are the points that you have to expect through consciousness. But basically, it is a higher experience for the children because they are getting a color identity, audibility in sound, etc. Within the first 5 days, the kids will be attached to you and they love you more than their father and mother. As per public policy, the word retardation cannot be used in the public domain. but we have to say an excuse that there is no parallel word to define a state of mind and body. So, let us use these words in the retarded community whatever it is, otherwise, we will not have freedom for evaluations. His damaged area has been the brain, and the brain was not producing microbes for the development of the body. I have told about the 5-element principle used in ancient definitions of material chemistry. Earth, water, fire, air, and space are the 5 elements. Here is adding 4 more elements with 5 elements because it is living human beings. 5 elements are non-living matter, and when it became a living metabolism they will have living definitions. They are time, direction, soul, and mind. These 4 elements are invisible. The human consciousness is developing with invisible elements. In the living organism, especially for the definition of disabilities, we have to use the theory of 5 elements plus 4 elements. These 4 elements are the fundamental particles for the intellectual part of beings. In 9 elements, we have to add things with 9 elements. The Vedic definition are follows in the picture. They are Prithviapas Thurjovayu Akashakaildikathma Manahithidravayani, earth, water, fire, air, space, time, direction, soul, and mind are the substance. The dik or direction is linked with the head and tail of the anu or microbes. It has 2 ends which are the tail part and the head part. The tail part will be connected to the head of the other microbe, and this process is the key to linking the sense with attributes. In this case retardation, there is no tail and head to link with other microbes. The third element in the 9 elements is the soul. The soul is an element of the living organism. I have told you that every cell has 2 ends. They are 1 head and 1 tail. Or positive pole and negative pole. Upon forming another microbe, naturally, the nucleus of the new microbe will be connected or attracted to the previous microbe. Collectively we can talk about it as the soul. The soul will measure, estimate, and communicate one cell to another cell. The mind. The 9th part of the 9 principles is the mind. The mind is not a static state and object. The mind is the after effect of the simulation of sperm cells. The mind is a state of networking of one cell to another cell and collectively networking with cells of the body. This we can call the soul. It creates a circulatory system for data. We know a circulatory system for the body, that is the blood. Similarly, the mind is a circulatory system for invisible forces. For example, imagine that you have a phobia. Phobia is the mind, not a matter. Phobia of water. When seeing the water, you don't want to go to the waterfront. How do you experience this phobia? It is a sensing of your light and color through the eyes. And that is messaged by the soul from the nucleus to the nucleus of the microbes. Upon that, your mind is alerted about seeing the water is not recommended. Without seeing the water, your mind is advised to you that you don't go to see it because you have a lot of phobias. All this communication is going through an electric connection. That electric connection is created by the other 3 factors of the 9-element principles. So the mind is a communication system with other invisible particles of the body that will manage your body and mind. What I want to tell you is, the mind is the circulatory system for invisible forces, and that will be exhibited in 7 days for the mentally retarded on Kayak Alpa Yoga. I have defined the technical points of this system in the 3rd chapter scientifically. Brilliancy and extra brilliancy. Most disabled children have no pain registration in their brains. Because their pain reading sense is in problem or nerves are not registering the pain. Whenever one can reorganize and modulate all these 17 points, we can say he is with intelligence and consciousness. It is a general pattern used by the ancient masters for identifying brilliance. There are separate life science definitions for every branch of sciences and technology developed by the ancient masters. So you have to understand that modern biology is developed for modern medicine and surgery. As per the definition of medical science, human conditions, rare diseases, and disabilities are not defined. All those are separate in schooling. I believe I am the first person to develop a definition for disability and rare diseases. Furthermore, every definition of the subject of the human idol is different in administration and chronology. So, what I want to tell you is when you are approaching modern medicine you have to follow the terminology of modern medicine. When you are managing disabilities and rare diseases you have to follow the terminology of Kayak Alpa Yoga. Because no schooling and theories are established for that so far. The first theory established for the state of the human body and mind is the Vaisheshika theory of the sage Kannada. The problem is that no one has recognized that is talking about human disability and retardation. Chapter 12. Methodology of evaluation, normalization a disability, explanation of a case analysis. Technical evaluation methodology, approach to the disability, and definition of practice. Practicing the Kayak Alpa Yoga. Evaluation of mental retardation. The disabled are seeing and experiencing everything but not registering the matter and facts in their mind. Even an animal can be sensed all this but a disabled and retarded can't do this. It is the definition of total disability with retardation. We have to use the words MR, mental retardation, for the understanding and evaluation of the topic. There is no equally communicative word for mentioning this as per the modern protocol. From this point, we are starting the definitions and evaluation of a disabled child. Here we are seeing a kid with zero intellectuals and total retardation. Story of Emmanuel. This is a specimen for 100% MR by birth itself. When I am seeing him his age is 9 years. He is belonging to a poor family and he has 2 brothers. One is elder and the other is younger. All 3 are male children in the family. His birth has been normal at a local hospital and has been normal delivery. His father and mother felt nothing unusual about him and they are happy with him. Breastfeeding is normal and he exhibited appetite all the time for breast milk. And his mother provided ample feeding for him. In 2 weeks they recognized that he is not responding to the sounds. He is not hearing anything. In 6 months parents realized that he is not responding to anything. They have no educated parents. They met a new doctor in a new hospital for this boy. Finally, he has been diagnosed with GDD, global developmental delay, for him. His disability evaluation sheet shows 95% of disability. Upon realization of this fact they were tried for another child and through that, a younger boy has been born. This is the story that I heard when they meet me for the first time. It is in 2008, this case onwards I recorded disabilities with the research data sheet for disability studies and future use. But I used it documenting perfectly with available technical backup. I have been working for the disabled for many years since 1986. And I have been popular in that area through my connections and friends. This case also comes to me through one of my friends. I have evaluated this Emmanuel perfectly with the evaluation sheet format used for disability evaluation. I have used other technology also for evaluating intellectual abilities using fingerprint decoding. As per my evaluation, he is 90% retarded and has no sense in anything. He eats food without sensing the taste. He doesn't know the taste. He has no pain registration within his body. If we pinch him, he will not feel anything. He is not recognizing smell, taste, touch, and sound. He can walk and intake food. The leverage for that is 10% out of the 190% of disabilities are included. In my analysis, he has no complaints about the brain. The parents have all the medical documents which will not have any findings particularly. His medical board certificates are also showing mental retardation for him. Fingerprint evaluation shows no brain problems for him. The fingerprint is the ideal point to evaluate the brain condition for any problems, especially brain problems. As per the study, we believe that all disabilities are caused by problem in the brain. But I have checked many times that he has no brain problem. This case I am taking is after my Himalayan life and there are Himalayan findings with me. I was not confused about the next step. I have asked the parents of this boy to leave him in my home. I told them to let me study about him. He has been going to school within 1 km distance of their home, and his father or mother brings him in the morning and evening. He is unaware of the school and he doesn't know how to go to the school, because of mental retardation. The schooling is as per the request of the school authority, because in that school the children are less than the required number of students to maintain strength. That school needs a fixed number of students for managing student strength. For that, they are paying something for his parents to bring him and send him back. Anyhow, the school needs his physical presence as a student. And it is not a special school. Interestingly, at the first sight, he is a normal healthy boy and no one recognizes any problem with him. So, sitting in the school has been not a problem, provided he has to get food at a time when he is getting appetite, otherwise he will scream. He is sitting in the classroom of the 4th standard. Finally, they brought him to me. The evaluation of mental retardation, Emmanuel, with 17 attributes. Name, Emmanuel. Age, 10 years. Attribute and recognition. 1 color. He is not recognizing anything around him. He doesn't have a sense of light and color. But his eyes are good and communicative by the nerves. So he is not seeing and sensing the color. This is 10% for him. When he performs 40%, he will be a normal boy of 10 years. Taste, he has no taste sensing. Smell, I tried to sniff different fragrances for him. For that, he is not recognizing the smell of anything. That means he is not able to recognize situations with the smell. For him, the smell is 10%. Touch, I have examined his body with touches. I hold his face and hands together. In some areas is recognizing but not the whole part of the body. I touched with pencils that I have practiced earlier for this purpose. But still, he is supported by his mother for toileting, bathing, eating, and dressing, and going to school every day. I am valued, the touch is 25%. Numbers are the indication marks for counting one to another. He is not able to count and understand numbers. He is not at all aware of the numbers and the image of numbers. For that, I have given him a 5%. Measures, he is not able to understand the measure of anything. Importantly, measurements of anything. He is not aware of imagining or doing measurements. Separateness, separations can be in many forms. Separations are happening with the difference in color, numbers, and shapes. These 3 things are not understandable to him. So he is not able to find out separations for anything. His evaluation percentage is 5% for separations. Conjunction, he has never tried to connect with anything. He is acting like a tower, has no motion for his body. He never shows any act to the conjunction. Connecting, this is most important to children in their childhood plays and other imaginary games. 0.5%. Disjunction, he did not show any, sometimes for the understanding of disjunction of anything. Usually, disjunction is an act in childhood play. But he did not mention anything with disjunction and he never plays anything. He will sit in a chair and look to the infinity without watching, seeing, or doing anything, so he has no ability for doing disjunction. His percentage for the disjunction is 5% only. Priority is an organized state of mind that gives more importance to an object or situation than to the immediate one. In this case, he had given priority to his taking food only. He will ask for food from his mother and me. But it is an appetite-based behavior when he needs food. But he never shows any priority to any other things. His percentage of priority is 10% in this evaluation. Posteriority is the understanding of the act and matter in the immediate past to the extreme past, which is helping to support the completed activities through which the memory will be organized. In this case, he has no thought process and posteriority will not be presented. His knowledge of posteriority is 5%. Understandings. He cannot understand anything. He is not doing dressing, toileting, bathing, brushing, etc. He has no understanding of any of the days-to-day activities, personal cleanness, etc. Hence he has no understanding of anything. For understanding his percentage is 5%. Pleasure, he did not show any pleasure in any of his activities because his mental presence did not involve anything. In this evaluation, his percentage is 5%. Pain, he did not show any pain. For understanding the pain, we can use a tick in the nails of the hand with a pencil. If he is getting pain, he shows to pull the finger back. I examined him differently, and he did not show any symptoms of pain registration. So he has no pain registration. For pain, his percentage is 5%. Desire, he did not show any kind of desire for anything. Naturally, kids under the age of 11 will show interest in many things that they are seeing in front of them. This boy did not show any interest in anything, and he is with desire-free mind. His percentage of desire is 5%. Aversion, he did not show any kind of attraction to anything, so he did not show any kind of aversion to anything. He has no likes and dislikes in his mind. The percentage of aversion is 5%. Volitions, violation is a natural tendency for every being that mentally they are not learned the law of discipline. Volition are the tendency to lead with their ideas and need by breaking the rules. He did not show any kind of violations. His percentage for this is 5%. Here his problem is with attributes of the substance. In this evaluation, all 17 attributes are below the scale of the minimum requirements. The same pattern of behaviorism is shown in learning disabilities also, but in evaluating learning disabilities shows only 1 or 2 attributes are shown below the graph. In administrating autism and some kind of hyperactivity, the attributes of the body and mind will show in 10 to 35% of the attributes in other complaints. If it shows all attributes are above 40% and have some complaints that may not be disabilities. What to do? I have a kayak alpa yoga room, which I am using for many years. It is a room within my home, and for technical perfection, I did wood paneling inside the walls of the room. And I fixed a small 5-volt LED lamp and no other light inside. If I used more light, light can be influenced by the attributes of the disabled. And I am using jasmine oil for diffusing other pheromones. I facilitated 2 chairs, 1 table, 1 laptop, and a stereo headphone. The headphone should be of good quality for stereophonic hearing. I have started his first session. In the first session itself, his face has been changed and shows an infant skin color for his lips and face. In 7 minutes, he went to sleep till the end of the session. That program is fixed for 26 minutes, and that is the time fixed in the clock. I have developed many kinds of vibrations of the sound wave as per the kayak alpa yoga theory. I have undergone long time research in sound science and technology for my academic interest. On the 5th day, he recognized me and he started to call me Amma, which means mother, like an infant talking for the first time. From that day onwards he is calling and considered as I am the mother for him. And he behaved to me like a mother only. He started to talk about many things. Now he can understand everything. He got the ability to understand things. In 14 days he became a normal boy physically, mentally, and emotionally. Now he is a new person in society. He is not having any kind of data with his memory because he is now in his knowledge of this world. Every person, experience, situation, and event is new to him. But fortunately, he has been able to understand and recognize the events very firstly upon the normalization of retardation. In 28 days he is a perfectly normal boy. He has no other problems and good than his brothers and his age group's children. In this same method, we can manage and normalize all kinds of disabilities, deformities, rare diseases, and a problem without any names. The human world will be fine as per the law of nature. You have to practice this theory only after experiencing it perfectly. And you need biological knowledge to manage disabilities. You have to try with a few dummy people and observe the changes. Anyhow, your understanding is required for the practice. The theory mentioned in this book is practical remedies experimented with in all rare diseases, disabilities, deformities, and antimicrobial resistance, AMR, Aging Control and Attaining Youthfulness. The Guide for Practicing the Kayak Alpa. Dooms in Burma, Myanmar. As per the history of spirituality, the dooms and pagodas are constructed for Kayak Alpa yoga practice in ancient times. In the premature stages of the technologies in ancient times, the masters advised using the caves for the Kayak Alpa yoga practice. The caves are equally organized and covered places to protect from light, sound, and other external forces. All the spiritual traditions were used in emergencies during the attacks of different calamities. The cave culture has changed and people started to construct organized places for their spiritual follow-ups. As per the history of Kayak Alpa Yoga, dooms were used to organize the place for practicing since the 5th century BC. In modern days, the largest site of dooms are constructed during the 11th century AD by the pagan dynasty in Burma. They constructed 21,000 dooms and 4,444 Buddhist temples in Burma for the use of the public. There are a lot of remains in the caves for practicing Kayak Alpa Yoga since 12,000 years. 2,222 dooms still exist as part of the remains. Fittings inside the Kayak Alpa Yoga doom room. It is considered a dark room for the practice of Kayak Alpa Yoga. So, the maximum light is single point light for 5 to 7 volts. No other light is required inside. If any of the lights has existed, you have to remove them or take off the bulb from the holder for security purposes. You can keep 1 table, 2 chairs, 1 laptop, and 1 headphone. You need 1 bottle of natural perfume of jasmine to control other smells from the room. Most other smells are pheromones discharged by a third person. You can purchase it from a natural perfume store or otherwise you can prepare it from a natural jasmine flower. There are a lot of videos available on YouTube explaining how to prepare jasmine oil from jasmine flowers. Also, you can prepare yourself after purchasing jasmine flowers. Many fragrance manufacturers are selling it online and through shops also. Be careful that you have to use natural jasmine oil only. No artificial jasmine is permitted. This fragrance has a special capacity to normalize all other pheromone scents and other existing smells. How to start the first session? You should have a checklist with you. See the following checklist. You have complete your prayer before starting the session. 1. Doors are closed. 2. Lights are regulated. 3. The pheromones are diffused with jasmine oil. 4. Toilets or wash place is closed. 5. Your computer or laptop is open. 6. Your headphone is attached and working well. 7. Open the Kayak Alpa Yoga audio wave file. 8. Start your prayer with Lord Shiva for your betterment, cure, and healing. 9. Open your audio file and keep an image of your guru for Kayak Alpa Yoga on the desktop of your computer. You can get that image here in this book or you can download it from Google. Search with the keyword Guru Yogi Mohan. You can see the image that directly observes you. 10. You look at my eyes through the observation effect acting on your eyes and brain. The audio is for 26 minutes. All the mechanisms happening in your body is as explained in the internal chapters of this book. Now all the repulsive forces are eliminated from your body and re-establishing new species of microbes is the requirement of your body. You have to do this process every day at the same time. Experience the standard sound of the audio wave that is in the form of vibrations. This vibration and control of the external forces are regenerating the adequate microbes from the gut and brain. If you are a parent or an educator or a health professional, you want to do it for the disability or deformity of disabled kids, you do the same process for them and you are administrating the same process as a third person. Check the guideline in the last chapter. For disability, it has been described in the last chapter. This chapter is for the individual practice of survival and living longevity. Without experiencing perfectly, do not manage a third person or a disabled. All the activities prescribed in the complete topic are acknowledged for educating the body, mind, and the biological system, as well as body, will be accepting this, and you are thinking anything with your mind, the body starts to convert or act immediately in such ways. Through that, your body will be shifted in that way. It is a guided approach to shift the body through this practice. Your thought has a lot of influence that teach your mind and body. If you do not believe this theory, you are not eligible to practice it. You can check the testimonies on the website about how the human body is changing completely using this theory. The prayer is like that. It is a teaching process that communicating with God and the teacher who is the supreme authority in the first part, and teaches your body and mind are the second part. Here in this topic, I am your guru and guide that will not misguide you. After starting to practice the Kayak Alpa yoga technologies, you do not think anything bad and it is not harmful to anyone. After starting the practice of the Kayak Alpa, you will be a powerful person that you can make a miracle with your body. You can resist any negative power in the atmosphere. Your age will be reduced. Your disease will be under control. You will be free from all worries. But you have to follow the instruction. I have mentioned the protocol in this book. I suggest you have to read this book many times to understand and by heart it. This is the secret of the Himalayan yogis taught for future generations. Nothing is going to act against you. Your body system is activating like, you have a relation with dark light, cosmic lights, and natural systems. And that is formed your body in this form. Kayak Alpa is the technology to control all those things. How many minutes? This program is for 26 minutes. This time calculation is for organizing a new species of microbe in the brain connecting with this new thought. And you have to complete a course. A course can be fixed with 21 days, 28 days, 41 days, or 56 days. Every day should be in a static time. During the course, you should not be an emotional person, because the body is converting to a more sensitive state and through new microbes. If you are emotional, the microbes will be mixed with emotions. How to continue? This program is working in multiplications of 28 days. It is suggested to practice the moon calendar. It needs to practice for a minimum of 21 days. 21 days are the time frame for the divisions of the cells as per modern biology. When you are practicing it, you have to practice the multiplication periods of 21 days. Ancient science advised 28 days for the aging of the cells and microbes. It is based on the lunar motion. The lunar and solar calendar is clubbing with the body. The sun is influencing the body and the moon is influencing the mind. Practicing it every year for yourself will keep you a healthy body and mind. That helps to you for living longevity. Practicing it for a minimum period of 28 days and a maximum period is 56 days is advised. As per the intensity of the observation you can decide by yourself. You can feel everything with your body and the result is visual every morning. It is an aging reverse program too. The aesthetics of the body will be changed. Your body shape will be reorganized. Your abnormalities are organized. It will work for you only. It is a system of education to the mind. As per the knowledge and desire of the mind, it will reflect in the body. As per that, the appropriate microbe will be produced and that will rule the body. This is happening based on the knowledge which I am teaching you through this book. Another person is not knowledgeable about this teaching program. The technical approaches alone will not work in the body. The action and understanding of the mind is helping to produce the microbes in the body. The microbes are changing the complete metabolism of the body. So, understanding the topic from the being to end is mandatory for the perfect result. Note, separate wave file is available for disabilities, rare diseases, deformities, and aesthetic balancing. The download links are available as an email to your mailbox. You have to download and use the wave files. You have to send your request to mailguruyagamohan@gmail.com. I appreciate your suggestions. If you have a question to get an answer and to be included in the next book, you have to send your suggestions and questions to the mail, renet36@gmail.com. If you are in a critical condition and you need recovery from that, or you want to use the healing service for rare diseases or blood cancer, bone cancer, brain tumor, or an incurable disease, or you have a disability that you need to heal, you have to ask in this mail, zmanthare@gmail.com. If you are looking for participation and partnership or you want to donate, send your offers to mail, livesciencefoundation@gmail.com. Hindu Science is a series of editions of 64 books. If you need to get information for future editions, join the mailing list, vicartorg@gmail.com.